the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We could do unscreened phone calls if you're listening live. It is Friday, so you never know. We could be froggy. Feeling froggy on a Friday. Greg's already got his coffee. He's over there. He is fired up, ready to go. Going to be directing traffic a little bit later. We'll explain why. He's hang on. And we got some other things going. And don't forget, at rickandbubba.com under contest, Fix Mama's Mouth. The final 3 contestants are there. And you, the audience, votes for them. And the winner will be announced Monday with Dr. Dudney. During the first live hour of the main show, he will stop by and reveal who won from you, the listeners, voting at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest. That's going on now. RBU has been recorded. It's ready to publish tomorrow morning. It's letters from the audience. Great questions. Rick and Bubba broke it down, answered as best they could. Great conversation. You don't want to miss that, especially if you love behind the scenes and, some things in the business, how the show did certain things. It's all good talk, and great letters from you, the audience. So that is RBU this coming weekend. All right, over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Good. It is a good shirt, Greg. It's just a high-vis shirt. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to Regions to park cars today.
Yeah, I act like I ain't never worn this.
No, every night. But when you do,
so
we're
you're just going to repeat those same
Yes, that's what you do to us.
I thought Gene Halban called and wanted you to come over and help today.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Put you up on the bicycle, a big giant Regions bicycle.
They serious about that bicycle.
See, I got new content, Greg. So what you going to say about that?
Yeah, but you got to work on it a little bit.
Huh?
That is a big
That's
bike.
too easy.
Do y'all ever wish that bike could there was some way you could ride it?
I was always had a nightmare. I looked at a giant person riding it.
Oh.
Think about that.
Wow.
How weird that'd be.
That would be weird. So there you go with that. Cup of Joe. Spend the night in the hospital. How was that?
Yeah, it's fine. Fine.
She doing better?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah,
She's doing
yeah.
That's good.
How about
Did you blind her with that shirt this morning when you left?
No, I waited until I got out of the room.
Greg, turn the light off before you leave. Oh, it's just your shirt.
Did anybody stop you in the parking deck and ask you how to get out of it?
They did.
Okay.
I
Sir, excuse me. How do I get out here?
That's not bad. That's better.
Is that good?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, tonight I will be with the Birmingham Stallions with the UFL, the USFL division, with the fan and player question and answer social at Top Golf in the Birmingham area. It starts at 5 p.m. We'll have a meet and greet session with some of the Stallions players, chance to win an opportunity to play some Top Golf with the Stallions player. The only requirement is for entry is just tickets to the game. So if you've got tickets for this weekend, boom, bring them with you, and you're coming in, and it's going to be fun tonight.
You going to be cranking it up?
Well, a little question and answer. It won't take that long, but we'll have a good time.
I want you just running around that microphone,
just go nuts. Okay.
I think you are at your best when you're doing that.
Yeah.
Like that's yeah.
Yeah.
It's truly
I
a
want you
gift.
streaking there.
Yeah. Oh, we got me streaking.
Well, it's
there.
Regions
always
going on.
goes streaking.
Well, the
down
Regions
today.
is going on.
Okay,
right now.
all right.
The
And then the game kickoff is at 3 p.m. They play St. Louis. They're 5-1.
Ooh, I got
AJ
a battle.
McCarron is the QB for them, and the Stallions are 6-0. So great game
That should be a good
tomorrow.
game.
Yeah, should be. All right, we got the golden ticket seats headed this way today. We got the Wheel of Canned Meat going to spin. RBU we just talked about, voting for the Fix Mama's Mouth. And don't forget Mother's Day weekend is coming. I was worried a little bit about Helms. I wanted to know, have you done anything about Mother's Day? Because you were concerned.
Not really.
Okay. All right. Even though, I
still got some time on the clock.
Okay.
Yeah. It hadn't run out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got something
Kids
going
will
on.
take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
mine
talking about
don't.
his mom.
He's talking about my mom.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'll handle that.
Yeah.
But more so is Amanda and do the kid. Caroline's good. Okay,
Yeah.
she's good about this. Now Braden's like me; he doesn't even know.
No.
But I'm spending some time with him today, so I'll.
You almost need to do a little pep
remind-
talk.
That's
for him.
That's what I'm going to do.
You're like, hey, man,
I'm going to
come
give him a
on.
heads up. I'm going to give him a heads up today versus text him at 2:00 on Sunday saying, "Hey, just a heads up, it's Mother's Day."
Yeah,
And
give him
so
a better heads
today
up
we'll
than
spend
that.
some time together after the show, and I'll give him a little heads up.
Well, Terry's all fired up for Mother's Day weekend because scheduled, Lord willing, all the boys are supposed to all be in one place. We're supposed to meet tomorrow morning. Tyler, Mabry, River, JC, Reese, and then her parents are all supposed to eat, have an early breakfast and hang out and do some stuff up to a little bit after lunch, and then I'll go on to the game. But she's so excited about it. She is so excited. As we're sitting here live where we are, we had a lot of storms come through the area last night. I know a lot of you around the country are experiencing it. Some of you probably
We'll
going,
have a
yeah,
storm, won't we?"
hey, it's your turn now. But man, it was cutting up last night, and it was one of those things where I got home and we
were
had
scared?
we had a system that came through the Birmingham Metro yesterday, but our house didn't get one drop. I got home and Terry said, it has not rained at all. I said, you're kidding me, knowing what we experienced here at the station. And it delayed and postponed play at the Champions Tour, at the Regents Tradition. And we had all this going on over here, and then at home we didn't even get any rain.
Who won the tournament?
It was weird. And so I thought, well, okay, the sun's out. It's going to be – it is going to be nice, but I remember Greg saying something yesterday. He goes, yeah, but isn't another system supposed to come through tomorrow afternoon? And I was like, I don't know. Well, it did.
Yeah, buddy, it did.
And old Jack, hey, buddy, let me tell you, he freaked out.
So that first one came through, and then the
good
sun came out and
gracious.
heated everything up, and Jack went nuts.
He went nuts. And I know Helms was talking about
But
his
the
dogs
strain-
and stuff. It's just crazy because JC's dog is at the house right now, Cuddy.
Oh, no.
But he don't care. And Leo doesn't care. But Jack, he starts pacing. He's bumping into fans. At one time, he walked into the wall. And then one time just busted up in the bathroom, tried to get in the tub.
How's
I'm like, what
JC's
the
dog
heck?
get along with your dog?
Oh, they're great. Yeah.
No fights.
Yeah, no fights. They enjoy that. I
You
guess
let
they
y'all
do.
dog sitting?
He's it's summertime, so he's back and forth. He's back in Huntsville. Went to Greta Van Fleet last night. He
You
sent me a
can't
video.
take a dog to that.
No, he sent me video of like, hey, here's the location check for me. It's a new amphitheater there in Huntsville. Nice area. And he said they did great. Man, hey, let me just tell you something. That lead singer, his voice.
He was
sitting. Good gracious.
When they came out, they were teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
They
You remember the first time we heard their song, and we're like, oh my gosh, is this Led Zeppelin?
exactly like that. I mean, and then they act like, really?
We were fired up about it. We couldn't wait to play some of it.
We had some good bed music.
Yeah. Reese was pretty jealous that he went last night. But anyway, the storms came through our area, and it was cutting up.
Oh, boy.
I stopped at a store right down the street from here when I left here yesterday, and it was about to start storming. I thought, can I get in and out without it getting on me? Like just start, and all of a sudden I'm standing in there and I hear it.
Oh, and it's just hitting
and it is
heavy.
it's heavy, it's hard, and it's going to last a little while.
Yeah.
And I didn't need to be in there long. I just need to go in there and look at a couple things and get some prices in my mind and these type things. And so I'm like, well, you can't wait this one out. You got to go to your car. And so I had a hoodie on, and I threw the hood part on my head, and I just ran for it. It was about a 30, 40-yard run, and of course I was soaking wet when I got to the car. And this parking lot, all the water's running downhill, so it's splashing too so my socks are soaked.
Oh,
I knew I was going home, so I was like, well, I can just change.
What time were you there?
It was like 10, 15 minutes after the show ended, or whenever I left here.
Okay.
I mean, I left here and went there,
Okay.
and then was in
Because
there.
I was beside it, trying to do a little
Okay.
bit better,
You
but
know-
not then.
You know
no.
what's funny? You say that is there was a truck that looked exactly like yours, but it wasn't you because I leaned in because I was going to actually get up in front because they didn't see me, and it wasn't you in the truck. I thought, oh, Speedy's coming in here.
What if you knocked on the window?
Yeah, this was right before I was sprinting in the rain.
Sure.
splashing all
Just
around.
All
running,
over it.
just
It's
digging.
crazy.
How about when it's raining so bad and you're like, okay, I'm going to try not to step in the puddle and just get soaking wet,
Oh, yeah,
and there's no way around
Goes
it.
all the way to your ankle.
Yeah, you're like, all right, I guess I'm in.
I mean, now my
This
feet are
is-
wet.
this is
And
me.
everybody loves a good wet feet.
Yeah,
with wet
yeah.
shoes on your feet.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And you try not to run, but then at some point you go, I don't know what
when
else
it's
to do.
that downpour, when
Oh.
it's like somebody's dumping a bucket, you got to go.
Yeah. Did you need Greg out directing traffic so you could get to the car?
No, it wasn't that bad, but it could have. If you'd have been standing in my truck, I could have known where to run to. For sure.
Yeah, just look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a doctor-easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day? Many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We have a number of updates for you, and we're starting to get emails today. We are aware of James Gregory and him passing away yesterday. In sad news coming out of his family as they made sure and officially announced it yesterday. But I got a call from Bruce Ayers, who owns the Stardome Comedy Club in Birmingham, Alabama, with the news yesterday. And he was, as you can imagine, pretty upset and emotional about it because they've been friends for so long. And we'll pick that conversation up at top of the hour for the main show, but I just wanted to let the audience know we are aware. Thank y'all for always making sure that we are, but we are aware of it, and he will definitely be missed. He's always been great to this show, and when he's here, it's saved best of moments. Let me just tell you, and you never knew. Good night alive, and just the way he saw life and on stage, the way he was able to talk about it is he's just so talented in that area, and funniest man alive for sure in America. What did he go by? Funniest man in America?
Yeah, I thought it was funniest man alive.
Yeah,
It's actually funniest man in America.
It is.
But he was, and he always was good about stopping by the show every time he was in town.
Yeah, and always so good to this show. And
He loved it when we had breakfast.
Oh, did he not? Good.
Remember he got complaining when we used to have a table in the kitchen we did away with it?
Yes, he wanted a place
He's
to
like,
sit.
Where's
he
the
goes,
table?
where can I sit?
Yeah, he was funny.
He just wanted to sit and talk. Sit, talk, and eat, right?
That's it.
Which is,
Why not?
that goes hand in hand with this show.
I'll never forget before I was a part of the show, and I was in the healthcare industry. I happened to be at a conference, and they were like, I didn't follow a lot of comedians, and they said, hey, tonight we got a little dinner and comedy night, and so and so's going to be there. And I'm like, oh, okay, it'll be fun. We'll have dinner and have somebody get up there on stage and tell some jokes,
A little
whatever.
bit of that.
And it was James Gregory. And that was the first time that I had actually been around him and heard him, and he was hilarious.
Yeah.
And then of course you come to the show and we have him on every year. It was like a dream. And
Yeah.
he's I mean, every time
Funny
he
guy.
said anything, it was. I mean, there's a reason why he was known as the funniest man in America.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he was hilarious.
he was.
So hate to hear that yesterday.
Yeah. In talking to Bruce, he said, what's so awesome about James is his health over the last few years had been declining, and it was a number of things. He ended up passing away yesterday of cardiac complications. He was 78, but he said he had that, hey, the show must go on mentality. And Bruce, no, if he had something, he was going to be there, and they were going to do it. But over the last few weeks, things just started declining, and so that news came down yesterday. His middle name, Harold, James Harold Gregory Jr.
How about that?
Passed away at 78 of cardiac complications, and we'll talk more about that today. But I wanted to let everybody know we are aware and communicated as a staff yesterday afternoon about it, but we'll pick that conversation back up after the main show starts. So, Helmsy, you said you had a question for us. What you got?
I don't even want to ask this because I know where it'll go, but I feel like I've been left out of something this whole time. It's about the elbow. So
The elbow.
yeah, so
Elbow?
I've always heard
We don't know about elbows.
and we've always heard that funny bone,
Yeah,
those
hit you
type
funny
things.
bone.
But do y'all know what the skin when you do this? Do you know what the actual skin
No, I do
is
not.
right here
I'm a little scared.
called?
It's called the
you should be.
the hanging skin.
Yeah. Do you know what that's
like
called?
like a goozle. I don't know. That's your neck.
I wish it was called goozle. I do.
Now, where'd you get this info?
I heard it yesterday.
How do you Google
Who's
that?
talking about an
loose
elbow?
skin
I
on
heard,
the elbow?
I heard it yesterday, and I thought, you know what? That can't be right. So I looked it up, and it's
You
right.
Googled loose
Yes.
skin on the
Yes,
okay.
because when you hear what I'm about to say, you're going to go, no way.
Okay.
Weenus
Oh, dear God.
What?
Oh, my goodness.
with a W.
Weenus.
You brought this up and because you smiled as you said
I
it.
hurt my weenus.
See?
Well, I don't think you can hurt the skin, Gray. I don't think you,
You
need to
can't?
use it that way.
Where'd you cut yourself? Right there on the weenus.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that is.
Did you sniff after that like you had
I
something?
fell. Oh, my elbow hurt.
And
I fell
and I
right-
thought
fell
this
right on
can't
my
be
weenus.
right, so I go look it
So
up, and it
wrong.
is right.
Hey, check out this weenus.
And
If you about stuff.
Greg, I don't think you're
But,
you're
no,
not
see,
using
you
it
wouldn't
correctly.
say it like that,
Yeah,
buddy.
you would if you. Like,
You wouldn't say this weenus.
What if? See, I do have a scar on mine. And,
On your what?
on my weenus.
Okay,
'Cause
y'all-
when I was a kid, I wrecked
All
on
right,
a
so we're talking about the
skateboard.
loose skin around your elbow.
Yes.
Underneath the
When
elbow.
I was a kid, I wrecked on a skateboard and I got a big scar from it.
And so
know
I
where it's
looked it
at?
up, and evidently it is.
As you get older, do you have more weenus there in this area?
gosh.
Because you know how everything starts to like sag around you.
What if
you
you're in
know?
a fight and you hit somebody with your weenus?
Greg,
You
I
know,
don't-
you elbow
Oh,
somebody
elbow,
side there?
Greg,
yeah.
I don't think you're using it as correct as you need
like
to.
an atomic elbow,
Yeah.
atomic weenus?
Keep on. You're gonna.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, keep on. You're gonna meet the weenus.
Is that when you showing them your elbow?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Evidently, this this
will
started.
you Google that and see if
I'm
he's
just
got
telling
this
you,
right?
you're going to get it right.
Why would
Just-
there even be a term for that? You know what I'm talking about? Why would
Evidently,
they ever come up in conversation?
came
I'm trying
up-
to come up with reasons, but
I don't. I think it was a play off a Friends episode, from what I read yesterday, and
it's
people
kind
started.
of pop culture thing.
Yes,
Okay.
and
it's not scientific.
well, I mean,
Why weenus is what I want to know. I mean, who said, you know what that is?
the excess or loose skin at the joint of one's elbow.
You know, as I get older, I really don't. That weenus is looking terrible.
But
You know how your arms get to.
But what I'm saying is that's never said.
Yeah.
Okay.
If somebody, you
All
know,
right.
you instead of going, the skin on my elbows,
Right.
man, looking rough. Hey, Powell lost a lot of weight, but man, look at his elbow. Look at his weenus now.
I think it would be more of like, hey, I have a strawberry on my weenus.
Yeah,
Right there.
That would work.
You know, like your elbow, like if you're sliding into.
Hey, Greg, they
something.
did Tommy John. Where did they cut you? Well, they come in not far from the weenus.
There you go. There you go. Now that's more accurate.
So
Don't know why you're sniffing after
Friends,
everything. But
the place.
in an episode of Friends, Chandler evidently brought it up,
Yeah.
and then I think it was actually in the Hangover movie too.
Oh, really?
then we shouldn't be talking about it. I don't know what we're doing.
And
now.
so I thought
Feeling hangover movie.
I thought we should.
That would be one of the mild things said.
I thought
Weenus.
that
buddy.
when I brought this up,
Still
that you two would go, "Oh yeah, I've heard that before."
Why would we hear that?
Well, I don't know. That's why I was
I have
trying. I
never
was
heard
trying to see how far in culture
I'll tell you what
this
I have
goes.
heard of. No.
Buddy. He's gonna say it if we don't hurry up and go to break.
Okay. I'm going to start using that.
Hey, that's just what I'm telling you. So there you go.
You go over here, you got your weenus all over my paperwork. You're like,
Yeah.
see?
Awful quiet. You two.
Well, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I
don't
learned
know.
something today, I'll tell you that.
well, that's why I like to educate people.
Hey, did you
I'm
hear
an
about
educator.
Helms? Did you hear about
Yeah.
Helms? And car wreck. Is he hurt? Well, he cut his weenus off.
I don't think that's how you
Well,
use
why
it,
would-
Greg.
It would if you got like in a bad wreck and it went across some glass.
okay.
Greg, I think you've used it correct one time this entire segment.
What about next time, like The Rock's in the ring, and he says you want instead of the people's elbow, he says you want the people's weenus?
That
I think that's good.
that I like.
I do too.
That I'm using.
All right, we'll take a break.
Y'all ain't gonna
I like
believe what
that.
I bring to you after the weekend. I got another one that I'm scared to
we
death
have
of.
6 weenuses right here.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers, you don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's it's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight from their facility right to your door for free. Nothing to lose, folks, with a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save up to 30% off your mattress order. This offer won't last long.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other way raking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number is 866 We Be Big. We could do unscreened phone calls. We're going to wait a little bit since that last segment and then go to the phones. No, we wouldn't dare do that right now. So,
Why not?
what you got over there? What you eating?
Peanuts. Finishing them off.
All right, go ahead and finish
down
them
at
off.
the bottom of the bag.
Real quick, very special day. We'll pick it back up during the main show, but Marion is got a birthday
My
today.
granddaughter's 3 years old today.
How about that? I saw
We
you
got
had
a big party tomorrow.
Oh boy, fun times! I saw a little something in your truck. What was that yesterday?
I went ahead and delivered her present. We got her a sandbox, cedar thing, folds out. Your kids love sand.
Yeah,
what a mess it is, but sure Tyler and Kelsey will appreciate that.
right.
But,
You just drop it off and leave.
That's right.
No, I'm saying y'all deal with it.
But yeah, she's so now that gives me a 5-year-old, 2 3-year-olds, and a 1-year-old.
Wow,
So
fun weekend ahead though.
Oh yeah, we got a big throwdown planned tomorrow.
Picture you sent me or showed us was they were already sitting in it.
Yep, already sitting in the sandbox.
How did you feel like a hero when you brought it in? Like here I come.
You know, delivering the goods. you know, something fun.
Yeah, you didn't have that shirt on though, did you?
I had to put the thing together too, though.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have patience?
It went better than I thought it would.
Mm-hmm.
You know, until my drill ran out of juice. Automatic one. It had a lot of this, a lot of screws.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah.
But no, so yeah, we'll be celebrating tomorrow.
Okay.
Today is actually her birthday, but
All right.
tomorrow we'll have a big
That's why we
throwdown.
wanted to just say happy birthday.
Happy
to her.
birthday to Marin.
Yeah, big weekend plan. You know, speaking of putting things together, we ended up getting, and we've been. I've been talking to Helmsy about this for I don't know how long. But go ahead, buddy. Go ahead and eat.
I got it.
One of these Blackstone griddles. And we weren't in a.
Oh,
you know, we had
one, huh?
we had given.
I saw the box in the back of your truck the other day, and I thought, okay,
it was
so
in
they
a-
finally got
it was
got
in
it
empty
going.
box. And we had done a ton of research on it.
I thought you had got. That's what threw me off, and you had to tell me it was an empty box, which made me feel better about it because I thought you had got one like a while back.
We were going to get one, and then you start reading reviews, and you know, and there's a couple of similar brands out there that you know that we were entertaining, and then you go, okay, this is what you don't do, this is what you do, this is how you season it, this is what you know. So we were looking into that, but the setup in our covered breezeway, we did some moving around, and we have a really good set of it where it's not near any of the weather. It's outside, but it's not anywhere near the weather or anything like that. So Terry declared the other day, it was our first weekend with no college baseball. She said, hey, let's go grab, you know, can we do that? Can we go get a grill? You know, this place has a good deal on them and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess so. So we went. And there was a what to do, what not to do list that was out online from all the reviews. And the biggest review that I saw in a negative light was do not let it be delivered, and don't let them put it together either.
Why?
Go get it in a box that's not dented and stuff like that, and then put it together yourself. But because that's the negative reviews was coming from that. Either it wasn't put in right or it was damaged in some way when it was delivered. Heard a lot of that. So we did. We went and grabbed it, and we didn't get the huge one. We got what we just needed, so it wasn't so heavy that we couldn't get it out of the truck. But our system is Terry sits down, she opens up all the instructions, and when Greg said he put that sandbox together, it made me think of it. And she kind of reads it out, and we kind of lay everything out, and I get to work while she's reading the instructions.
That's what we do. With
and
our stuff.
it was a pretty good. It's a pretty good system.
Yeah.
And so we've had a couple of meals from it, and it is absolutely delicious.
Let
A
me ask you
burger on it is great.
Let me ask you this.
Here we go.
Well, I'm just curious.
Don't be negative about it. I saw your look when he said he had to season it. You should have seen your face, Greg.
But that and then the cleanup.
It's not that bad, really, to be honest with
Or
you.
is it just not bad because you're excited about it?
No, it's not that bad if you just knock it out.
You know how you have those things on the back of the grill that you move stuff you move everything into? It has replaceable those. It's like an aluminum foil type thing, but it goes in there.
Yeah.
And you just, like a hibachi grill, when you see them scrape, you have a scraper and you scrape it all there, water and all this, scrape it all there, and then you just take that and throw it. It's easy.
Isn't it something on YouTube? You can literally ask any question, and there's video of how to, whatever. And so Terry was really looking into, and I had as well, some folks on what to do, what not to do, the best way to clean up afterwards. And she's like, oh, this isn't that bad. And so
Taylor's got one.
We've done it that way. And the first time I had seen it was when we went hunting at Cuz's.
Yeah, that was
and he was sitting out there making.
And you made
stuff.
him mad, and he didn't invite us back.
That's not true. And it was delicious.
Oh,
and I was like, that'd be kind of nice to have a
And
little covered area where it's not.
Cuz dropped the buns on there and heated them up a little
kidding
bit,
me?
kind of crisp them up, a little flip flop, and that grease. Ooh.
Yeah, we had some burgers the other night, and
I saw, how on one of them TikToks or whatever, one of them, and I'll stop every time. It's somebody doing some kind of cooking.
Yeah.
And this guy had one of those griddles, and he had hamburger patties, and he would take mustard and put it on the griddle.
Yeah.
And then set the patty on top of the mustard and cook it. Yeah. And then he did that on both sides.
He used it as a seasoning, really, didn't he?
But like I say, instead of putting it on the meat, he put it on the griddle, stuck it down. But mustard, I've never seen that.
Wow.
And then everybody, that cute little trick where you put an ice cube and all that.
Okay.
I saw something the other day about warming up pizza with an ice cube in a skillet.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And they took a skillet, they put the pizza in it, turned it flame on, put an ice cube in there, put the top on, and let it go for a minute, and it come out as crispy as could be.
Really?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Try
And
that.
this guy that was doing it, he does these things. Are you telling me that I could have been doing this for 40 years?
Oh,
He's that
yeah,
He's
yeah,
that guy.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
talking
I
about?
love
know
food
exactly.
tricks.
And some of it that he does works, and some of it don't. And he kind of gets to the bottom of it, and he grabbed that pizza. He goes, "My goodness, this is crispy. I had no idea this was." So
I kind of want to talk to that guy.
I do too.
Video.
I do too.
And then the next guy that always uses WD-40. Next.
Yes, I love that
Those
guy
two
too.
guys I
Yeah.
like.
Are you going
Did
to
you know? Did you know?
Did I know?
That
Weenus.
the
I
guy
knew that now.
the guy, if you joined us, that's the loose skin under
Keep
your
on.
elbow.
Keep on.
Well, I'm just
I'm gonna hit
telling
you
you
with the
because if you
weenus.
You're
just
gonna
say
get the
that, people
people's-
don't know
I
what
know.
you're
People
Well, this
weenus to the
encourages
top
them
of
to
your
go
head.
back and listen.
Do you know the guy that goes next?
Yes.
Or whatever. He's
He's a Florida Gator fan.
dryer sheets.
Okay.
He said, okay, you can use dryer sheets to get the bugs off the front of your grill on your
Really?
car.
Does it work?
Yeah, you go
Interesting.
and dip the dryer sheets like in your
I'm gonna
whatever
try
you're
that.
washing your car
Yeah.
in. So I said I watched I did a one over on my truck. It was a quick, hey, let me just knock it off here and I saw the grill. I was like, wow, a lot of trips to Huntsville, a lot of bugs.
Yeah.
And
Especially this time of year.
I said, I'm going in. And so JC, I said, son, go get me some dryer sheet. So he went out and got it. I dipped it in, started. I was like, came right off.
Unreal.
But here's the thing: the
I was
pressure
like,
when
are you
you
kidding me?
I love that.
when you do stuff like that.
Did you go next?
I did. I found something to throw, and I went next.
He's got to keep coming up with stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
no way all of it's.
Could you not just
Craig,
enjoy
Just saying
some
the pressure.
goodness.
Imagine the pressure of his. He's thinking, well, that was a good one. Now I got to come up with another.
No,
that-
he's
so-
kind of like he's a. It looks like he's a construction guy, contractor, works on things, home repair guy, can do anything, Mr. Fix It.
pressure.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you what the
Golly.
hell's wrong with you?
You don't think that if you had to come up with something like
Right,
that,
but can
on
we
a
let's
regular
just
basis, that
enjoy
would
the
be-
dryer sheets right now.
I'm not sure it works. I'm gonna have to try it.
Well, I did.
I think you wanted it to
and
work.
it could be that the bugs just were coming off. I don't know. I cleaned first, and then I have the
You'll
little,
believe
the little bug remover spray stuff that Turtle Wax or different companies make, and that works too. But this one, it came right off.
Does he have any tricks with his weenus? The elbow.
Right. But why do you have to do the chicken wing at me?
That's because that's what it is.
Okay.
I thought, since you
I
love
was
him
trying
so
to
much.
find this guy. I don't know his
wow.
name, but
A friend of mine, Tom, says he thinks he has a pair. Oh, never mind. Huh? Nothing. I was going to read his text and I shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
I almost did a bit of
Tommy
Ron
sent a
Burgundy.
dirty text.
No. He was just talking about his weenus, and he had damaged his. He had damaged it. Well, being out on the farm, you'll do
You're
that.
damaged.
We're not going to get into this, and this is what you remember when I said I'm going to teach you something on Monday, and some people are already emailing about that because they know what it is.
What is it?
The webbing between your fingers. Don't look that up.
Oh, really?
We're not going to talk about what it's
What do you
called.
mean?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look
Well,
that
now I
up.
want.
No, we're not gonna.
Really?
We're not gonna say it. We're just gonna move on. But just know that that's.
There's somebody messing with you, feeding you all these weird
no,
words.
No. I knew this one too. That's why I said you're not gonna believe what I bring to the table on Monday. But people are starting to email. They knew what it was,
Okay.
and so I'll tell y'all when we go to break. But we'll just let people Google that the rest of the day.
Okay.
Okay.
All right then. All right, we're gonna go on to break.
Yeah, let's do that.
Don't know what happened this last segment. Just a lot of everything. We appreciate you. Not sure about unscreened phone calls.
Greg, when we come back, we'll figure out if there's anything else you want to hate on.
Yeah.
I
just don't know.
thought it was a lot of
Can you
pressure
not
on that
enjoy
poor guy.
anything at the moment?
He's like, I got to come up with something.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
And Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is! It's a really more savings, which really... Okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hurry! Time's running out to shop spring savings at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to spring into deals on the appliances you need. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG major appliances. Because Lowe's knows spring savings. Offers valid through 5/15. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on the kickoff hour. Main show starts right after top of the hour, and we appreciate all of you, as always, making us part of your day. All right, look, here come the emails. You know, I can tell you how to get bugs off, whatever. And I didn't say I'd believe anything. And I also said that, it might just be that the bugs were easy to come off. I have no idea. But I just said that I did the dryer sheet things with bugs, and they did seem, because I've washed cars my whole life, so I know how hard it is to get bugs off. It's not like it's my first truck I ever washed. And it did seem like they came off easier, but I don't know. I just the next guy he had tried it, and then you mean to tell me he tried it because the next guy tried it, and he's like it is easier. So I don't know. I tried it. I was washing my truck, and I was like, this is a good time to try it, and it did come off pretty easy. But you never know. It could have just been that day that whatever I had would have come off. But I've washed a lot of trucks, and it did seem to be not as tough. Sometimes you got to use some
I get it.
weenus, power. Some elbow.
Yeah, a little elbow grease, a little weenus grease.
All right, so this has got to be, and I don't know what y'all want to do, but this study here has got to be the most ridiculous study I've ever. One, I won't say ever, but we've had a lot of studies that we bring to the table here on the show, and this one here, it says that a new study has been discovered. All right, and in the study it says scientists discover secret to living beyond your life expectancy.
What's that?
All right, so you think, okay, I'll click on that. Right?
Let's see what they got.
Yeah, let's click on it.
Some advice, maybe.
A new study discovered that people who ran a mile in less than 4 minutes live 5 years longer than their peers. In less than 4 minutes.
Well, I won't do that.
All right, so why haven't published this? There's
less
not
than
too many
minutes.
people.
That's what I was going to say. I thought it was something most people could participate in.
Yeah.
Here's a little something you can do to I got to run it in less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, only a few thousand people in the world have ever recorded a time that quick.
And you're only going to get 5 years out of it.
Yeah.
If you can run that, you ought to get a few more.
Yeah. And now then it comes through and goes, hey, the evidence is there that whatever form of exercise you want to get may be beneficial to your body, Jimmy Jam. But look, guys, there's not too many people that ran less than 4 minute miles. There's only a few thousand. So why haven't published this?
Because even when you started saying it, thought, oh, really? My ears perked up.
Right.
Then you said less than 4 minutes. And I went, what?
You know what's funny?
You got to be a world class.
I mean, you can't.
Distance guy.
Well, to your point, now throw a little history at you here, and I want to say the guy's name was like Roger.
Here now we make.
I know
Roger Bannister.
Oh,
I think's his name.
Okay, I like that name.
I think that's his name. And it was in the 50s. Nobody had ever come close to running a 4 minute mile.
Yeah.
And it was like people thought this will never take place.
Right.
In our minds, we thought
this is Robert Bannister.
I want to say Roger Bannister.
Roger Bannister.
I wish your last name was Greg Bannister.
No, pretty good.
I could have this name completely wrong. And he wasn't a runner. Like, he wasn't like an Olympic athlete or anything like that. He was just a guy that said, I'm going to go out. People don't believe this. I'm going to go train. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to run a 4 minute mile.
Right.
Or whatever the time was. Well, then he goes and does it. And people are amazed. And then a lot of people started doing it. Not a lot, but there were it was such a time frame from he broke this record to get it to this point. And then the minute he did, everybody's mind shifted where if he can do it, then I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it started happening. And that's why you have now thousands of people that have done it versus this guy.
Thing.
But there was such a long time period. It was a mental thing, Greg.
They're like, ain't no sense in trying that.
Now, I don't think that I could
Humans
do
are not.
I don't think I could do it.
No.
Not at my age. And
I couldn't have done it no matter what age
so.
was.
I don't even know. I don't know what I could do a mile in, like in it's quick. I don't know how quick I could do a mile.
No, mine's not very quick.
I always feel like if I can do it under 10 minutes, I've done something.
That's my goal.
Right.
Well, I can fall between 8 and 10.
If I do 8, I've had an unbelievable day.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah.
Look, we have gotten to the age where that's kind of how we think. We're not the youngsters of I'm gonna run this. Now it's just like if I can run 8.5, but I'm gonna tell you I've made it. But get me below 10, I'm all right.
Oh yeah, I consider it a success. If I say
of course.
Like the time's running down on me, so I kick it in high gear on the treadmill, so I can beat it in 10.
Yeah, and you in the crap run, you showed out last year.
No,
huh?
I'm gonna look up Roger Bannister.
What?
No,
I think I heard that.
I thought I should have done better.
Really?
Yeah.
But wasn't it a PR though for you?
It was, but my goodness,
Well, but I mean, see, you can't even enjoy that.
No,
something's wrong with you.
I wanted it to be faster than that.
I got it. I understand. So that's a goal for this year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm behind on my training.
Roger Bannister was an English neurologist and middle distance athlete who ran the first sub 4-minute mile.
How about that?
Wow.
Okay.
You were right, Roger. You had the name right and everything.
Do you know how I think this story comes to mind? Y'all gonna laugh at this.
Hey, Adler.
You know the show on HBO or I don't know if it's Showtime, HBO, whatever, Max, whatever they're doing now.
Watching nasty stuff.
But it's
again.
it's that Lakers thing.
Oh yeah,
the Lakers show. Who's the actor in it we all like? You love this guy, Greg. He played
John C. Reilly.
Yes, John C. Reilly
Greg.
plays the owner of the Lakers, and
yes,
he tells this story
okay.
as a motivation kind of thing about how he's taking over. Doing the team and doing some things with the team as one of the episodes open. That's the only reason I knew that.
Make fun of that.
Okay, that's where you got it.
That's where
my
I got
next question
that.
is,
Yeah.
what made you research
No,
who was the first 4
I didn't. I was watching a show, and it was a really good opening of the show in talking about this.
Well, that was one of the milder things his character said.
So much so that I thought I would like to show this to my team. That's how I thought because of the mind thing that you're talking about.
No, you're right.
Isn't it funny how
He
things
told you
come
to calm
together?
down.
Like I didn't even know who Roger Bannister was, and I had to watch a show that was depicting the Lakers.
Yeah, it didn't really have nothing to do with Roger.
Nothing to do with
I
Roger
like
Bannister.
obscure stuff like that, though. You know how I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'll question it, but
Just the way you are, buddy.
It probably wouldn't say it exactly like they said, but
He told it a lot better than I did.
Roger
Yeah,
basically
I
ran
got
it
it.
about 4.5, but it was close enough.
I understand.
I was sub 4.
And we throw in the fact that he wasn't an athlete.
Well, he was an athlete, but back then they did you did multiple things. Like he was a English neurologist, and then that.
Yeah. That's something.
Probably went to war at some point too.
I'm sure he did.
It is insane though
And
to
he could
see
get shot because he ran too far.
to see the elite of the elite marathon runners and all this kind of
I don't know
stuff.
how they do it.
Where I don't either. And you think, okay, look, because the camera's up front, there's a motorcycle, and the cameraman, and it just looks like they're running.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they show the side view and how fast everything beside them.
I know.
And it's like they're sprinting. Like if we got out right now and you and I started digging across the parking lot, we couldn't keep up with them, and they do that for the whole marathon.
Yeah, yeah. This thing they're sitting there, when I get to mile 20, I'm going to kick it up a little, even though I've been running 20 miles up to this point. What are you thinking?
I don't know. That's insane.
I tell you, them Kenyans can go.
Here we go.
They can.
Yeah,
My
I know.
goodness.
I know they can. They can.
I mean, they don't even get out of breath.
No. They're phenoms, is what
ridiculous.
they are.
I think that was
really
another
are.
thing about Roger Bannister. He
Was he from Kenya?
He was lily white.
Oh.
And it looked about as unathletic as you could be. And that's another reason why it caught everybody off guard.
That Roger. That son of a gun.
Y'all didn't know you was going to get some Roger
know it.
Bannister.
There's a lot of
And
stuff
Roger,
I didn't know.
I wonder
Historical
if his
facts.
weenus, how it was.
Greg.
Guys, there's people that just joined us, and they're like, what did Greg just
That's
say?
your skin on your elbow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We start this hour. There it is, with the national anthem. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Woke up to a text from a friend that says, you got to bring Bubba in with My City Was Gone by the Pretenders. And I said, done. There it is, Chrissy Hine, the Pretenders, the theme music for the Rush Limbaugh program for 32 years.
How about we got the news yesterday, right after we got off the air, that Rush had passed. We knew it was coming, but it was still hard news to hear.
Yep, it was.
Yep.
Well, because just such an icon of the industry. I mean, we'll take the political views out of it. We'll talk about that today because you can't ignore that because he did a show that was about politics. Mainly, he came onto the scene when there was no voice for true conservatism. It didn't exist. It wasn't out there. And he created an entire genre of radio that did not exist prior to him.
Yeah.
Now, you think about that. No matter what field you're in, if you are an icon that created a genre of radio, now, because there's been attempts to copy him everywhere, and just about everybody who can somewhat do it has been pretty successful because it was such a desired medium, and
there was a need for it. Yeah.
Now I will tell you, no one, the original is the original, and I know we throw this term around, but in our industry and in the genre that he created, he is irreplaceable.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
He's the Michael Jordan of what he does.
Yeah,
he's the GOAT of that industry. No one does it better than him. There's people that have been successful, but no one could do it the way he did. He won't be replaced.
I will never forget, we were at First Baptist Church in Jacksonville and running sound, and friend of the show, Mark Norman, who was the original TV producer for Rick and Bubba, he said, "Hey, have you heard Rush Limbaugh?" And I said, "No, who is that?" And he starts doing his hands like this. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it. You got to hear this guy. It's so different, but it's right up your alley. I know you're going to love this. And I thought, I'll give it a listen. And it wasn't on in our area at the time, but I guess it was maybe the next Monday or Tuesday. I had to come to Birmingham, and as I was riding over, I remembered that, and I flipped it over to the station that he was on, and the very first thing I heard was a Barney Franks update. And I pulled off the interstate and started trying to find a number, because at the time I was running a station, to try to get him on. And, there was a few callbacks here and there and misses, and by the time I got to him, somebody else in our area had already signed a deal with him. But it was so different, because the only talk radio that I had heard at that time was on at night.
Yep.
Larry King had a show on, and Bruce, what was his name?
TalkNet.
Bruce.
This is Bruce Williams.
Bruce Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good, Rick.
And it was
Tom
dry. Tom Snyder may have had a show too at that time, but it was dry. It was like a chip. It was so dry.
Very dry.
And they didn't cover topics that I really was interested in. It wasn't entertaining. And when you first heard Rush, you could not turn it off. You thought, I cannot turn this off. I'm going to miss something.
Well,
and he said politically the things that I thought in my heart and the things I believed in. And I couldn't believe that someone was finally standing up and saying it, because prior to him, we had Ronald Reagan, and we had, but before that, there really wasn't anyone who, or maybe I just didn't know it because I was so young, who said what it was to be a conservative, to say that I love God, family, country, and it's okay to be that way.
Yeah,
and we're blessed to be here where we are.
Yeah, I think you and I were too young. I think Barry Goldwater, is his name?
Well, William Buckley was one that Rush even quoted a lot of times.
Yeah.
But I'd heard Buckley before, and he was kind of dry too.
Dry.
The points were there, but the entertainment value was not.
No, and you're right, and that's what made Rush kind of this perfect storm. He was saying that, I think you're 100% right. His audience grew because there were people saying, is somebody talking like we talk?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. A brand new hour has started. We sure are thankful that you're here. We got a lot to cover on today's program. Start it with the national anthem. Here we go, 7.5 minutes past. Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour on a brand new day. The Golden Ticket Seat guests will be here today, Friday edition. We look forward to meeting them. What do you see? The cult of personality. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat on the program today. We'll update you on all things going on since the last time we were together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler settles in. However you get the program, whether it be live or archived, we're glad you're here on all of our options. So Bill Bubba Bussy is the kickoff hour. Did y'all let him know? Did y'all tell him anything?
No,
All right,
I
so
wasn't sure.
So Bill Bubba Bussy, we had active weather come through many of your markets out there. I mean, we had some that it's interesting to watch people and I appreciate your hearts out there, by the way. Y'all check on us, and we need to be checked on, and that's kind of you to do that. But it is interesting. You can tell people in other parts of the world, like I told you at the time that I was in, and Greg, will you ring the bell for Bubba? That I was in Ireland, and I was talking to a man and a woman that lived out on an island off the mainland of Ireland, where if the only way you could be on that island is if you were born there, or you married into the families that live there. They're sheep farmers, and they do the wool and all that. And so that was the time that the woman behind the counter said to Sherry and me, "Could you say something for us?" and we were looking at Tom Doran, who was our guide, and Sherry, he said they want to hear y'all's accent.
Oh.
And so I said, "Well, yeah, sure. What do you want us to say?" "Where is it that you come from? Do you come from the place of the cowboys and the Indians?" And I was like, and I looked at Doran, he says, "They think y'all from Texas. They watch Westerns here, and they think all Americans are cowboys." And I said, no, we're from Alabama." "You're from the United States, are you?"
It sounds like Conor McGregor was there.
It was, and
Yeah.
I said, yes, ma'am, and yes, sir. And this is what they said next. "Do you know the Williamsons?"
And I said, I'm sorry.
What?
They were in here the other day. They're from Oklahoma. Do you know them? And I was like, no, ma'am. It's Oklahoma, long way.
hadn't met.
Because think of it, their whole country's as big as Alabama.
Yeah.
You know, that's about the size.
300 million people.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought about that because we had people checking on us even before yesterday, asking if we were okay because of the weather that came through Huntsville.
Right.
And these are people in
we're good ways from
in other markets. I'm like, no, we're 2 hours. But,
Right.
So anyway, but last night weather hit a bunch of markets, and unfortunately for all of us out there, and all of us and you, Bill Bubba Bussey has a tree across his driveway, and he can't get out, and he does not.
Trapped, right?
And you know, Bubba will be beating himself up today that he's in a place where he does not have a chainsaw. That is so unlike Bubba.
It is.
Not to have everywhere Bubba goes. Usually, it is fully. I mean, everything is there.
Yeah.
No matter where he is, whether he's at the lake, whether he's at his main house,
Right.
he's going to have all of them. I mean, they are going to
prepared normally.
completely ready to go. So he does not have that. That's because you remember the tornado and they had to redo the house.
Just
So
not getting everything
he
back.
probably doesn't have all his supplies there like he should. Like he will. So, and then he can't get anybody to come help him because there was still weather down there, so none of the crews will come out. So Bubba will be here at some point, but we don't know. And, of course, he's enjoyed us having, fun at his expense.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the good comments this morning were funny. And I put the one in, if a tree falls at Bubba's lake house and no one there's to hear it, does it make a sound?
Yeah. Right. That's good.
Thank goodness you have my Patriot Supply.
That's funny.
That's how everybody here really takes care of you.
Yeah.
So a lot of updates today. So we do have a lot to talk about. So there's Bubba's update. By the way, James Gregory has died. We know that as the kickoff hour told you. We don't feel so good ourselves. We'll tell you. We'll remember James Gregory today because so many moments on the show. Funny hearing Helms talk about hearing him for the first time, and then all of a sudden he's on this show and he gets to see him all the time. And so we'll talk about that. Mom, Greg, did you update everybody on the mom? Mom's made big steps forward yesterday. Praise God for that. Now we're not home yet, and what I mean by that, we're still in the hospital. We don't know how much longer she'll be there, but Mom knows who we all are. She needs to be eating more, and she's real difficult to deal with. Difficult to deal with. Really hard-headed, and so she has gotten up and walked around, and they're doing some therapy there. Set up in a chair, is kind of be able to get in and out of the bed on her own, and so we still have a long way to go. But they did rule out a tumor, which praise God for that. They ruled out a stroke, praise God for that. And they now think it was seizures. And then now the source of the seizures, no one really knows, other than sometimes the doctors say in the aging process, this is one of those wonderful gifts you get if you live long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And she did tell, she wanted me to pass this on to you, Rick. If you're going by there later on and Greg's coming too, she wants you to bring her sunglasses because she's afraid she's going to get seizures by having to look at this shirt all day.
Yeah,
guys, I wore the
so
shirt
bright.
the other week. Y'all have used all the jokes. So
No,
not this one.
That was a new
not
one.
that one.
Not
No,
Mom's
not that
seizures.
one.
Mom's seizures is brand new.
We're allowed to
Brand
do
new.
this.
But that's pretty good.
Hey,
Seizures?
hey,
That's a pretty good one.
Bad. It's just
It's insensitive a little bit, but it's great.
I mean, listen.
You're right.
Hey, if
It's the
you're going
last-
to dish it out,
last
you
year of
got to
the show,
take
Rick.
it.
Right.
You got to put it all out there.
about it, but guys, I mean,
Hey,
you gonna talk about shirt every time I wear
did somebody squeeze you tight and you made light glowworm?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so
He wants
That's
us.
good.
Here's what he said. He wants us to up. He wants upgraded jokes.
well, there's two.
I agree. I thought so
But
too.
I wouldn't even say
Glowworm and seizures, those both are new.
Yeah, and I asked if anybody asked him for help getting out of the parking deck.
Yeah, say
this
that
morning.
one is too old.
I haven't used
Anything
that.
to do with traffic is off the
And
table.
I-
No,
and
it's
I
not.
thought-
You can't.
Anything to
Let
do
me
with
just tell
traffic's
you
off
something.
the table. It's
You
been
can't
used every way it can be
You
used.
can't dictate what we say.
Yes,
And
I
I
can.
said-
I
You
can grade it.
No,
By the
I've
way,
noticed
yeah.
he doesn't like it when I do it because Gene Hallman and Regent's Tradition was new and he didn't like that.
I know.
Yeah. Of course, I chose this shirt today, so I better
Yeah, I was
stand
going
down.
to say, you might want to back up.
I
there.
better stand down.
Sweetheart.
I better stand
Say
down.
that.
But
Here we
by,
go.
but by the way, Greg, how about this? Greg, listen. But if anybody here needs appetizers at Bahama Breeze, I'll get them.
Go ahead.
But anyway, so does that restaurant still exist? We lost ours here. Remember Bahama Breeze?
I do.
I
Yeah,
thought that
yeah.
was like cologne.
I think it was.
No, there was a restaurant here. It was good too, by the way. Coconut shrimp, fantastic.
All kidding aside, Rick,
that does sound-
we're thankful your mom's getting.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
Yeah.
So
I did get us back on track. I mean, that's part of it.
Oh, him, Jack State. I've never seen anything with that on it. So here he goes. Why you dangerous?
Oh, that's fine. It's
And
fine.
he didn't sleep
It's
either.
fine.
That's good. Starting a new trend. I mean, he was the overnight guy at the hospital. Watch out.
Yeah, punchy.
Hey, make a fun of a D1 coach that actually has wearing his gear.
That's right. Yeah, but
well,
you're not at a match. You're here. He's dangerous.
Yeah,
He slept in a chair.
Yeah, heads up, everybody.
So anyway, so here's the thing: we still gotta get Mom home.
Mm-hmm.
She was living independently, so there's going to be some occupational therapy follow up, all that. But we're on the right track. So thank
Mm-hmm.
you for that, and we'll come back. I'll hit you with a few things that there's always updates from the hospital.
And I got to ask an uncomfortable hospital question.
Okay.
To you. I'm directing it to you.
Oh, goodness. This doesn't sound good.
Watch out. By the way, all of you out there, I'm as dangerous as I've ever been because the hospital tends to slow me down.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of time on my hands, so I can pretty much participate in anything now. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And they were so.
Is that my cousin on the radio?
Yeah. And they were so drawn to him. But then on the radio side of things, he was entertaining. He kept your attention. He was not some monotone.
Right.
Let me try to teach you about conservatism. He
Right.
did it in a fun way. He made difficult political things easy to understand.
Yeah.
He communicated why this worldview works and this worldview never has. And he just
almost like a lawyer in a courtroom.
Yeah. He just and then he had a great sense of humor.
Yeah. I think that's what separated him even now from some of the icons. It was his humor.
Yeah, I mean there needs to be a little more of that in some of the copycat shows that have tried to be Rush.
Right.
They don't seem to have the ability to have that lighter side, even on very important topics. We'll be back 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's funny, we were just asked about that drop. That liner you just heard coming out, that's Johnny Donovan, the longtime voice of the EIB network and Rush Limbaugh. That was cut for us in probably our most memorable Rush Limbaugh moment when we had the honor of doing the show in New York City from the EIB building in downtown New York City. Now, we were not allowed to actually broadcast the show from the golden microphone, but we were allowed by the engineer to go into the Rush Limbaugh area where he actually sat and did the show. And this is that picture. I put it out on Instagram and Twitter yesterday.
Well, we did a few segments in there.
Yeah, and so we were allowed to go into where the EIB. There's the golden microphone. There it is. And Bubba is doing Dippin' Dan, the character, in that golden microphone.
Yep.
In the EI. And Greg was with us because we also did an XFL game while we were there, which is why we were doing the show from there.
We did at Giant Stadium, cold.
Mm-hmm.
And then we spent the night, got up the next day, and then went to that building there and did the show.
Yeah, we did the show from there, and Johnny Donovan cut this for us.
Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you live from the EIB building in downtown New York City. Now, Rick and Bubba.
Johnny was a legend in New York radio to start with, and he was the voice guy for WABC.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, Rush being there, he did his stuff, too, at the time. And when we met him and he warmed up to us a little bit and did that for us, I thought that was one of the coolest things ever for him to do that. He didn't have to.
Well, Bubba and I, anytime, as you know, Greg, not all have gone well. Any time that we find ourselves around people that we admire in the industry or people that we think have done well in the industry, they're icons of the industry. And I think any field you're in, you want to watch and get to know the people who have done it well.
Yeah.
And so Bubba and I always have tried to find our way to get to meet them. And sometimes that's gone really well and sometimes not so well.
Well.
In this particular case, when Johnny Donovan finally says, by the way, I'm so comfortable with you now, I will go in my studio and cut that for you. And we can play it while we're doing the show from there. That was a big win.
Yeah.
We met the now deceased Kit Carson, the famous.
I remember that.
You remember him being in there?
I do.
That one we did real well with as far as our relationship with him. But then Bubba and I, we took a step that maybe we took it too quick. I don't know. But that's when Rush was having Hannity and people like that be guest hosts on his show.
Yeah.
Hannity was working his way up to where he is now. Rush gave him his platform.
Yeah. Him and Walter Williams was the two fill-in hosts I remember the most. I guess about that time.
And Sean came through Huntsville. That's that's the first time I ever heard Sean was when we were in Huntsville one day. So anyway, so we asked Kit Carson, and we thought we were in. You know how you think.
Well, Rick, here's the thing: the engineer that had set us up there and we had a little
to warm
studio.
up. He had to warm up to us,
and we'd ask about Rush's studio, and he's like, "Oh, you don't go in there. That's sacred territory." Okay. Well, he warmed up to us and said, "Hey, if y'all want to go in there and do a segment or two, I'll patch you in." Blah, 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 you know. Oh, we're like, oh yeah, and then Johnny warmed up to us, and so when Kit Carson came in, we talked to him, and I thought it was going well, and. We casually mentioned, hey, if you ever need another fill-in host, we're available. Never got that call.
Two things never happened, and I think it's what's bothering Bubba the most today is it. And I understand. I'm not making light of it. I understand. I think I had maybe moved on from it. I think Bubba was holding out hope that we were going to actually get to meet Rush before he passed.
21 minutes now, past the hour. All right, so working our way back, here's some things to kind of update you on, okay? Yesterday, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, Bubba and I did Letters from the Audience, episode 4. Also, we have surpassed last Thursday, and we forgot, last weekend was our 200th Rick and Bubba University. So 201 will be out this weekend, and it's Letters from the Audience. And hey, audience, great job. Y'all sent us some really, really good, fun conversations, some behind-the-scenes stuff that I think you'll enjoy. So catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. Of course, Speedy will be on the road tomorrow. It looks like a beautiful day, unlike yesterday and overnight. It will be a beautiful day in Sweet Home, Alabama. And if you're coming to see the Battle Hawks take on the Stallions, 6-0 takes on 5-1, A.J. McCarron returning to Birmingham to play the Stallions, Speedy will be there. Working the stadium into a frenzy.
He's called A.J. McCarron out.
Yes. Fix Mama's Mouth is the 3 finalists are done. For Mother's Day this weekend, go ahead and vote if you haven't voted on the mom you want to get the Fix Mama's Mouth dental makeover from Dr. Dudney. That's happening in contest button. A little bit of bad form here because Mother's Day hasn't passed yet, but I'm trying to give you a heads up as we've tried to elevate Father's Day to at least be equal to Mother's Day at themanchurch.com. We got signed copies of the latest devotional, Sin Always Matters. You can get those for Dad or for yourself if you don't do it for Father's Day, or the men on your list. If you'll go to themanchurch.com, just click on that link. That lets us know you want a signed copy, and we'll get that to you before Father's Day. So those are some things that are going on. So, Speedy, you had a question about us staying at the hospital?
Yeah, and it was just it's a tough question.
Anything
for
to do
you.
with my shirt?
Mm-hmm. No, it's a tough question for you, Rick. And I want you to be totally honest here.
Okay.
Is this going to Greg too, or just Rick?
Oh, just one right here.
Okay.
I know tonight is your night.
Is it my shirt?
To spend the night at the hospital. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? And just be honest here, because I know you want your mom to be better. But were you more interested in her being better and discharged, so you don't have to spend the night?
You choose this night for a reason? Is that what you're asking?
No, I know why he chose it, because he doesn't have the show the next morning, and that would be tough. But I just didn't know if you were more interested in not spending the night or her getting better.
Wow. That's a terrible question.
Well, I'm just
why
asking.
Can't they go hand in hand?
It's a very bad. It's a bad question. It's a fair question. But it's a bad question.
But like I said, I know you want your mom to get better.
I do.
That's a no doubter. But were you hoping that she's discharged more for you not spending the night tonight? Because I know that's on you. You've been talking about it. I know it's something that's on your mind.
Right.
Greg just got finished doing it, so look at him. And he says the food's pretty good. But you'll wander around the hospital hall,
it's
and
hard
it
there.
just feels weird when you're leaving.
It's
doesn't it,
hard
Greg?
there. But yeah, it's hard.
The middle
there.
of the day there is tough trying to get on the elevator. It's
Yeah.
really crowded.
Yeah, it is.
Once
Yeah.
them times it gets a little.
What are you most focused on today? The spending of the night.
I'm going to tell you exactly how it went with me
Okay.
emotionally.
That's what I'm looking for.
And I'm going to be transparent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all we asked for, Rick.
So the way we usually approach family emergencies, if it's not something that needs all of our attention right now, if it is a ongoing thing, our approach is of the 3 children, due to the commitments to this show and the role we all play here, is that Greg and Angie has a tougher time even than Greg because she's a school teacher, which is hard, and she has kids that are still living at home, and she's a single mom, is that Greg will usually say, I'll handle anything that may cause difficulty getting to the show, delay getting to the show, or not come to the show at all, even though it's important that he's here. What Rick does at the show suffers more because of running the board and doing the commercials and all that. So what I've done is everybody has been very kind to me and says, look, why don't you, the one night that we took her when we had the emergency, though, we all paid a price because that almost went into 24 hours. Nobody slept. But after that, it's like, stay here till bedtime, go home, you sleep there. One of us, either Sherry or Greg, will stay overnight at the hospital. And they've pretty much been our rotation there. So I said, well, look, I'm going to take that off y'all when the weekend gets here. I'll be the weekend guy.
Okay.
I want on the record that was committed to before I ever knew Mom's progress.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's true.
Did you ever in your
That's
mind,
true.
I have to
So-
ask this, if Speedy went this far with it, I'm going to take it another step. In your mind, when you said, I'll be the weekend guy, did you think, that'll never happen, she'll be home?
I did not then.
Okay.
Now I will go ahead.
That's valid.
Yeah,
but
that's valid.
I do agree with you at the time because the difference between
I committed before I knew her timeline.
Okay.
I need that on record.
and it wasn't looking good.
That's fair.
Okay.
And it wasn't looking.
This is real talk. This is what I need.
Yeah.
Now when
Well,
when I heard Mom has now not taken a baby step, she's taken a big step forward.
Right.
And they're thinking that she can go back to where she lives, do occupational therapy, and we may be going home. And I didn't say it. I think Sherry was the first person who said, and it may be Friday. The minute that was said,
This is it.
the minute that was said, I was like, I mean, I'd stay overnight.
That's it. That's what I want.
I get that, but
That's what I wanted.
Now that did happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'm
That's very
kind of
nice.
I'm kind of wallowing in that right now. I'm going to be I'll be militant, an advocate today of saying, hey, we need to get her home.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was
Because
wanting
at
to
least
know.
if you have to stay with her apartment, you're not sleeping in that stupid chair.
Yeah, the chair.
She's got a
That
guest
chair's
room.
rough.
She has a guest room with like a real bed.
Yeah.
I would get it to
What'd you go
recline,
with?
but it wouldn't stay. It would
Yeah.
come back up.
What'd
but
you
I
go
would
with last night? Is that what you went with?
The
That
recline.
setup? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you sleep good or did you sleep good?
It wasn't bad. Had a little thunder outside. I liked it.
Right. By the way, we did laugh yesterday that
terrible.
Mom's been, in emergency triage to ICU, and those are second floor and fifth floor. So just in time for tornado watch and severe thunderstorms, they move her to the 12th floor.
Yeah.
And I thought, all right, now we've gone up into the clouds.
Rick, we got a heck of a view for this.
But we're thankful for that.
Yo, right.
And
that
they
means things are improving.
Right, and that wonderful human beings that we're meeting at the hospital, really, really good people. And so if Mom needs to stay another day, I'll be the overnight guy tonight, and I hope she can get home because I know that's what she wants.
Sure.
And,
And you'll slightly benefit from
This
that.
is what I thought.
Speedy,
Your motivation.
Well, the motivation did change when I heard the part I felt the worst about, and I was actually staring out the window.
Okay.
I may not have spent that here, and I probably should have been staring out the window, thanking God for Mom's recovery.
Right.
And
that probably came.
And I did
Hand
do
in
that.
hand.
And I did that.
I just wanted to know what came
I did
first.
I did that a few hours ago.
Okay.
I've been really
That's
thankful.
right. That's right.
I've been really thankful.
Well, we know that. right.
Do I kind of hope that I don't end up sleeping in that godforsaken chair? Because I'm a quirky sleeper anyway.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
And so I won't sleep a wink.
No, you'll be up walking around.
I won't sleep. I will not sleep. I won't sleep 5 minutes. I can't because you look. If you remove me from my setup, I struggle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's tough.
Hey Rick, it's about your mom though.
It is.
And it's been a look, hospital life. Y'all have all done it.
Oh.
Loved one in the hospital. That's that hospital tired's a weird tired.
Yeah. Greg, well, last night, what time did you start getting hungry? And you're in
You
the
know,
room?
me and Rick one time we eat about
5:15,
something like
5:30.
That's it.
I was good.
Yeah.
That's why you've been tearing them peanuts up today.
No, I just eat them because they're there.
Oh,
Right.
They're gone now, though.
But you know, for a hospital, this place, the food's pretty
is.
good.
And a real good pizza.
Yeah, I thought you had a little attitude about what they had last night, but you got over it.
I did.
Yeah.
So you wait too late, you don't have a bigger choice.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because in the industry, we've met a lot of the icons. Even had our the door slammed in our face by some.
Yeah,
but
and that's just as good as me.
But we developed a friendship with Sean Hannity.
Mm-hmm.
We developed a friendship with Glenn Beck.
Right.
We developed a good relationship with Mark Levin. He had us on his show a few times. He's been on ours. But we just we never could get to meet Rush. And we really, and it's almost like, and I hate to say this, but you got to know your place in the world sometimes.
Yep.
So there's something called spatial displacement, which we have we have a generation of people that have it. And that is that I guess that, it's almost like, how sometimes you can meet a person and they're okay with you. I mean, you've made it with them, but they're not quite ready to take you to that next person you're trying to meet.
Yes.
And it's like they pick and choose who they'll take there. And
they don't want to burn one.
And you didn't get picked. It's like they have an account.
Yeah, I'm not taking them there.
There's only so many
I may
people.
need them later for somebody.
There's only so many people they can say, Rush, I want you to meet these guys or meet this guy or meet this person. And when you look over to Hannity's account, we weren't there. When you looked at Kit Carson's account, we weren't in it.
Mm-hmm.
Levin, it wasn't there. I don't know if Glenn Beck has ever had a relationship with Rush. I don't know, But anyway, we met people that all they had to do was escort us to him, and they never did.
It just didn't happen.
Well, I had that conversation.
We even had his own brother on the show. His brother didn't bring us in.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
You know that. That's one I thought.
Facts, right?
That's like
thought,
somebody getting to know you, and you wouldn't introduce me to them.
Oh, wow.
Rick, I really thought.
I did. Because I would actually feel pretty comfortable trying to bring about anybody to you.
Once I've met Greg, I'm in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Boy,
I
that
really
brings it
felt
home.
like
I'm good friends with Rick. Are you? Yeah, we can look at. Has he ever introduced you to Greg? He won't for some reason. Yeah.
Ollie North was
Oh, there's
friends
another
with him,
one. There's
and
another one.
I felt
Oh,
like
now
we
I'm
were
really
pretty
feeling
tight
bad.
with him.
Now I'm
and,
really feeling bad. We crossed a lot of bridges.
Yeah, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, I actually I had that conversation with Sean one time. I said, Sean, I really went full.
Did you do
court
you
press.
do serious business, everybody?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And said, look, we really want to meet him. And Sean said exactly what you were hearing people say about Rush now. He said, unbelievably nice guy, generous, doesn't want people to know what he's doing, but he helps a lot of people. But he is very guarded in his inner circle. He has to be, because there's people trying to get him all the time.
Exactly.
And he said it's a very tight circle and very hard to get in to him. And basically told me no hope. So, I appreciated his honesty with that. But
Which also means I vetted you guys out, and I just can't vouch for you to leave.
Y'all didn't make it.
I'm not that
true.
impressed with
Yeah.
it.
Y'all didn't make the cut.
Look, let's face it, we got a little bit of a reputation. We may get on there and blab.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
we
but
wouldn't be
y'all
able to hold that back.
But y'all do have that picture in the EIB studio.
That's
I
big.
was there for that. Saw it. If he would have been there that day,
Yeah, we'd have done it.
y'all probably
That was
had
a special day. That's how, actually Roger Lewis met him on that trip.
We sure
right.
did.
Yeah.
And pop icon from the 80s, Debbie Gibson.
Debbie Gibson.
Don't forget that.
As
Thank
weird
you
as
for
that
get-
was.
I knew you'd bring that up.
Roger Lewis could do the best imitation of Rush I ever heard.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I just wanted you to hear this theme song in your headphones as if you were able to be the guest host.
Can
on
I tell
EIB.
you, I don't feel worthy. I don't feel worthy of you playing that. I know. I do not feel worthy with that.
Well,
That-
you know
that was-
why? Because we weren't worthy.
We're celebrating Rush today, but it was. We knew this was coming.
I know,
but it's just when that day gets there, it's a toughie.
Well, and plus, there was always that holding out hope that we would get to meet him and tell him the impact he had on the industry, and now,
or just us personally, and what we do, and it was a time too when he came along that we needed that voice, because I think when you believe like we believe and like many of you believe, we didn't have that voice out there that was uniting us, and it was such a breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm. The first time I heard him say that he was doing the show
with half his brain tied behind his back to make it fair.
That's funny.
Gosh, that was so good.
And he caught some grief for the, when he would say talent on loan from God. But he really was saying something more profound than what people understood he was saying, because all of our talent does come from God.
That's right. And then when syndication started, when he wanted to leave New York and he said, I'm tired of paying the taxes here, and with all this technology, I really don't have to be here. And he also uttered the great phrase, as long as I'm here, it really doesn't matter where here is.
Right.
And that's when he moved that operation to it. And just he created that whole genre.
That's fair. All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you guys for being with us today. I do want to point you to Tax Network USA. TNUSA.com/Bubba. Why are you pointing us there? Oh, I know you. Look, if you're out there and the IRS is after you, that feels great, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel good? Knowing now that the government is on record that they will use agencies to go after us. Anything we give them, they will use it and abuse it. So if you're receiving threatening letters, have you not filed? You late, miss it? All right. Tax Network USA, brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. So they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So why don't you find out if you qualify before it's too late? Never, ever, under any circumstance, hear me now, children, never call the IRS alone. You do not want to do that. Let the attorneys at tnusa.com/Bubba handle it, because they're the pros. Now, they have a preferred direct line to the IRS. Do you love that heads up when somebody says, hey, you don't want to deal with them? Like, hey. Easy. I remember taking a driver's test. You remember that? Go at this time. That person's a lot more lenient. Yep. They know which ones to deal with, which ones to avoid. So they've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts, and they offer a best-in-class guarantee. So schedule your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Now, yes, we have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba is not here. We think he'll get here before the show is done, but he
got a tree down.
Rick, you shouldn't have done that. He's what, hour and 20 minutes from here?
I think so. I don't know what it looks like traffic-wise at this time of day. When he comes in early before the show, it's an hour and some change.
Right. Yeah. So,
but I don't know how that. Yeah, he's gonna get into traffic at some point.
All right, so a couple things. One thing, I'll finish hospital life at the hospital, and thank goodness Mom is getting better. Thank you so much, all of you, for your prayers. You are so wonderful to us. So when Mom, Dad went on in back in December, and Mom is still living independently, but Mom is aging. You do this whole process where your kids get power of attorney to make decisions on your behalf and all that, and so Mom really wanted to get that done. And so with me being the oldest, then I'm power of attorney, and then it goes to Greg, and then it goes to our sister. Now, for some reason, my mom has said they were all the same, but legally that's not possible. I think she says that so our sister won't be mad.
Oh,
have you picked up?
Isn't a bad thought.
By the way, have you picked up on that?
Yeah.
My sister kept saying that, and I just looked like that's not even possible. They don't make three people power, but they do if this one can't do it, this one. But
she can hear you now.
So no, it's a bone of contention between my sister and me, and Greg doesn't care, but he now knows it bothers Angie, so he's helping me.
Yeah, just to have fun.
So the running joke, and it's infuriating my sister, is that I will walk in and I'll say, hey, primary contact's here. And
you say that?
And my sister will just sit there and she'll frown. Mom, don't worry, I'm here. And look, and it is driving her crazy. So I exaggerated it just to infuriate her. Well, now they're contacting us about
Mom, when she goes home, she's still going to have occupational therapy. And I've heard great news about this. If Mom will do what they say, she could get to be even a better quality of life than she had prior, because she was obviously having some kind of problem. She told us she was.
Yeah.
And maybe this is it. We sure hope.
Right.
Her pacemaker was off, so the company got there and solved it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then now they know that she was having seizures. You know, that I think that may explain the combination of those, whatever. How she said, she would tell us all the time, I know y'all are getting tired of hearing me say this, but I don't feel right.
Yeah, she feels off.
Yeah, so now maybe she can get back to even more clarity and actually have even more. That's our prayer.
That's right.
So my sister says, hey, I got a call at work. She's a teacher from Mom's social worker, and I said, they shouldn't be calling you. You're not primary contact.
Oh, really?
Look, and she goes, what? I said, tell them to call primary contact. And so anyway, so then I get a call
what is wrong with you?
From a different organization, but it's the organization the social worker was going to put in touch with us anyway. So with my sister there, I began to act like I'm telling them, and the woman finally started laughing. I said, hey, be sure y'all are contacting the primary contact. And my sister starts looking at me like that. What are you doing? I said, I just want to be sure they're not contacting you. You're actually third. and look, and so the woman on the line even started going, huh? And I said, I'm just messing around. And she started laughing like that. And I said, so just if you would, guys, and I would say this out loud in the room, be sure that, and then Mom's even looking around. I said, be sure. And so then on the board in Mom's room, they have it's digital. It's digital. It's really cool. You know, this hospital is one of the newer ones we have in Birmingham. It's not as big as the others, but it's newer. And so up on the board, and I was so thankful that Angie got to see it before she left. It lists everything about Mom, and up above it has primary care / coach.
Oh.
Rick Burgess with her, and I said, "Oh, thank goodness they got me up there." But I said, "Ange, look."
Why does it say coach?
I don't know. I said, Ange, look. I said, primary care. I said, primary contact. I said, let me know. I'll let y'all know what's going on since I'm primary. and it is driving her crazy. And so.
How you feel about it, Greg?
Oh, he didn't care.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't care at all.
Yeah. How about this? Here's what you care.
I'd rather not.
Yeah. Right.
That's what I was looking for.
Seriously, you know?
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. Deep down, I'm thinking to myself, why don't we have an older sister?
Yeah.
But the fact that it's
stuff like that, don't bother me at all.
No, my thing is that it annoys my sister, and it makes Mom. She doesn't want me to annoy my sister about it, and she keeps reassuring my sister that's just how you have to do it, honey. And everybody's the same. I said, I don't know about that. Check the paperwork. and
we'll read the bylaws.
And it's like I've been given a gift because it is driving our sister. And here I am all these years later, and we're just harassing her again.
That's it.
And she keeps telling
just
people
a grown-up version.
She goes, what do you think it was like for me growing up with these two? And even
especially Greg.
And even the nurses are looking at her going, bless your heart.
Yeah, we was in there the other day with her. Remember, all three of us were in there for a good while. Boy, it was on.
And if I can
making fun of each
if
other.
I can catch my sister trying to make plans, I'll ease over. Hey, hang on just a second. Primary needs to know this. and let me be sure I'm okay with this. And my sister, it is just, and she'll say, I need to get home to him. I said, go on, primary's here.
Yeah, I got it. It's covered.
and it is.
If not, if you don't know, look at the reader board.
Look, when the social worker called my sister, what's going on there? You're not primary. and I acted like I was correcting the agency that they need to get back to primary. God, did you see her? It was making her so mad. So another thing that I've noticed yesterday, because look, all of us are very, very, very busy people. I mean, we are. We all got a lot going on, whether it involves the job, there's just a lot going on. And I like to be active. I like to be busy. I like to be doing things. And so when you live hospital life, there's a lot of times you're just sitting around for hours on end. And you're just being with
you are.
You're just being with the person you love, and sometimes they're asleep, sometimes they're awake. For a long time, before Mom had the big step forward, there was no conversation with her at all, and so you're just you're interacting with doctors and nurses, and so you're kind of bored. I mean, there's and so that's when I'm dangerous. So I've noticed yesterday that, and we should have called this. We've always had fun at the way
football fans act about their teams and their coaches and all this. Well, the Sabanites are another level. You know, Nick Saban is, I mean, he is rightfully so. It's rabid college football fans, then it's rabid football Alabama fans, and it's their most successful coach ever. Okay, so when we come back, we never really thought about this. This is just where I come from. I don't think, we said, I think Saban gets sick and tired of these conversations that are the exact same every time. So I try to cut up a little bit. Didn't realize Bama fans are not crazy about that.
Really?
They didn't want you cutting
How
up?
about this, Saban?
Well, they think you didn't take him serious.
First of all, he's retired.
Right. Saban fans, let me be clear. I want to make sure I'm getting the category right. Saban fans who don't know about this show. But because Saban gets interviewed by anybody, they all follow everything he does. If Saban's mentioned, they get it.
So they saw the post that Adler put together,
and some of them did not like me cutting up.
Oh,
really? They probably need to start with getting a life.
Now I will say
that's their forefront.
Listen to this, Adler. You're involved in this, by the way. So
a little instigator, a little Auburn alum.
So here's what's funny.
People.
So I was sitting around with nothing to do, so I actually started having fun with them.
Oh, really?
And I'll tell you what one of our true fans thought about it, and I'm actually acting like he's right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We do, which makes radio such a great medium. The whole EIB network, and obviously he was just in the studio in the building that all the studios were, but he claimed the whole building was their organization.
Right.
And I heard Levin talking yesterday where he claimed that he had this team of constitutional lawyers, and Levin said it was just me. He said, and I would text him stuff like that. And then finally he said he wanted to meet me, and do
you remember you'd go to New York and you'd tell the cab driver, carry me to the EIB building? They would look at you like, what? You mean Madison Square Garden? Is that what you mean?
What are you talking about? WABC?
It's on top of Madison Square Garden, that one.
But then he did put his own deal together in Florida, which we never got to go see it. But I'm sure that was a cool setup. But I think I said one of the things on the political side of things. I think it's almost gracious that Rush Limbaugh doesn't have to watch us go into a full-blown socialistic country. Because I will say this, and I told you guys this, I sent y'all this in the text. There's something that is appropriate about the earthly death of Rush Limbaugh, because honestly, the type of pure conservatism that he so eloquently and perfectly communicated doesn't exist anymore.
Right. With
either political party.
Right.
That no one, our country has said to Rush Limbaugh's worldview, no thank you. We are not going to listen to that, and it doesn't exist anymore. So the conservatism he talked about, and I'm talking about Republicans, they don't really embrace it either. Individual people may. I'm just talking about the macro look at politics in Washington, the kind of conservatism, because some of you call, hey, I'm a conservative, but you're really not. When you look at the tenets of true conservatism, you're really not, because you believe in big government over here, and you believe in deficits over here, and you believe in taxation at this level, and you say you're conservative. What you really mean is you're just not a Democrat. but that doesn't mean you're conservative. It just means you're not as far left as they are, but you're not a conservative. The kind of conservatism that Rush Limbaugh talked about does not exist anymore.
One of my favorite things that he would do is when he would explain something to the folks listening in Rio Lincoln.
Yes.
Gosh, that owns me every time that he would do that.
He had so many reoccurring things that were so funny. And like I say, kind of like what we've done at a lower degree, he had his own language. I mean, he developed his own words, his own stuff that he talked about. And as far as just, when you think about if you're the person that created, like we said earlier, a genre of radio, and all these people that stand on the back of Rush Limbaugh, he was the one that got out there and said, I really believe there's an audience for this. He also went out there and grabbed a bizarre time slot middays.
Yeah.
I mean, and he did that because there wasn't anything going on middays. And when, like you talked about the first time you heard Rush Limbaugh, I remember exactly where I was. And unfortunately, now I know it was the station that beat you to the punch to get him on the air. Yeah. It was one of the local AM stations, and AM radio was all but dead because AM radio could not compete with FM playing music. Just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And on AM stations, you had, which I actually hosted one of these top shows, you had the local homespun 2-hour mid-morning talk show, but that was live commercials and recipes and here's what's happening. You know, this is why they're digging this ditch over here, and it was all local, and it was just kind of a swap shop / talk thing, and it was a local talk show. And then you had music. You had Paul Harvey, rest of the story, and Paul Harvey news and commentary. And then at night, Bubba mentioned that you had the Bruce Williams, the Tom Snyders, and some of those people.
This is TalkNet.
So we had never heard anything like this. Yeah. And AM radio was dying, and he single-handedly saved AM radio. Now, I know he's on all FM and stuff like that now, but he single-handedly saved. At one time, he was nothing but AM stations. And what he did is he went to the AM stations and said, hey, I know you're dying. I think I can bring you an audience. And then he's like, you do anything from 11 to 2 Central? And, of course, they're all like, well, no, other than dying a horrible death.
Right.
And so he put himself in a place that was available, and he said, as long as I do the show well, I'll draw people to wherever you put me. And he found he was the voice for some people that didn't have a voice. And I remember I was on Quintard Avenue, you know, the part that has the statues and the and the trees.
Nine minutes to the top. We have word that Bubba is en route. So golden ticket seat, yes, good news. If you're making your way here, he ought to be here about the same time you're here. Maybe a little after, but not much, based on traffic. And I'm going to table James Gregory tribute till Bubba gets here because I know he wants to be part of that. So we'll just wait now that we know that he's en route. All right, so but we do know that he passed, and we will talk more in depth about that when Bubba gets here. All right, so the Sabanites. Mm-hmm. You know, you didn't. You know, Adler and I were discussing, and honestly, it's no more than Adler's job is get things out there, things that we think people will get fired up about, and he and I both agreed, and I think we all do. Of all the people that we interviewed on location, no one has a bigger following than Saban. Mm-mm. So lead with the Saban. It's only 5 minutes. That ought to that'll start trending. Then to start throwing the others out after that. Right. So there was some strategy there too, but I didn't take into account that there's people that will see me goofing around with the greatest football coach of all time, Bubba playing, doing something that is always dangerous, leaving me alone, especially with things that you have to really be careful with, because I'll break something. I'm not over. And so I think that Saban likes to cut up. He has a weird way of showing it sometimes. And a lot of people that were saying they didn't like it being lighthearted. They didn't get it, which is fine. So
you can't be lighthearted with Coach Saban.
Not with the time.
To me, I would rather see him in that.
Who's this?
Well, you have a life. Greg.
We've seen him in the other way. I mean,
so anyway,
there's plenty of footage of that.
So right. I was sitting there sitting around hours on end waiting on stuff, and I was like, this is funny, and so I thought I'm gonna start engaging some of this and cut up with them as well. Just it was entertaining myself, and so and it was so funny, the people who are veterans of the show, their reaction to it. And so this one guy started off, I don't know who this guy is. He thinks he's so cool. Who's this idiot?
Thinks he's so cool.
Yeah, and so then I pop in, I say, by the way, and I know I don't turn 60 to October, but 59 is not as funny. I said, let me tell you something. You'll never meet a cooler 60-year-old than me. I said, I'm as cool as it comes. And
especially today with that
shirt. Funny. Yeah. And he goes, I'll have to disagree. I said,
You're watching an interview. I'm doing the interview. I'm by far cooler than you.
Oh, on that alone?
Just on that one alone. And then he just gets all infuriated and and
What's so?
and so all this.
I don't understand what they're so.
My favorite, and I love when these happen. And look, I can do it too. We're the worst with the English language there is and words.
Yeah.
But on this time I had the upper hand because for once we didn't do it. Well, who's this inbred? And he spelled it END. BRED, and I come back and I said, by the way, I think you mean inbred, genius. I said one of these is actually the crust only ends of a loaf of bread. The other one, is of course what I think you were looking for. Same either way. I said no. One is actually delicious. One is delicious.
So you're engaging.
I'm having a blast,
but you're bored.
Yeah, so here's what
in the hospital.
Here's what you're gonna love, Adler. All of a sudden, a listener that is in the loop comes on and says, "This has to be Adler," using Rick's account. There's no way Rick is doing this. Adler must be the person who comments on behalf of Rick on this YouTube channel. So now today I've said, by the way, this is Adler, and I'm having a blast.
I thought it was you.
But no, you don't think about that. When you get into this world of somebody like Saban, well, now there's all these Sabanites. Now, first of all, I want you to think about your life.
I have no idea what they're negative about.
You're so engrossed in like a football coach that everything they're on, you get an alert so you can go watch it again.
Yeah.
You almost have to kind of check yourself a little bit there. Hey, he's a great coach, the best in college has ever had, in my opinion. I think a lot of people share that opinion.
Right.
You can't really argue against that. And he and I are fine. And if you'll catch every now, look, I'll tell you one thing, he don't like him trying to be funny. Yes, he did. Yeah, y'all don't get it.
People see what they want to see.
Yeah, and you also got to understand the setting too. I mean, you're not on the desk at ESPN game day or whatever. It was a relaxed golf tournament, and it was that way with all the interviews.
Oh no,
it's just what I'm saying though is that it's not like it was. I mean, it was very, very comfortable and just relaxed, and it was just. It was a great interview.
About Georgia.
Yeah. I don't.
You could tell he was relaxed too.
In all that, I don't need to be vindicated. I don't need to be reassured. I enjoyed, with these people. I know what really happened. I know what's going on. I know what we do.
Inbred.
But there's something beautiful about somebody trying to call you an inbred and they call you an endbred. There's just something beautiful about that.
That is.
You missed off your mark.
Adler, that was a great comeback.
Good job, Adler.
Yeah.
First of all, that was not me. Second of all, I could have made the video a lot different because of something that I did not include in the video that I posted online. And y'all might remember Saban wrapped up his interview. You remember what happened?
No.
All right, well, I'll show it then to y'all real quick. You ready?
I know what happened. I know what
Yes.
happened. Has to do with the headphones.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, I do know what happened.
Watch the headphones.
I do know what happened.
Coach Nick Saban. He's moving on to his next demand of his time today, and hope you have a great day, Coach.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that, Adler. Look, I'm looking the other way, so I didn't see it. He drags his headphones off. He gets hooked on his foot.
I did the same thing.
And so did I. In the early show, it was easy to do. But yeah, you're right.
I did it too, and I felt so much better after the goat did it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Couple of goats talking.
Yeah.
There were two very uncomfortable
Thank
moments
goodness
for me.
he didn't go head over.
That was one of them. I had to look the other way.
See, I
wanted
was
to act
looking the
like
other way. I
that
missed
it
it.
didn't happen. And the other was when the lady kept asking Greg to get the football signed.
Oh, that was terrible.
I wanted to
moving
dive
on
under the
his
table.
Next demand,
The only thing been
of
worse
his
has been
time
Bo
today,
Jackson.
And hope you have a great day, Coach.
Oh, wow, they really hit the ground.
What if he would have tripped? What if he would have failed?
It's not like
you'd have
him.
really got some nail then.
Wow. Yeah.
It's not like him to trip over there.
No, it's not.
And out of respect,
you can't see.
2018, that had never happened.
I'm going to tell y'all this. You ain't going to believe it. That's so good.
That's Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. Don't you email me.
Hey, inbred.
There was something that I would like to make fun of and pounce on, but not because it's Coach Saban and I respect him. I've actually let it go.
Do not.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I am.
You got these people. There's people out there that don't know this show.
But he's like the
they
only
hate
one I
this
would do
show,
that
and
for.
they don't want us ever interviewing their legend.
He's the only one that I'll give a pass.
I'm gonna say.
By the way, you're giving a pass to him. That shows this level of greatness right there.
That's growth, Greg. That's good, buddy.
Well,
Well,
took the greatest
mature.
coach of all time to pull it off.
He thinks he's untouchable, even on hacking. Yeah. So.
You barners.
No,
Bunch of barners in here.
But anyway, so that was fun. And
so
and
was
now,
that the last one? The inbred comment? Was that it?
I couldn't
You're
devote.
stupid inbred.
I couldn't. I was really kind of Xing out after telling the guy that I was cooler than him.
Rick, I'm still trying to zero in on what he thought you said that was so inappropriate. I don't get it.
But the inbred
Asked him
one, you know how you're turning away and you're almost done, and you're like say you're about to leave a reception, and then the band plays one more song. You're like, oh, I can't leave yet.
Oh yeah.
The inbred, I couldn't leave.
No.
I was like,
No,
well,
I gotta circle
and I
back
just
to
said,
that.
thank you, Lord, for a gift from heaven. I mean, we've got a guy trying to call me stupid, calling inbred bread. I said, I can't walk out of there with that one.
No.
I can't leave that song playing. No. Top of the hour. We'll be back. We got more to cover today. Your phone calls will be part of it, too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba's en route. He'll be here a little bit later. We'll do our James Gregory tribute then, and he and I will discuss James Gregory's earthly death. Mother's Day this weekend. Don't forget that. We'll be right back. It's top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's no fun to talk about life insurance, but it is important. And why is it important? Well, I'll tell you why. You have peace of mind knowing that your loved ones will be fine if by some horrible set of circumstances you go first. And let's face it, if you're like us and you're a dude and you're watching and listening to this, we're probably going first. So go ahead and make sure everybody that depends on you is taken care of, whether you're a man or a woman, because Ladder has made life insurance so simple. And that's all we care about. Y'all, all this other stuff, these chasing these rabbits on some of this whole life insurance stuff. You want to know this, term life insurance. If I die an earthly death before my loved ones, how much money am I leaving them? Let's make it simple. Now, with Ladder, and I get a lot of emails about this, so get the URL down, ladderlife.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. You just need a few minutes, a phone, a laptop to apply. Their smart algorithms will work in real time to find out if you're instantly approved. If it's $3 million in coverage or less, answer a few questions about your health in an application, and you're rolling. No doctors, no needles, no paperwork. Couldn't be simpler. Why don't you go now? Ladderlife.com/Bubba. LADDER life.com/Bubba.
I was almost to the Alabama Power Building at the red light before that, and I turned on an AM station, and I heard that my city was gone by the Pretenders, and I thought, well, that's a cool riff.
Catchy.
And then I heard him come on, and he starts saying all the phrases he would say. And I thought, what in the world is this? Yeah. And I'm talking about when I first discovered it, I went all in to where I had an appointment, and I was selling radio at the time, so I was able to get out in my car during that time. and I should have been making calls, and I was sitting there listening to him. I mean, he had me. Yeah. And then, of course, the way he did things began to influence the approach to radio. And not I was didn't do a political show. We do more political on the show as we got older, but even when I was doing the show by myself, I didn't really do politics, but I still was adapting to his style and the way he approached things, and definitely one of the influencers on even what we do.
I remember the first time I was at Madison Square Mall in Huntsville, Alabama, fresh off a shift at Parisians, working in the britches department, if you want to know.
That's hilarious.
And I heard him when I got in the car in Huntsville, and I went, well, what is this? And somebody had told me about him. That's why I searched him out, and I was hooked ever since.
Yeah, or even ever since. How about this?
What'd I say?
Every since. But look, we're all good. I mean, and that's why Russ didn't want to make it. So the Babylon Bee, and I know Speedy, I know the things that I've been able to bother Bubba with today. This is the thing. This is the thing where I can get to you because I know how much this bothers you. And the Babylon Bee made fun of it today. The party of love and progress rejoices over death of political opponent. Some of the horrible things
it's awful.
That the left is saying. Of course,
some of the hashtags that are trending on social media.
Oh my goodness!
It's just I can't
believe
it.
Some nice people out there.
But remember, this is the party. To Babylon B's point, that says you know, they wear their little bumper sticker, "Mean people suck," you know, and all that. And they'll cancel you for what they consider you being mean.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the most vicious, vile people if you oppose them or you have fun at their expense.
Mm-hmm.
And your earthly death, they won't even pause 10 minutes for people to mourn before they're glad you lived long enough to get cancer. The world's a better place now that you're dead.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm really not just scratching.
It's awful.
I'm really scratching.
It's vile. Some of the things that's being said.
So anyway, but remember, this is the party of can't we all just get along? Can't we all just agree to disagree? And hey, the arena helms of all ideas.
See,
and people
Rick,
should be able to voice
I was
their
just
point of
raised
view.
different
Hey,
than
but
that,
you should be able to be whoever you want to be, except for, of course, a conservative talk show.
Yeah.
You can't be that.
You know, even when people that I disagree with, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, was out, I'm glad she's not there to influence policy. But I don't wish those kind of ill will things on somebody like that. I'm just raised different than that.
It's called decency. We'll be back. Your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl is there, and we'll hear from you as we remember Rush Limbaugh today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Penny out of the great state of Mississippi. She'll get the troll started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Jenny, go right ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I just wanted to tell you that I am 55 and I have two older brothers, and they both texted me, and then I called them. They both cried yesterday about Rush. You know, my big brothers, and they were so upset. And I just thought,
Yeah, well, that's that connection. We've talked about this medium.
Yeah.
You know, Rush even had a little run on TV, and he came back and he said, you know, it just is not the medium that I enjoy. There's a personal connection. I heard somebody say this earlier. It might have been Ducey on Fox and Friends. He said the thing about radio is there's many times in radio you're out on the road, you're having to travel somewhere, you're in the automobile by yourself, and then you're spending time with whoever that is you're listening to on the radio, and you spend a lot of time together.
Yep.
And there's a connection there, so that's what you saw in your brothers, especially with someone who, you know, he had that loyalty in his.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The Big Boy Studio out here on the bleeding edge from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Bubba is making his way here. The storms that came through Bama and other states overnight, some of you may be getting them today. It put a tree over his driveway, so it took some time to get that handled. And he was at the lake, so he's over an hour away. But he's working his way here. So golden ticket seats, you will see Bubba today. So that's coming up. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. So looking ahead, I told you Speedy with the Stallions and the Battlehawks coming up tomorrow in Birmingham, Alabama. That's at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If you go to themanchurch.com, number one, you'll see the opportunity to get a signed copy, limited time, of Sin Always Matters, the new 31-day devotional. Great gift for Dad if you want to do that for Father's Day. But know that these devotionals, even though they come from the men's ministry at themanchurch.com, a lot of the devotionals are for men or women. So, you know, any age, that kind of thing. So anyway, but it's available if you want a signed copy. Use that link. Don't just go to the store and buy it. We need to know you want it signed. And if you do, use the link that's at themanchurch.com right there on the homepage. So some man churches coming up. May 16, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Brian Dawson will be there. May 18th, Hope Mountain Church, Calera, Alabama. Gil McKee will be there. On the 19th of May, we have two of them. I'll be at West Mobile Church in Mobile, Alabama. And then we'll have Brian Dawson at First Baptist White Plains, Alabama, and Anniston, Alabama, also on the 19th. So all those are there. So you can make plans, because we get all the time, don't we, guys? We get emails. Hey, where's a church that's doing this strategy? If you hear a man church, that means they're either they're starting it or they're already doing it. All right, so let's get into this hour. Some other things I want to ask you guys about. So Greg and I have been talking about life at the hospital, And praise God, Mom's made some major steps forward, and we expect her to make a full recovery. Keep praying for that as we're now trying to transition her out of the hospital and then home and hopefully back to living her life independently. So when you're there, you're dealing, all of you have had long stays at hospitals. It's miserable, and it can be sad, and it's so boring and so difficult and so uncomfortable. And so one of the things you're dealing with, because I had somebody say to me, when you're dealing with hospital food, when I did the story this week about eating out of the bistro in a box.
The 1 minute.
Yeah, you saw that.
Meal. I did.
Would you eat out of it?
No.
Okay. So anyway, we were.
I see no reason to.
People will say this to you, and I understand this. If you're already at the hospital, y'all need to really think this through. Okay. Well, I just don't know why y'all just don't go get something to eat. Okay. Well, that means you're leaving the parking deck, and then you're coming back in the parking deck. So you're paying, and then you're coming back in and getting a new ticket, and then you're going to pay again.
$7.
Yeah.
Oh,
by the way, this hospital proud of their parking.
They like their parking, don't they?
I do not think that Speedy would park there.
Hey,
it's $7.
Hey, almost cheaper to park at the airport.
Right?
Yeah, serious business.
Yeah.
Done it.
So anyway, so you're rolling up $7 every time you make a move. So that really isn't all that efficient. So and this place is for hospitals. It's probably as good of a restaurant setup. Cafeteria is a better word, Rick. Yeah. It is a cafeteria. It's not a restaurant. And there's a lot of variety there. Don't know why dinner doesn't include all the things lunch is. Greg and I ate a lunch there one day. They had pizza, they had tacos, they had sandwiches, and then they had the meat and three kind of stuff.
I bet the tacos were Tuesday.
Yeah, it may. You know what? You're right. But I don't like the fact that when you go to dinner, all the options are gone except for the meat and three, and then the prepackaged stuff. What happened? Where's the pizza? Where's the tacos? Where's the sandwiches? But anyway, so when Greg and I were doing this, so you're doing hospital life. So my youngest and his wife, they've been coming over and seeing because they live in town. The others all live out of town, and so they've got a different setup. I've been to different hospitals, either visiting people or having loved ones there, and all the different hospitals do it differently. And all of us, when you do that deal where it says take your parking ticket with you, because you'll need to pay for it before you go back to your car, and then we'll let you out. Well, I thought that was the way this one was set up. Well, this one you can actually do either.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that.
Okay.
So I always get off on the second floor so I can pay for my ticket, and then I just go out. So I'm walking with the youngsters, the everybody's favorite couple, Brody and Cameron. They just, they got the world by the tail, and so we get on the elevator to leave last night, and they're like, why are you going to the second floor? Why don't you just go to the bottom floor and get in the parking? You can get to the parking deck there. I said, yeah, but they don't have one of those machines there. You got to put your parking ticket in, and then that way when I get in my truck, if nobody's put a napkin on the windshield, I said then I drive out, and all I have to do is just say I've already paid it. I'm out.
Stick the little ticket in there.
You don't have to do that, Dad. You can just pay and go out.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that because now I'm fumbling around in my truck. I've got the window down. I'm having to shut the mirrors because they're too wide because I'm driving 1,500 Ram, and so I don't want to do both of those at the end.
You want it over.
I want it over.
Yeah, it's just preference.
I don't understand that, Dad. You don't understand it. Well, now you got to get off on the second floor, go validate, walk out, get on another elevator, now go down to since you parked on P1. Now your truck's down there. You probably should have just parked on P2. It's more convenient. I parked the first spot I saw, son. It's not a big deal to go down. Well, see, I'm just going to walk right out on P1, and then I'll just pay on my way out. Yeah, but you're going to have to put your ticket in, then put your credit card into that thing that lifts the bar. I'll just put it in there, and the bar will lift. Yeah, but you had to go on the second floor to do that. Yeah. I tell you what, I'm starting to get upset about this. And I don't know why you make such a big deal about it. No, it is a big deal because what you're saying is wrong. What I'm doing is more efficient. I don't buy that. You don't buy that's more efficient. Why don't you think that's more efficient? Well, you got to go down one more floor. Yeah, but that takes nothing. But I'm trying to get to when I'm leaving. Do you see the storms right now? So you're going to be rolling your window down. Rain's going to be blowing in your car. You're going to have to do, well, you got to put your window down too. But for one thing. So it's a big deal to put your card in there and pull it out and then put the card. Yeah, I don't like that. I like doing it right here inside the hospital. I don't understand that. Why don't you understand it? Do y'all hear what I'm saying? What's hard to understand about that?
I mean, I don't think either one of them's wrong.
Don't y'all think what I'm doing is more efficient? No? Now, I will give him this. I should probably park on P2.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. Well, but you got an elevator, though. They'll take you to wherever you want.
I know. And he said, but now, Dad, you're getting off an elevator, you're getting your ticket paid, then you're getting back on an elevator, go 1 floor down, then you're driving.
I see what you're saying. You're saying once I'm in the truck, all I want to do is just put the ticket in and leave. You don't want to mess around with payment at that point. So I understand what you're saying.
It's just one more added move.
Yeah. And then, of course, he does think, I don't know what you're getting upset about. I'm not upset. I'm just trying to tell you that Cameron, you understand what I'm saying? Don't bring her into this.
I mean, I don't
well,
think
I do think Brody's way is better. You're married to him. Of course you think that. He's my son. It's different. You know, you'll have plenty of years to be critical of him. Don't think she's going to be with you forever. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know, it's almost
I had
like
to give him a
going,
heads up. Enjoy the honeymoon on that one.
Yeah,
it's almost like going two ways and seeing who gets home first. Y'all, what you should have done is said, okay, we're leaving the room now. I'm doing it my way. You do it your way. Let's see who gets through that bar first.
Well, there's a way to my house, and if me and Lisa are following each other, I always go one way and she goes another way, and it's an area you're familiar with. And to be honest, they're about the exact same. It really doesn't matter, but she's convinced.
Right.
That way, and it's not.
Get with me in the break. I want to know which way.
Who wins?
Y'all look at me.
We have one of those on the way home, too, where I go to the red light because I like having a red light. Sherry cuts through and then has to wait on traffic, and she claims the cut-through's better because it's a cut-through. You don't have a red light. And she goes, well, then I don't have to sit at the red light. But you have to wait for traffic to come by.
I'd rather have a red light.
I want to be at the red light. Once I turn, I turn. Oh, no, that's further. It's not further. Not if you have to wait on traffic. Well, sometimes traffic's not coming, but how do you know? I know what I'm doing. And so anyway, what I did, which y'all know, as soon as I got up there and tried to put my card in and then had to do two things, I texted him. I said, by the way, I can't believe what you've done to me. And he goes, Dad, how long did that take? I said, far too long. I said, two steps versus one. But you're still two-stepping, Dad, because you have to get on another elevator. I like that, though. Once I'm in my truck, I'm out.
Yeah. Right.
And
I'm out.
I think Brody's right. Oh, okay.
Sure you do.
Sure you do. I just looked at him. I said, this doesn't last, by the way. She'll turn on you later.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
No, this is early.
That era where they're always supportive. My husband's right. He's fantastic. Oh, that'll fade, my friend.
Oh, yeah. It'll fade hard.
Sooner or later, they'll be looking around going, can you believe I tolerate him? Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Audience, the ditto heads, that was a different level than the casual listener.
And you know, radio is just a very personal medium, like you're talking about. Much more than TV, much more than social media. And, you just feel like you know the people you're listening to. And people tell us that. I'm honored by that.
Yeah.
But we feel the same way when we listen to these people. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I say that when people come up and say that to us. I know this is weird, but I feel like I know you. And I said, no, that's exactly what we were hoping would happen. So thanks. We feel the same way about you. Sam in Kentucky. Sam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to call my mother-in-law, who's a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, as Rush would say. She hated him with a purple passion, and she knew that I listened to him. She was the first one to call and say, hey, I heard Rush died. I'm sorry, you're going to miss it.
Well, good. It sounds like she's we can agree. The thing
she's a decent person.
She's a decent person.
Yeah.
The odd.
It doesn't take a lot to be a decent person.
But,
really
but the ones, and I said it in passing, and I was making that point to Helms, you heard a minute ago. The thing I guess that perplexes me is the hypocrisy of the whole thing. If your worldview was I like people that agree with me and I despise people who don't, then I'd go with they're being consistent. The thing that drives me up the wall, and I know Speedy frustrates you, is that they claim that if I want to be a woman and not change anything about me, if I want to just declare that I'm a woman, the whole world has to cave into me, adapt to me, and nobody better say anything negative about it. But I'm not allowed to be a staunch conservative who does a radio show and communicates conservative values.
Nope.
That I'm not allowed to be.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And see, that's crazy inconsistent. If you don't want people to go to cancel and attack people for who they are, then that would apply to everybody, including Rush. Let's go to Robert in Alabama. Robert, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was listening to, not listening, I was on Facebook yesterday, and I was looking at some of the comments on different things about Rush, and some of the hatred they had towards him, and it kind of really made me mad. So,
well, don't let it bother you. Does that really surprise you, though?
No, they don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I voted for Trump, and I know how it is. I've I have some family members who.
Yeah, this stuff that's being put out on social media for people who didn't like Rush, it doesn't surprise me in the least. It's exactly what I thought would happen. Let's go to Bonnie in Birmingham. Bonnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just remembering when Rush Limbaugh was on David Letterman. And I know you were Letterman fans like I was.
Yeah.
He treated Rush so disrespectful. I think he even called him a big fat tub of goo or something like that. I thought, that's the end of Letterman for me. I mean, Rush Limbaugh is one of the smartest people in the whole world, and for him to do that. But I have you guys and Rush, you're like my best friends that I have.
Thank you for that. Well, Letterman is an example of what we're trying to say to the left. I think David Letterman politically and morally is an absolute idiot. But I still acknowledged when he did his craft well and could be entertained by it. I don't remember his treatment of Rush, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I remember it. I saw the interview again yesterday, and Rush handled it well. He laughed it off, and but David was trying to. He had got away from his usual funny to scold him a little bit for his political views. Ask him if he really believed all the hot air he was blowing and all that stuff, and Rush kind of laughed it off. Said, "Yeah, I really do."
Yeah. Let's go to Thomas in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, guys, long-time listener all the way back to the other station in the mid-'90s, and Rick and Bubba and Rush Limbaugh have always, been linked, arm in arm to me as far as, I was in my mid-20s and going door to door in Birmingham. I met you guys many times. You know who I am. And we lost a good one yesterday, but he's passing the torch to somebody who is willing to take it, and I'm going to do all I can.
Well, thanks, man. Anytime you say you're a fan of his show and our show, that's a compliment to us. David didn't speak much of Rush, but David in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. David, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Have y'all seen the older clip of Rush on the Phil Donahue show? It is classic. Phil, of course, tries to get him all stirred up and everything, and some of the people in the crowd, but Rush just stays.
21 minutes now past the hour. How about you? First Patriot mobile phone troll of the day. Make your phone money matter. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. The real Greg Burgess takes the phones now. Not a time to, hey, minions, not a time to visit with Greg. Don't bog him down. Fire up the phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's lines available, and Greg will get you lined up ready to go. It is a phone troll. Buzzer will handle things. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, none of that here. So Bubba coming in, he'll be here probably next hour. I think that's a pretty good assumption, barring traffic issues. Even with that, he's going to be here sometime the next hour. So he's on his way here. We talked about that earlier. We do know that James Gregory passed away. Kind of wait till Bubba to get here for us to kind of reflect on that, because I know he wants to be part of that. How much James meant to our show and to so many of you. So we'll do the troll. Also, don't forget, if you haven't voted on the 3 finalists for Fix Mama's Mouth, go to the contest button at rickandbubba.com. The Dudney's team has picked the 3 finalists. You can vote by going to rickandbubba.com, and you'll decide now who gets that dental makeover. All right, let's start with Nick out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Nick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all were talking about y'all's wives going 2 different ways, which one would be faster.
Yep.
I want you to know my wife has never won that, because as soon as we get off the phone, I'm dropping the hammer and we're gone. I don't care what speed limit is or whatever. I'm winning that. And it's kind of like you get the ETA on your GPS. That's just a challenge, man. Maybe that's a dad thing or a man thing.
No, I agree.
But I'm beating that time right there. Guarantee it.
Nick,
y'all have a good one, guys.
You're so right.
Yeah.
Every time I look at estimated time of arrival and the length of the trip, I'm like, that's based on people going like real slow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
every time it takes a minute away, I feel proud.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've accomplished something.
Yeah, these things like Greg was talking about, you were talking about, I was talking about, these things where wives and husbands disagree on the best way to go.
Sherry brought this up the first time. She goes, you're tainting it if you're racing me.
Yeah.
We're supposed to go like the normal speed we would be going.
Yeah. Terry says that's cheating.
Yeah. But like Nick just said, I mean, that's just inbred in us. So.
It is.
866 We Be Big is the number. 30 seconds a pop. Let's go. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Earl from Butler. How you doing?
What's going on, Earl? What's up, buddy?
I mean, we just surviving it. Hey, talking about your wives and y'all arguing about directions or speed, have you ever been accused of taking different routes intentionally to keep them confused? My wife says every time we go somewhere, we go a different route just so she won't know how we got there. So
Well, I think I don't think what they know, we're explorers.
Yeah.
You're trying new ways to see if we can find something better. I mean, we're constantly trying to find a way. I think I can do this trip even quicker.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a challenge.
Let me tell you. Let's go to Austin out of Sweet Home, Alabama. If you want to join us, lines are opening up now at 866 We Be Big, and Greg will get you ready to go. Austin, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just going to see what was going on yesterday morning. I know y'all wasn't on the air. Just seeing what was up.
I'm sorry?
No, we were on yesterday.
Oh, you were?
How were you listening?
I'm in here. I normally I listen on TuneIn Radio on 101.7.
So you use their
So,
app?
I mean,
Probably storm related.
Yeah,
yesterday
it wasn't. No, we were
his
here.
area.
You had some kind of technical
So
problem.
101.7 out of Scottsboro. He says he listens through them, through their app,
That's what he said. He said on TuneIn, but he must
Their
search.
channel.
He must
Yeah.
search their channel.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't want to take anything away from that. If that's what you prefer, because you want to hear what they do and they do a great job, that's fine. But always remember there is a Rick and Bubba TuneIn channel that is nothing but us.
Right.
And you can find it by searching that on TuneIn as well. Caden in Sweet Home, Alabama. Caden, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I've been listening to the show for about 18 years. I'm 18 years old, so my dad's been listening to it since I was in preschool. I just want to let y'all know how much I appreciate y'all being a part of everything I've done since I was a child.
Raised on Rick and Bubba, Caden.
Yep.
You got a talk dad. God, you talk about somebody that knew what to do.
Yes.
I'll tell you what's weird right now with Mom at the hospital, how many doctors and RNs and all the different labels of these people. I don't know everybody's official title. Hey, I started listening to you when I was 4. 4? And now they're in there like putting an IV in, or they're coming in there assessing Mom.
Yeah.
I thought, so we've been at this a while.
We have been.
We continue. Van in Sweet Home, Alabama. Van, go ahead.
Multi grass and Green Acres, guys.
Come on in, Van. Get it done, baby. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Been listening to y'all. Love your show, man. Y'all got a great chemistry and all that. But something real quick, I'm going to make a prediction, and I want either Sherry or Rick to admit this when it happens. Rick, I'm going to make a prediction that Rick will get thrown out of one of his grandkids' ball games.
No question.
It's different when yes, it's different when grandkids play. Believe me, I was there 3 years ago when my grandson and them got cheated.
He said he wasn't having it.
No, look, I'm not even going to pretend that's not going to happen.
Right.
I just know me too well.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you the other night I hadn't been to a ball game in forever, and I ended up just going to one that my son coached.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not quite grandchildren. That'll even be worse.
Oh, yeah.
And I was shocked at how quick I went from couldn't care less, just good to be here and see my kid, to, hey, you're killing us. Wow, get where you can see it. What kind of call is that? And I go, well, that happened quick.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine grandkids.
Oh, I know. I uncontrollably just say things out loud. That's why sometimes I'll get down away from the action.
Am I going to become that guy?
In the outfield or down one of the foul lines, because I got to get away, because I'll start thinking out loud.
Yeah.
I'm like, the umpire looked at me one time. I said, don't look at me.
So it is worse with grandkids.
Pay attention out there. You won't miss so many calls.
See there?
And I uncontrollably said that, and Terry said, we're going to have to go on back out.
Are you the guy, and I guess I will be, and I laughed really hard. I don't know who posted this the other day, but they talked about, because there always are those dads and granddads, and he goes, here he is, the guy who watches the games from Narnia. And you look, and the dad or the granddad is almost in the woods.
Oh, yes.
And he's out there leaning on the outfield fence.
Yes. Yeah. I'm checking for ticks. I'm so far out.
Shane in Birmingham. Shane, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you guys for 30 years of the absolute best
Thank you,
morning shows there is.
Thank you.
I've seen you guys over at the Regions golf tournament with Nick Saban and Kirby Smart and all them. That was great.
Thank you.
But did you guys hear about there's a former MLB
Doggone it.
Yeah, I was wanting to.
Mark in Birmingham. Mark, ZZK, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, have you heard that voice that's on the elevator at Grandview?
Yes. What do you think about the way she says floor 2? She's like she's trying to hit on us.
I know, it's very seductive.
Second floor.
Provocative.
Second floor.
Okay. Third floor.
Yeah, who is this person, the voice on the elevator?
Really?
Yeah, you feel like she's kind of hitting on you. I mean,
Yeah.
And she seems really jacked about the second floor. I mean, she's like...
Well, she wants you to validate that ticket.
Yeah. Second floor.
Is that why you get off there?
Maybe she's making me get off there and I don't realize what's happening. She's like she gets more fired up about it as you're going down. It's like she kind of phones in the 11th floor. 10th floor, 9th floor, 2nd floor, and you're just like, well, I think that's where I'm getting on. Right, I'm gonna see what's out here. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Himself and even talks about chapter politics. It is great stuff. If you've never seen it.
I haven't. I don't think I've ever seen the Phil Donahue deal. The Letterman thing I kind of remember. The Donahue thing I don't recall.
Well, you know, Rick, when a big tall pine tree dies, you always have a lot of saplings that end up around the tree. So
Yeah.
I hope that's the case here with this icon.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Freshman Senator Tommy Tuberville out of the great state of Alabama join us.
Senator.
What do we call you, Senator or Coach, or what do we call you now?
Call me Coach. That's the first thing I told them in the Senate. Y'all call me Coach because when I holler Senator, on the floor, everybody turns and looks. Holler Coach, only one of us is going to turn around and look.
Well,
Well, how about being a senator, Coach?
How about that, Coach?
It's been a little bumpy. My first month, my first day on the Senate floor was January the 6th.
Yeah,
I know. I heard Bubba sent you a text, said, how's that new job going?
Yeah. Well, I was sitting there after an hour we're listening to the debate on Arizona when they were doing the confirmation for the electoral votes, and all of a sudden 7 or 8 people run in and grabbed our vice president who was presiding that day, and grabbed him and just basically drug him out the door. And, I'm saying, I'm new here, but that don't look right.
Something looks a little fishy.
Yeah, I know I'm new here. That's not normal, is it, for them to grab the vice president?
No, and it got a little bumpy from there. But, no, it's we've had that. We've had the reconciliation. We've had a vote-a-rama, which we ended up at 6 a.m. in the morning, voted all night. And then, of course, we had the infamous second impeachment trial last week, and we got that over with. Now, hopefully, we go back next week. We start working for the American people.
Yeah, that'd be nice. So you're on the road right now. You're coming back to the state. What are you coming back to the state? What will you be doing while you're here?
Yeah, we get we work 3 weeks, and then you get a week off. But you come home, and then you work your state. And this week, I'm down in Dothan, going to Fort Rucker today. Enterprise will drive over to Mobile tonight and go through Austell, the shipbuilding company, and the port. Senator Shelby's done a great job down there, and that's going to raise our GDP. There's no telling how much our GDP in the state of Alabama will go up when they dredge the port and we're able to ship out cars. We make 1 million cars a year, and they all go out of Savannah right now, but they'll eventually leave out of the port of Mobile. And Senator Shelby has done a great job there. So just when I come home, I spend at least 3 days around the state talking to people and listening to their concerns right now, and hitting hospitals too, trying to figure out about the vaccine and what we need to do. This virus is still here. The vaccine is working. It's helping, but we just need to get more of it out and get more people taking it.
Coach, we'll come back and talk about COVID-19 a little bit. Tell us a little bit about your committee assignments. You got on a couple of real good committees, and are you happy with those assignments?
Oh, yeah. I tell you, it worked out really good. I wanted to be on Armed Services Committee. We're we're a military state. We've got military bases all over the state of Alabama, and of course Huntsville that's where it all starts. And so I got on the armed services. I got put on a subcommittee last week, which was strategic forces, which really affects every base in the state of Alabama, and we'll be able to do a lot of work there. I got on the veterans committee, which helps veterans, and that's, my dad was a veteran. He died in active duty, and I'm gonna have some say so about the VAs that we have totally destroyed, over the number of years. And if you want socialized medicine, get you a mess of that VA, because that's exactly what it is. It runs slow. It's in some areas it's not very well run. Our veterans sometimes take 6 months to get an appointment. So, I'm anxious to be on that one. I'm on the health education committee, which has to do with the pandemic, and then of course education. They wanted me to be on there. It's been 40 years in education, which education to me is a key to freedom and success, and we have absolutely destroyed our education system in the government education in the last 25, 30 years, and I hope to make a difference there. And on the ag committee, which I promised the farmers I'd help them, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a meeting today here in Dothan with a lot of farmers, and our farmers need help. We need to continue to have family farms and not let it go to corporations. But, that's what the left wants to do. They want to consolidate, but we need family farms to make this country work like it's been working for the last 245 years.
I think that's who's doing the elevator voice. I'm not trying to say the elevator voice at Grandview Hospital is seductive, but I caught myself last night checking my hair before I got in the elevator.
Let me fix that.
That's who does it. Second floor. All right, so
I know why Rick wouldn't get off the elevator.
Greg, you said it too.
He was riding it up and down.
I was just like the elevator. Helix Sleep.
Completely wrong.
Helix Sleep. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg. You and little Miss Lisa. Of course, you didn't get to sleep on old Helix last night. You sleeping in a chair at the hospital.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: it wasn't no Helix. I can promise you that.
That's right.
I reckon I don't need 100 days to say it sucked.
Greg, it's not in the copy.
Right.
But anyway, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Right now, they will customize a mattress exactly the way you want it. They have mattresses for big and tall sleepers. Even a mattress just for kids. But they want to know, do you sleep on your side? Do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your stomach? They also want to know this. They want to know, do you like a firm mattress? Do you like a medium mattress? You like it really soft? All this they take into account. It doesn't take long to do this. How long, Greg?
Minutes, Rick.
Minutes, and then they ship it to you. You got 100 nights to be sure that you love it, and you will, by the way.
Oh yeah.
The leading folks out there who are in the sleep medicine world, they're always saying, "Hey, you need a Helix," and look, a good night's sleep foundational for our health. So anyway, get yours now by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. All right. So speaking of grandkids, we got a call. Talking about the difference it will be, and he's predicting that in the future, in a day ahead that has not happened, if the Lord allows, that I'll be thrown out of one of my little kids' little league games, my grandkids.
Oh,
he said your level of grandkid arguing will go through the roof.
Sure.
But speaking of your grandkids, one of yours has birthday today.
Yes, Rick. So I have 4. Marin falls in line as number 3, and she's turning 3 today.
Mm-hmm.
So, sweet little Marin, happy birthday. We're having a party for her tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But I took her sandbox that we got them yesterday.
I'm not sure how I felt about that. It's not her birthday yet, and you took the sandbox
the way
there.
we're commuting to the birthday, I wouldn't be able to get it there. So
okay.
I just went ahead and did it. But anyway, and now she's 3, so I have a 5-year-old, 2 3-year-olds.
Oh, boy.
And a 1-year-old.
Good night.
So, and we got 2 girls and 2 girls. But happy birthday to Marin. I
Marin.
know she's fired up about her party.
Happy birthday, Marin. And
look at that.
Hopefully, with
hard to believe she's 3.
Yeah,
it is hard to believe.
Yeah, and a big extravaganza coming. She is just she is funny. What a great personality she has.
She's funny.
And
she'll even give you a ton.
She does. She's never
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, my kids are scared of the beard.
Greg's grandkids,
Some are scared of the beard.
sometimes it's hit or miss.
And now look, he'll come in a little hot. Too.
Yeah,
You gotta
I
understand
come
that.
in wide open.
Mhm.
It's kind of like when primary walks in. You know, don't worry, I'm here.
Exactly.
And sometimes, but I know what to do. I mean, even the most bashful, all I do is just come in with stuff in my pockets, like, little pieces of candy, a couple of Matchbox cars.
Who was it you used to get the cars? Was that Ellis?
That
I
was
think
Ellis.
It was
Ellis.
Yeah.
I won him over. I just bring cars in.
Mhm. Yeah.
And Ellis would come to me like I was sitting on the green field.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So you got to know how to. You got to know how to do it.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that'll be coming up tomorrow.
He had to put that sandbox together, Rick.
Boy, how'd that
I
go?
told Taylor, I said, "You're welcome."
How'd that go?
It's a little tougher than I liked it to be. It's made out of cedar.
Did you pitch one or did you?
Thank you. I was going to ask.
I
that.
didn't, but I came close a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
You said a few cuss
Oh, I'm gonna
words.
tell you, I did one time because Millie took apart and ran off with it.
Oh my!
So you did use
I
some
had to
language.
spread out in the garage, and I put it together, and I got to count my pieces. I'm going, well, I'm short one. There it was out in the yard.
So your dog had it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Luckily, it wasn't a real important piece.
What are you gonna do about that dog?
Oh, ain't she something? She's the gift that keeps on giving.
Good, that dog came into your life and turned it upside down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How's Lisa feel about that dog today?
Oh, they get along fine.
That's what I thought.
Oh yeah. Oh, she'll come to Lisa.
No chance.
I'll tell you this: Adler's.
Wow,
some of his
must
dogs
take-
are getting.
sneak it off.
Some of Adler's dogs are getting a little older, and he's kind of guy's eye on her.
That's true. You don't hear him
I
talk
don't
about
want
his
any
dogs.
more dogs. I don't want any more dogs. I don't want any more dogs. I will tell y'all, I got home with 2 kids yesterday.
Changes everything.
Changes everything.
And Franklin had busted out. Peed everywhere in the basement.
Oh no!
And then pooped on the stairs.
Oh, the storms.
What? I guess the storms got him or something.
Franklin ain't big on storms. Is
No, he's not big on storms. He needs to toughen up.
he? By now he should be over it.
How does a long, short dog poop on stairs? Like 3/4 of the way up the stairs,
That's
there's
incredible.
just a big old pile. I'm like, how did he even
He must
do
have been
that?
scared.
Incredible balance.
Yeah, he's trying to hold it, probably.
His
And why
adrenaline
does he
was
have to?
up.
Why does he have to pee all over my jujitsu mats? Like, why is that the area?
Yeah, over there rolling.
Why
I
is
was like,
that
wait a
the
minute, I'm
area?
wet.
Take that, Daddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Will you roll with me?
Gosh,
Roll over this.
You roll with Franklin.
Franklin.
Adler, when
Killing me.
when they handed you your first baby, okay, of course no one was there because it was COVID.
Yeah,
Right.
But
there
when
wasn't even nobody driving in the
Right.
street.
By myself in a hospital room.
by the way, none of that was necessary.
I know.
No.
All right, so
Two of my grandkids were born during it. I didn't even get to be there. It was terrible.
see that's so wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Right.
so the minute you actually realize, because see, these people out there that try to elevate animals to the level of humans, they don't really have any humans. I mean, but how different did dogs look to you when you were given babies,
A lot.
children?
A lot different. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they go from being, hey, this is great, to wow, they're in the way.
Yeah. Wow, I got to deal with that. I got
Wow,
another
there's
deal.
a-
I got a lot to deal with.
You
the
remember
baby.
when I did the speech? What about the dog? You're living it now.
Yeah.
So I get it all cleaned
You're
up
all over that.
yesterday. I've got a trash bag full of paper towels and just
Sitting there wiping
horribleness.
it up.
Picture his face while he's doing that.
So angry. Wow, everywhere. Was he just walking and peeing? Like, what was he doing?
Right, because we give you a hard time about your temper. Adler's got a temper.
And
Oh, yeah,
then
he gets on. He does.
and then y'all, the storms continued later in the night. And I went down at the end of the night to take the dogs out and feed them. He had busted out and done it again.
No.
That was
A
a
twofer?
twofer
Was it
in
as
one
bad?
day.
Was it as bad?
It was not as bad. At least he didn't poop on the stairs this
Okay.
time. So
that
was
one
good.
really bothered you.
He can
Didn't
do a lot with his, even though his size, he's so small.
He's
amazing.
He's bigger than you think.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's like
He's short.
He's like
not
40.
small.
He's like
just
40
short.
pounds.
Oh.
So he'll.
He's like a foot long.
If we get another dog ever in the future, it is gonna have to be like the size. I want a teacup thing because I want a mess that's about the size of my pinky to
Yeah,
clean
right.
up,
Little Tootsie
not
Roll.
a mess the size of my head.
Thanks, Greg, for
to
that
clean
visual.
up.
Thanks for that visual.
Right.
I'm just saying. I don't even hear you even mention Franklin anymore. I mean, not Franklin. I'm sorry. Kevin.
Kevin, well,
I mean, he used
he's
to talk about Kevin all the time. I haven't heard anything.
That's a good point.
well, he's
Yeah.
a little estranged. We're I'm just kidding. It's just-
Relationship rocky.
It's just when you guys know I got one kid in diapers. I got a 4-year-old diva that's very high maintenance. But
He doesn't get any
I
easier.
still like the dogs, but I don't want dogs.
Yeah, did I see? Did y'all go to your first recital?
Yeah. Ruby had her first recital.
Oh boy!
And y'all, my goodness, I'm sitting there with the camera, And I'm just like, okay, so now so my eyes are watering a lot behind this camera right now.
Oh, buddy,
like
how
I
precious.
did not expect that
It's
to
precious,
get me.
isn't it?
Oh my goodness, y'all.
What about when they come out in their first little outfit?
Oh, look at that.
Her little
I'm trying to
outfit.
stop in the same key.
You ain't thinking about the dogs there.
I love you, a bushel and a peck, a bushel and a peck. I do, bom bom. And I'm just like crying behind this camera right now. Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
You didn't. I bet not one time did Franklin or Kevin even enter your mind.
No.
Did they ever give you a feeling like that?
No. Well, when Kevin and I would skateboard together, that was pretty good. that was pretty good times.
All the memories.
Those are the glory days between Kevin and I. Living in 5 Points.
Yeah, that was when y'all were single, you and Kevin.
Oh yeah, cruising for chicks.
They grow up so fast.
They do. But he's all grayed out, man. They can move. They can both move okay still, but they're slowing down. It's a little sad.
Of course, Franklin had major back surgery.
Yeah,
he did.
When I made my decision, which was about the dog that was left behind after all the kids moved out.
You mean the one you just gave away?
Well, here's what happened. But you know what? He and his new owner are living the best life. It's a better life for him and both of them. He was old too, I thought, and I finally realized he's going to hang on.
Yeah.
And that's what I knew I had to do something. Because my first thought was, well, he won't be here much longer.
And he got better.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was. I realized these little dogs sometimes will live a long time.
I fixed the gate last night at 8:50. I'm drilling because it was like a pressure thing, you know, like those baby gate, dog gates, whatever. It's just like pushing a pressure on the side.
Yep.
Franklin figured that out that he could get it out of the door frame there.
Right.
So I was drilling into a door frame at 8:50 last night, and should be fixed now, friends.
No, pushing that one down.
I bet you were so angry you could have got that into the wall with your forehead.
It's in the studs now, so we're good to go. Yeah.
All right. Well, nice story. Thanks.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I'm getting a drill.
Okay.
So,
That's a bumper sticker.
Yeah.
That's a bumper sticker.
For the wall, not for the dog, just to clarify.
Right. As far as we know. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coach, you were talking about the COVID-19, and we keep reading that our state is behind the curve on getting the vaccine out. Where's the log jam on this?
All righty. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. I am going to fast forward through. This is outdated COVID information. Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville was dealing with outdated information at the time during this interview as well, so there's no point in re-airing it. Thank you so much for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to give us a like, a thumbs up, and hit that bell for notifications.
Our theme today, Rush Limbaugh is dead, and we don't feel so good ourselves. So we've talked about that quite a bit on the program today, in case you missed that, looking back over one of radio's icons, irreplaceable.
And you're quoting a country song.
Yep, there was a country song about that, and I think somebody else.
It was about Elvis.
That's what it was, wasn't it? The other one that I've always loved in that same genre is the great Mark Twain. The rumors of my death have been highly exaggerated.
Yeah,
that's a good one. Did I say it right? Something like that.
You're in the
reports
ballpark.
of my
The
death
reports
have been greatly exaggerated.
Exaggerated?
Something like that.
Something like that.
That was a great scene in the movie.
Have you seen the story about the fisher? It's like a fishing boat, and they find a guy floating. Out in the water that had been stranded for 36 hours at sea. It said this is Chase Cornell. Said that he noticed a blip on his radar of the charter boat that he takes out to fish, and I think we have a package actually to kind of break down the story. Wait till you see the footage of what the guy's floating on.
Yeah,
I mean he there's not they're calling it nothing short of a miracle. So do you know who to credit it with? I know you have a package. Do you know how to credit it with?
We will when it's over.
Courtesy.
This morning, we're hearing from the crew of this charter boat out looking for blue marlin when they spotted something in the water. 20 miles off Fort Pierce, Florida.
I told the guys that maybe we found something to go fishing on. They got rods ready downstairs.
But Captain Chase Cornell soon realized it wasn't a fish.
As we got closer, I saw the gentleman raise his hand up and start waving at me.
And then next thing you know, Chase is upstairs saying, it's a person, like, help him, like, it's a person.
Their fishing trip turned into a rescue mission.
He was wearing a life jacket, but he was clinging to the boat.
The man said he had been in the water for 36 hours after capsizing in bad weather and had floated more than 100 miles north, losing the 6 other people who were with him.
We got to the boat and pulled him on and started taking care of him.
He was very, very weak, so we got a bunch of fluids, food, anything we could do for him.
The gas from the sunken boat had burned his clothes and skin, so they cleaned him up with soap and kept him warm until the Coast Guard could arrive 45 minutes later and rush him to the hospital.
I was just kind of doing my job and was able to be in the right place at the right time, and I was just thankful to be able to do that. For us to cross paths, it was just nothing short of a miracle.
Can you imagine?
That's courtesy of ABC.
I
got to go back to something. Did he say they lost 6 people that were with him?
Wow. So let me ask you this: where did the boat go out of? Where did it start at?
He said
because they said they drifted north,
100 miles north. Yeah, it says a search for 6 others aboard the capsized boat has been suspended. They consider them all lost.
Gosh almighty.
And he's just sitting there floating.
36 hours.
How about, too, when the
I don't want to be
captain,
lost
the
at sea.
captain saw a blip on his surface radar, which normally would show you another boat out there, but it picked him up sitting on that. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, man.
Don't you know when he saw him coming, he couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
He could not believe it.
Hey, 36 hours just like that.
Yeah, he's been out there at night, and
sharks and stuff.
Yeah, checking you out.
I don't want to be lost at sea.
Where are you on this skin being burned? Did everything from the gas that was leaking out of the boat?
Dang.
What was it? Some kind of fire or something?
Well, I guess when he got in it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Guess when it turned over, the gas that was in the engine probably started leaking out into the water around the boat.
Will gas just burn you though? It's in the water. I mean,
it wouldn't burn you like a fire, but it would irritate it.
Yeah,
How about if you're the Coast Guard?
And Rick, you don't want to slap it away.
Rick's not buying it.
Yeah, you don't realize what kind of busy day you got. That same crew, the Southern Eagle Rescue Crew, also was searching for 10 people. Believe.
Minutes to the top. Bubba will be with us coming up next hour. Golden ticket seats will be here. Things that you need to be aware of. New Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend. Letters from the audience. Get a signed copy of the new devotional, Sin Always Matters, by going to themanchurch.com. Just use that link on the homepage, and we'll get a signed copy to you or for someone maybe on your Father's Day. I know I spoke of Father's Day before Mother's Day. I got it. But that's there. Also, vote at rickandbubba.com for Fix Mama's Mouth, speaking of Mother's Day. There in the contest button. You need to know that. Also, just found out, it actually came out this week, told you had fun on David Pollack and Pastor Jay's podcast called Family Goals. They've got a very, very popular podcast. I was honored to be their guest a while ago. But that just came out, episode 1. There'll be 2 episodes. Episode 1 is out now wherever you get podcasts. So thanks to David Pollack and Pastor Jay for having me on. It was an honor. And if you want to go check that, you can. And another episode coming next week. It looks like that's the schedule that it's on. So that was a lot of fun. All right, so Speedy, I want to talk to you quickly.
Uh-oh.
Because I know that you're going out to really the biggest game in the UFL so far this season.
Mm-hmm.
Blackhawks take on Stallions. 5-1 comes to play 6-0.
Right.
AJ McCarron, formerly of Road-Tade, and then spent time with the Bengals, right?
He did.
The Bengals?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He's the backup there.
Yeah, and so he is the starter for the St. Louis Blackhawks.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be coming to Protective Life Stadium. Speedy will be there working everyone into a Stallions frenzy on what looks like going to be a beautiful day.
Yeah.
But I keep forgetting there's something you're doing tonight.
Yeah.
Anybody ever played Top Golf? I have. Y'all like this Top Golf thing?
It's always fun.
Top
It's a good
Golf,
time.
Like it, yeah.
It is.
There is a social tonight, like Stallions players and you will be at Birmingham's Top Golf.
Yeah, which is right by
Top
Protective.
Golf, right by the stadium. And you can come meet some of the Stallion players tonight.
Yeah,
right?
and it's they asked me to host a question and answer as part of that social. It starts at 5, like you said, and then some of the players will stay and play golf and have a good time. And I think the only thing it's free. The only thing that is required is a ticket to the game. So if you have that, stop on by if you're in that area. 5 o'clock tonight, and I'm glad they asked me. It'll be fun. Terry and I is actually. She normally doesn't when I do things. When I do things like this, a lot of times I just I'm gonna go knock it out. I'll be back. But I think we're gonna turn it into we'll go out to dinner and enjoy ourselves.
What
tonight.
a bonus! The woman that tamed Speedy,
Rick Burgess.
No, it's true.
But you talked about being empty nesters, and although we aren't fully empty nesters, it's about 80 to 90% of the time.
I love that empty nest.
And so now it's I'll go with you. Why? Because we don't really have anything else.
Fine.
And if I want to go with you, I'll go with you. When we're done, maybe
Sounds
we'll go
good.
grab something to eat and
sounds good.
Hang out and then come back and make out.
Okay, TMI.
Okay.
But anyway, so if you want to be part of that tonight, you
that
can.
was a joke. I'm gonna be in trouble for that
as well. So
by the way, they got good food there too.
They really do.
They'll bring it right to you.
You can do it too.
Yeah, USFL conference versus the XFL conference this weekend.
Cross
with
conferences.
AJ. Yep.
And two great teams.
Yeah,
big again.
Leading both their conferences.
When you're empty nesting. Oh, by the way, got an update for those of you out there that I loved my dog enough to do the right thing for him. I've caught a little flack for that, but I'm not going to apologize for loving my dog.
Okay.
Here's the new owner who's a big fan of the show, Barbara.
Hey,
She
Barbara.
said,
Hey, Barbara.
"Want you to know that Buddy has gained 10 pounds and is living his best life, and and I love him, and he loves me."
So basically, you were starving him.
Yeah, underfed.
No, I wasn't starving him.
You had him doing workouts.
Just glaze off that back porch.
Yes, oh boy, so glad.
Well, I tell you, he thought, wow, there's a whole world out here.
Yeah,
Right.
air conditioning.
Well, and I wasn't truly empty nest till the what about the dog was out of my life.
Yeah, I get it.
I will say this, and I love dogs, but your what about the dog routine is dead on.
It is.
So
I go to that
100% factual.
It's just truth.
Yeah,
it's just truth.
It is.
And some people say, "Yeah, I know it's true, but I still love it." That's fine. But it's true.
It's true.
It is.
Yeah, I've had friends call me and say, "I gave you a hard time. Wish I would have listened." I'm honestly, that really has happened. That's not even a bit.
Yeah.
When you are finally empty nest, watch yourself. Watch the things you say and do. I made the dumbest husband move yesterday, and I'm maybe it's because we're all stressed and we've been wore down from this long-term hospital visit with mom, and I don't know what.
Or
it
you're
is.
just not very smart at times.
There you
Something
go,
like that.
Greg. And you know what? That's likely the answer.
Just say it.
That is likely the answer. So, Sherry, this has been an ongoing bit. This is an ongoing. It's almost like you're watching a sitcom or you're binging on Netflix the series Rick and Sherry Empty Nesters.
Right.
And so we've been she's got her little routine, Pilates and all these things, and she
I'd like
likes
to see you doing
she likes
Pilates.
she likes to run and walk, but every now and then we have this thing twice a week, and about 80% of the time she's with me, and we do a little workout, with either Sean or Mike, the trainers from Thompson Fitness, and so about a week ago, Mike was in there, and Sherry is, she's we're equal in value, but beautifully distinct. And a lot of times, some of the workout is a man is going to be pushed a little more on weight and stuff than the female should be. It's just whatever. And I'll ask her sometimes. I ask her sometimes. I said, when I got out them big dumbbells, did you look over? And she's like, no, I really didn't.
No, I didn't care.
Did you ever think to yourself, that guy right there can carry me out of here if we had a house fire? All right. So anyway, So he said to her, there was something going on, I can't remember what it was. Hey, Miss Sherry, be sure and do it this way. This is the right form.
Oh.
Okay. And so Sherry didn't, and her knee didn't get hurt like bad, but she's having a little something with her knee.
Oh, I feel a little twinge.
Yeah, a little something, and it's bothering her. And so she did adapt to it, whatever, and he's been looking at it, and when he's there, and I don't know what I was thinking, have no idea what I was thinking. So last night, I get back from the hospital, and she goes, my knee is still bothering me. I said, well, if you'd done it the way you said do it.
And all of a sudden I thought, what in he could not?
You think trying to grab those words?
I was just grabbing for them aimlessly in the bathroom.
Well, if you'd have listened.
And she goes, what? Oh, what? What did you say? I said, and she was like, are you taking his side in this? And I said, no. Matter of fact, I'm calling him tomorrow. And he should have watched you better.
Yeah.
And well, yeah. I mean, right? I mean, did you say I didn't do it right? If I'd have done it right, I wouldn't have got hurt. Well, I said, you may be thinking that, honey, in your mind. There's no way I said that because I can't be that stupid.
Right. There's no way to credit.
She was so, are you Team Mike? And I was like, no. I am Team Sherry.
That's right.
I'll have a word with them today about watching us better. and instructions being,
watch this.
I'll set this right. Get in the bed, turn the lights off, come over for a snuggle. Now you might not want to come over and snuggle me. Why don't you go snuggle Mike? And I was like, what is wrong with me?
Why'd you say that?
What is wrong with
you heard him tell her,
me?
but still.
Yeah, you blew that.
Stupid. And I said,
you messed up by being honest and not holding back.
And I said, I got to get some sleep, so I can talk with Mike tomorrow. So it'll be a different Mike next week.
I'll be calling him.
I'll be taking care of that.
I'll be handling this mess.
Do you want me to like rub your knee? You want me to massage it or something?
About ice pack.
No, I'm good. If I'd have done it right, I guess I wouldn't be hurt. Well, this is going to be a long evening.
Rick and Bubba.
To be Cuban migrants that were just lost. I mean, you got a busy day. If you forget how busy they are, but good night. They fell off a 6-foot homemade vessel, and they're looking for them.
So this part of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at First Cup Coffee Company. Love it. Go to firstcup.com. Use our code Bubba. Save an additional 10% on your order if you subscribe. Now, you can get 10% just by using our code. You get an additional 10% on the life of your subscription if you subscribe. So go there now. These are outstanding coffees. A Christian-owned Patriot Coffee Company, stands for core values, family, building community across the nation. All of their different types, and they're all delicious. Take you through great moments in American history. So get yours now by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba.
See, by the way.
Bubba, to answer your question, the journey that this man was on started in the Bahamas.
Yeah, because I started saying when they said drifted north, I was trying to think. I thought at one point they may have come from Cuba.
So started Bimini, Bahamas, wherever that is. Bimini, Bahamas.
Bimini.
So there were 7 people on the boat?
2 days earlier. 7 people on the boat. He's the only one that survived. I know. And his life jacket, you don't know, did they get injured by the way it went down or something?
Was there only room for one float? They fought over it.
Greg, they all got life jackets on a boat.
Well, yeah, but he was sitting on it, kind of. He was sitting on it.
All right, so I'm 20 miles off the coast, and I've floated 100 miles north. What do you? I mean, what are you thinking?
They ain't looking good. I'll tell you that.
You're sitting on the
I don't
tip.
want to be stranded out in the middle of a big body of water. That's one of my fears.
I was about to say that's on my list.
I don't want that.
Because you know what it is. It's me now knowing that I could get to my second one, which is my worst one, consumed by animals.
Yeah, because it's right there hand in hand.
Yeah.
And I've watched so many movies about people stranded in the water, and I can't breathe when I watch it.
I know it.
Hey, it's a miserable experience.
So
that Tom Hanks movie, when he's on the island? Yeah, when he gets in the water's worse. I mean, you just can't hardly
he's
breathe.
out there floating around. There's a big whale blowing water on him.
Bubba, wait.
Wilson, he loses Wilson.
Have you ever seen the one, Greg, what is it? About him, where he gets the Japanese pick him up out of the water. Unbreakable. Have you seen Unbreakable?
That's awful. You hadn't seen that? They were afloat for how many? It was some 40-something days.
I got them half a year. I'm kidding.
It
was a long time.
You talking about the ultimate? You
Miserable.
can't have nothing. Hey, you talk about the ultimate? You can't have nothing. Your plane goes down. You float around. You do everything you can do to survive. You're one of only like 2 that have survived.
And all of a sudden you go, it's a ship, and it's a doggone Japanese, and they take you a prisoner of war and beat the crap out of you.
Put you in a prison camp that you'd rather be floating in the raft.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
That guy's story.
You can't even have rescue.
Was he a military guy?
Yeah, he got shot down.
Craig, you don't.
I've seen it. Read the book.
I got to ask a
He
question.
didn't get shot down. Remember, it was the plane. It
I
was
think it
kind
just
of
crashed.
Had a mechanical problem.
Mm-hmm.
So are you just going to float like this guy did and just hope, well, let's see where it takes me?
Well, that's all I
What's
can
y'all-
do.
Are you getting out? Or you,
What other
Or
choice
you
do I
just jump
have?
in the water and go.
What
Get
other
it over with.
what other choice do I
I
have?
don't know. I mean, I'm just swimming.
Yeah.
Why would you
Goodness for the
swim?
top.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing
Well,
something.
you-
It's hard to me to just sit there.
If
Why
you
are you
start
swimming like that?
If you start
It's 'cause that's
slapping
where I
around,
used
you're
to
only
go.
going to attract sharks.
I know you don't make a lot of noise.
Well, you got to hope that gasoline in the water, maybe the sharks
Yeah,
don't like it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They go, ooh, I don't like
Unbroken.
that.
Oh,
Unbroken is miserable.
You know, I haven't
That's
seen
miserable.
that. I haven't seen that.
Oh, that's
oh
guy.
my goodness.
Okay, gracious.
They've done a second one now too because eventually gets redeemed by Billy Graham in the second one. That's how his life ends. He ends up being like on fire for Jesus.
Really?
Yeah, but he had to run. You talk
Well, he
about
made a deal when he was out there in that
Hey,
boat. If I survive,
hey, when that Japanese guy that's in charge of the
boy,
prison,
he doesn't like him.
what was his name? They called him something. I forget what he's called.
Because this guy was a
You mean what
was
they
a
call
runner,
the
wasn't
guy
he?
in the water?
No,
Yes.
no, what they called the guy that was in charge of him.
Oh,
Hey, he
that
was
guy.
he was bad news.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they were very proficient at
What about
they
the day he
did.
made him hold a beam over his head and he said, if you drop it, we're going to kill you. And he had to sit there and he's just shaking. I know.
And he didn't like him. He singled him out.
Oh, my goodness. The bird or something like that was called?
Yeah,
Bird?
something
The bird, the
the bird.
swan, something.
I'm going to have to watch that movie.
Swan
again.
Rick? Probably not too
I don't
scary.
think, yeah, I
I'll
started
watch
to
it
say the
again.
swan doesn't really sound like a
That ain't,
scary.
that ain't too scary.
Yeah.
Gosh almighty.
Lee Bubba.
I read the book.
They dropped the beam. The beam. They were going to shoot all you buddies and you.
Well, you think about where I can throw the beam to get as many of them as I can, right?
There's the beam. I'm telling you, Bubba, you got to watch that movie.
Yeah. It's miserable. Oh, man, it'll make you miserable.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I don't like miserable movies. So I'm trying to quit.
Minutes past the hour. By the way, young Broderick, that's how you do it. As we start a brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Bubba not here. He is getting close though. So the golden ticket seats have arrived. Hello, Goldies. They are settling in, and Bubba will be here before we're done. So you're not going to miss seeing Bubba. And when he's here, we'll also talk about James Gregory. Just saving that tribute for Bubba to be here because I know he wants to be part of that. But the other guys all here as we move forward and start a brand new hour. And we need an update on Trump. We'll get our first Trump update. Here we go. There's a. So this ongoing, very uncomfortable Stormy Daniels thing, but it's become such a circus now. I think maybe those that thought Stormy should be the source to remove Trump as a candidate. I think the selection of Stormy, and who would have thought a woman who has lived the way she has might be a bit of a gamble. So here she is. Apparently she has claimed, according to MSNBC, that she's a medium.
Yeah.
Greg, don't choke on your water.
How quick is he going to say about the one on
You
the
talking
right?
about the Long Island medium?
Yeah.
So, oh my goodness.
Wow, look at that one.
There it
See, I
is.
know,
That didn't take long, did it?
What, is that a man?
By the way, rude Tourette's is a real thing.
Yeah.
And the
Is
people.
that,
the
I thought it was
people who-
Christopher Walken.
Oh, that's good, Greg.
What's Simon and Garfunkel doing?
All
on
right,
MSNBC?
so let's. I can't
It's
do.
an insult to Christopher.
It really is. I will, because I like him.
Boy, well said.
What's Simon and Garfunkel doing on MSNBC?
You can leave. I don't know what we're going to do.
Bridge over Stormy Daniels. All right, so
who is that?
I don't know what's going on here, but here it is. Here's MSNBC talking about
She's not going to talk.
the circus. Here we go.
Stormy Daniels now claims that she is a medium and that she communicates with dead people and has participated in a TV series about the paranormal where she explores things, including the fact that at one point an ex-boyfriend of hers was inhabited by spirits.
That's true.
You know,
Rick, don't you know the prosecutions are going to know it just gets worse?
Hey, did anybody, when we interviewed her, who brought the medium thing up?
hey, you do know that she just released this documentary. It's on Peacock of all places.
No pun intended.
Right, and
Okay.
and it's it's
Some reason you knew that.
it's one of those things that it's like the timing on releasing it was right when the
Yes.
trial, and it's
it's
like
all
this is
orchestrated.
all about
It's
you.
all-
Like, what are we doing?
Sure.
So now the Stormy Daniels,
So she's a medium.
right,
That's what she.
and is a medium to
What's
the
that?
dead now.
Have you seen
Yeah.
that one on from
Greg,
Long Island?
be careful.
I know about it, but
Caputo or whatever.
I
her name
don't
is.
watch that kind of stuff, but I know about it. Yes,
Oh,
yes, I
Greg.
do. Yeah.
I'm scared of that kind of stuff.
Oh, I don't like it.
But they
Well,
they
I
only
like
hear
it.
it.
Well-
Well, don't get me started.
Well, it's one of those kind of things where they're a scam artist. You know, it's kind of like
They fish.
and
Yeah.
we've said this for years and years and years because of the fishing. When we got to the point that we had people claim that they were pet psychics.
Well, now that's real.
but again, they can't get past the asking you what the name of your pet is. Ask them. Let's see if you can get it. I mean, that should be like question one, you know, to prove that you're a psychic.
And they thought, well, yeah, there's something about the color blue. Well, maybe red. Well, maybe then green. Yeah, green.
Yeah. No. But yeah, I think they're all scams. But then there's also I don't like, you know, and Greg, you're this way too. I don't like this this is evil spirit world. And I know even though they may not be believing that and they're just flim-flams, but they're still tampering
You
with something
playing
that
where you
doesn't
don't need to
need to be tampered with. No. Even
Teresa Caputo.
Even King Saul got in trouble for this.
No,
not doing it.
But anyway, so not my thing.
But I didn't know Stormy Daniels.
I did
claimed
not
to be.
either.
I had no idea.
You know, when you look at Stormy's resume, I didn't see medium.
Well, she's pretty diverse. It sounds like.
Yeah. Well, apparently. So next, President Trump. He's going right after the judge, Juan Merchan. Is that how you say his name? As he addresses the press after Stormy Daniels' very bizarre testimony is complete. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Everybody saw what happened today.
Oh, no.
I don't think we have to do any explaining. I'm not allowed to anyway because this judge is corrupt. He's a corrupt judge. This judge, what he did and what his ruling was is a disgrace. Everybody saw what happened today. He's a corrupt judge and he's totally conflicted. And I got to get back on the campaign trail. I'm not supposed to be here. We are so innocent. There's never been anything like it. Read every single analyst, legal analyst. I'm innocent, and I'm being held in this court with a corrupt judge who's totally conflicted. Take a look at his conflict. It's a disgrace to the city of New York, to the state of New York, and to the country. Thank you very much.
So and I think
It's a conflict.
It's a corrupt judge.
And I know this is not Trump's best asset, but this is such a circus. If he will just, like this testimony from this person, Stormy Daniels, just let them talk. Just let it go. Don't let them bait you. Don't let them pull you in. What you said there was very level-headed and very straightforward.
Yeah.
That was good. And then he makes another
It
point.
won't last.
No, it won't. He makes another point about the left in general, and I've noticed this too. Go ahead.
Has anyone ever noticed that there's just no happiness on the left? They're not happy. They're not happy people, and for good reason. Thank you very much.
Not happy.
Not
happy people.
That's not it.
Not happy.
They're not happy people.
Yeah, and they really no. There's a lot about that. They're just the thing that's so. We've talked about this a lot on the show. If you've ever been in their crosshairs, you'll see this. I don't think they can put on their resume anymore that they're all loving and all kind. They're They're some of the most hateful. I mean, just vicious people, and when they seem to be always angry and upset, and their passion all in these weird directions. The passion's never in the right direction; it's always on the wrong things, and you can. And I will say this because it was a new commitment I made in 2024 that I will no longer attempt to reason with unreasonable people.
How's that going?
Good. I've actually, it's I'm not doing it.
Okay.
There were times where I were like, I'm going to weigh in there, and this person I know I can. If I make point, there's no way that they can stay where they are, and then they just do.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so you're not really looking for me to answer your accusation. You're just going to keep making it, even if I refute it.
Right. No matter
so once you realize that's there, you just have to go. I'm moving on. You're just a person that's never going to be reasoned with. So stop. I mean, I had to tell a friend of mine just the other day. I saw him on Twitter, and I'm like, hey, stop that. Just shut it down. Stop trying to reason with unreasonable people, especially on a social media platform. You can have some fun, goof off, but don't get in there and try to have a serious debate.
No. You're going to be very disappointed.
So, but he makes a good point. So that's the latest update on the Trump trial. Bubba is here. He just arrived. We come back. We'll let Bubba weigh in, and we'll bring him into the fray. Golden ticket seats are here, as I mentioned. So Bubba's here. All is good. And we'll hear from Bubba for the first time today when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Joey, Alabama, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, doing good.
Talking about the survivor out in the water, y'all forgot to mention Edgar Harold from USS Indianapolis. That was ultimate. survival.
Oh yeah,
no, we're talking about the ship that actually carried the atomic bomb to Trinian, and then was hit by a Japanese torpedo on the way back and sunk, and most of the crew was eaten by sharks. Right?
Correct. And we had one of the survivors on the show, and interviewed him, and it was I think it's the guy you're talking about.
Yeah, we did. We had him on. That was an amazing story.
Yeah, incredible. Let's go to Stephen Andalusia, 1077. Stephen, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, I got a movie question for Greg.
Hey.
Hey, talking about miserable movie experiences, I was wondering if you maybe would like to go antique furniture shopping. We could maybe buy a couple old rocking chairs and then watch The Exorcist together.
Oh, gracious. You throw a mirror in there and we've had Good night, Hank City. What was that, Hank Fest?
Yeah.
Garrett, Gardendale, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, Biggin.
Hey.
I want to ask a question. How many celebrities do y'all have as liners to the opening of the show? I've heard y'all do several, but I don't know how many you actually have, and I'm wondering if y'all had a list of them. And rest in peace to Rush Limbaugh. Have a good morning, Biggin.
Thank you. I don't know the number. I don't think we have a list of every single one of them. Over years, we've done different banks, but then we've added. So I don't know that somewhere I could pull up a master list and say, here's how many we have, but it's substantial.
It is. And I know in the in that bank folder now we have an older list, but to your point, we've added so many now.
Yeah, we don't have like Speedy Rick. Here is a piece of paper that shows you every celebrity liner that we have, and here's our number. We haven't done that, but it's a lot.
We could print it out, but we'd have to have the right port to do it.
I'm going to shift in my seat.
No,
Yep,
I made a point. Yeah.
Sliding down. Port, P-O-R-T.
Denise, Rome, Georgia. Denise, go ahead.
Hey, I am speaking for Greg's Minions that y'all do not need to change from the early morning show to the 12 to 3 hour because we love Grumpy Greg.
Oh,
we don't
no.
want him to be happy. We love Grumpy Greg.
What if I promise to be grumpy at 12?
No, but Greg, but here's the problem. She's making a good.
That would be acceptable.
But
we
Denise,
love you.
Denise is making a great point, though. It's too natural. I mean, Greg, with these grandkids being cranked out every time we turn around, and then we start getting you 8 hours of sleep, you'll be unrecognizable.
I know it.
And your minions don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
you become too
His
civilized.
heart's growing faster now than the Grinch.
Oh yeah,
Act 4.
And you
I
know,
mean, come on.
and he's got that little side of him about animals. It's a little out of his.
Well, that's not that big a deal.
Oh, what Snow White? Matthew, out of Jackson, Alabama. Matthew, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to call it. My wife, she works with the health department around here, and they only let them have so many first doses per week. But they save the second doses till 30 days. But most of them's only, I think they around 400 per week that they let them have. Now, some of the hospitals and stuff are slowly coming online with it.
What
but,
in the world?
You know, that's some of the holdup with it.
Well, and that may be the problem, because you heard Senator Tuberville talking about Florida is letting the private sector participate and getting it out too. In the private sector, no offense to your wife, can only work in the system in which she finds herself. But the private sector always does things more efficiently and better than the government. And maybe there needs to be more of that in Alabama.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, 20 minutes past. Thank you all for being with us today as we roll through another one. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Hey, how about it?
Hey, buddy. Did you have a good day?
Oh, I've done had a workout this
Wasn't
morning.
that good?
Yeah.
Fire us all up. Fire it up.
Bubba, before we get to talking, I want to remind you, remember when we did the interview with the Country Rover?
Yes, I did.
Jamie Cooper?
Jamie Cooper.
He said he wanted all of us to know and the audience to know that the feature story that he did with us airs this morning during the 11 news and 4 p.m. news and Saturday 8 a.m. news on WAAY 31.
In Huntsville.
Looking good.
So Huntsville, y'all can see Country Rover. Our story is Country Rover for today.
When I first saw Jamie Cooper, he was on Channel 31 back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So he's such a legend. It was so good to see him again.
Yeah,
I've
so-
met him several times, and it was good to see him again.
So take us through your morning.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, this story actually has some comical beginnings yesterday in a weird kind of way.
Yeah.
Because we were supposed to go and see the governor yesterday. So I brought
When you say we
as a group, and I'll get to all that.
Okay. Because first
it was Proclamation Day.
Like a game?
Now, I don't know if you've ever been to Proclamation Day at the old State House.
No, I have not.
Well, I'll tell you all about it.
Sure.
Is this something you got to be invited to, or you just show up?
Well,
Both.
I think invited would be the more appropriate
And when you
way.
say as a group, you're talking about us or somebody?
No, it was,
your
it was another
folks.
group. I'm
Okay.
in. Yeah, y'all wouldn't want to be in that group.
Okay.
So
I know who it is.
So I brought my suit to change into because I thought.
Oh, we saw that.
You need to dress up if you want to see the governor.
We saw that. Yeah.
And she might call us today. Who knows?
Y'all had the same matching pantsuit on.
Yeah.
All right.
So I forgot to carry the bag that my suit came out of that had my old clothes in it, which had my belt in it.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
Uh-oh.
So now it didn't affect my suit because I have suspenders.
Okay. That's right. Okay.
But
You just wanted to double up.
Well, no, it
for
just
appearance alone.
It plays into it. You usually don't wear a belt with suspenders.
No, you
I
don't.
think.
I don't. I never wore suspenders. I couldn't tell you that.
Well, it's when you enter my world, it's a much better operational thing than a belt.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you'll see one of these days.
Yeah.
Hope
not.
Yeah, I do too.
Never know.
So this morning, first off, it stormed last night.
Oh,
you know,
oh yeah.
And
there's a high stepper.
And it was.
Well, it was storming bad too. You're in the middle of all that.
I was up most of the night watching the radar, looking out the window, looking at security cameras, trying to keep an eye on everything.
Thinking, oh no, not again.
Now Betty was sleeping soundly because she was snoring.
Right.
And I didn't want to wake her up because today is her birthday. Happy birthday, Betty!
Betty, happy birthday,
Betty. So being that we were in a house that had been destroyed by a tornado about a year ago,
Sure.
you know, I'm a little antsier than even normal.
The dog that's been hit by a car.
Yeah, and we've got a storm shelter, but I'm like, do we make that move? Do we commit to that? You know, because it's not as comfortable as laying in your bed.
No.
And I'm looking for a hook echo and straight line winds, and hey, here come that front and lightning wind, you know. So we get through all of it. And I time getting in the shower. You know, I don't like to be in the shower when it's lightning, Greg, because you can be killed.
That's
right.
right.
A lot of people don't know that.
You hear about it all the time. Yeah.
And I think, you know, I'm working through this, and I'm sleepy. You know, my eyes are red as my shirt. So if I look cross-eyed today, you'll know what it is. Or if I nod off while I'm talking to you. So I think, I've made it through this, you know, and it was raining, and I go out and I jump in the truck, and there's a few branches around on the driveway, and I thought, you know, I kind of laughed. I thought, well, that's funny. Betty will have to pick them up while I'm gone today. You know, put that country girl to work on her birthday, get her out here getting some branches.
Happy birthday, pick up a limb.
And about that time, I'm heading up the driveway, and I see, well, there we go. We have a giant tree across the driveway.
That ain't good.
And I thought, well, this is not good.
Now, you in your John Dutton truck?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in the big dually.
Dually.
And it's on a very steep incline, too, which complicates anything you would want to do. And we have fresh pine straw on the sides, which complicates things even more because you will slide down the hill.
Yeah, you will.
That's a steep hill.
So I'm thinking, where is my chainsaw? It's not here.
Oh.
I'm thinking, where is my limb saw? It's not here. And I'm thinking, well, so I start trying to call some people. Well, it's still storming at this time of day, and you can't get a hold of anybody. And
who do you call?
Well, you try to find somebody that does this professionally. You know, is a good way to go about it. You hate to have to call friends to come out and
because
they won't be your friends very long.
I was about to say Sunday they block your cell. Yeah.
So I'm thinking, and I go back inside, and I'm thinking, what can I do? And I thought, you know, I've got a Sawzall. Maybe I can cut it up with a Sawzall. Well, it's still storming, and another front had kind of come through, and I thought, well, I'm going to have to wait till this passes, and I went to find my Sawzall, and I couldn't find it. I don't know where I've set it.
Bubba, where is it?
Well, you know, it's a transitional time, and for an only child, where everything's not where you left it, it's really bad.
Oh, yeah.
So then I start looking around. I think, well, do I have any saws here? And the only saw I could find was a battery-powered 6-inch circular saw that you cut trim with. Right. You know, it's just, I mean, it'll cut a 2x4. That's about it.
That's about it.
And you gotta line it up right for that.
Yeah, don't want no
so as soon as the weather broke and it got a little lighter, I thought, well, you know, there's only one way to eat an elephant, and that's a bite at a time.
Absolutely.
So I started cutting limbs
with
and cutting limbs and cutting
with
limbs.
that saw?
Yes, to try to get it cleared. And because I didn't have a belt, my pants kept falling down. And so I'm trying to cut and hold my pants up, and I'd cut and then I'd have to stop and pull my pants. And I probably spent 20 minutes pulling my britches up.
Right, yeah.
And I thought, you know, it sure would be good to have a belt right now. And but I had to take the saw on a couple of limbs and go all the way around the limb. You know what I mean? Like work,
right.
and that's not the easiest thing to do.
No. Yeah.
And then try to break the limb. So, you try to shake it, and then you try to step on it, and then you try to just push it and break it. So, I feel like I've wrestled an alligator this morning. But
do you have any tree trunk up here at the top? I mean, was there nothing that was too thick for you?
Oh yeah. It's a much bigger tree than what it looks like in the picture.
I see it in the background.
And so I kept cutting off pieces till I could get by it and dragging them out of the way the other way. And so we finally got through. And
was Betty asleep through all this?
She got up one time to go, "What are you doing?" And,
and you told her, she said, "Okay,
I said,
I'm out."
well, and she was like,
Happy
"Wow,
birthday.
wow, tree down."
Yeah.
Okay, so
And you said, "Hey, bud, do you have
we've
a
got
belt?"
some more pictures of it in the daylight that I'll get to Adler here in a minute. But anyway, hey, how's everybody going? Friday.
Yeah.
Hey, here we go. Here we go.
So anyway, now did your Montgomery trip go well?
It did. I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, tell us about that.
I can't wait to hear about that.
And I waited to talk about James Gregory till you got here.
Well, I know.
I didn't want to get into that till you got
Boy, I hated to hear that.
I
but,
know.
78. For him, that was a pretty
Look,
good run.
when you, I will tell you the way James.
It's not as 78 is not as old as it used to be.
No,
honestly,
but the way James approached life, 78 James Gregory years is really like 95 for a person who made some effort to be healthy.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Here we go.
Didn't Bubba just the other day say, "Well, we ain't seen
we
James
haven't had
yet."
James on in
You
a couple
did.
of years in this studio.
Yeah.
We never had him on this studio.
Yeah.
I know.
Just had that conversation.
Yep.
All right, so we got Bubba's trip to the Capitol and James Gregory's death all to come.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big with some of your phone calls in as the show continues. The Will of Canned Meat will spin today. Rock and Roll City will be playing today. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Playing the national anthem. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends and neighbors, associates everywhere. It's the Friday edition of Rick and Bubba. Get ready for the weekend.
There it is.
Yeah, bet you.
That song.
How about you, Big Bird?
That's a timely little song there, isn't it?
Yeah, how about it?
Lord, these children are going crazy.
How many times we all said that?
Come down here and save me. So anyway, some things that we need to let you know about. Had a great interview yesterday with Dr. Michael Sag. He's the director of infectious disease at UAB. We did a full-blown let's dive in on COVID-19 and the vaccine, and we dove in hard.
Yeah, we
dove in.
You know, we peeled away and was right up front with the doc. We wanted to talk about hard science, not politics on either side.
No.
You know, our science is getting lost in this.
Boy.
And tell us what you think, good, bad, or otherwise. Give us the very latest. And he's obviously very well qualified to do that. And I thought we had it was a very good 45 minutes that I could have talked. Matter of fact, we kept the doc on the line and talked for about 20 more minutes even after the podcast ended. So.
And in Uncomfortable, I did a virtual physical. So to kind of give you, the things you need to know about the good doc, he's the director of infectious disease at UAB. He told you that. But he also kind of hit he's world renowned for the expertise that he has because he was on the front lines of fighting the HIV/AIDS infection when it hit the world and was part of the team. You know that at one time, Bubba, when you got that, it was a death sentence. Even though we've never found a vaccine for that we found treatments that now that's no longer a death sentence. He said, "Do you realize when we first started with this, we didn't even know where it came from. Didn't know how you got it. Nothing."
Yeah.
So he's been here before, and he also got a bad case of COVID, and he talked about why he thinks some cases are worse than others. I thought that was an interesting discussion. He's talked about the different treatments. What I liked about it is I left yesterday, which I think you need to listen to it or watch it over the weekend. I left it going, we still got problems, but we got a plan.
Yeah.
And that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And now, because what did we say when this first started? We'll learn as we go. And we've learned, and I think there's some clarity. We're catching up. Like we said, then we got some treatments we thought were good, but then we didn't have enough places to do them.
Right.
So, and he talked about all those problems. But I think if you're sitting there going, when is this pandemic going to end, and what's the truth and what's not the truth? I'm not saying that we fully answered every question, but I think you'll feel more informed after you've listened to him.
I think it's one of the best podcasts we've done as far as information that we all need. And when it comes to
on this topic, no doubt.
I'm going to tell you, there's some things that we have thought that he is going to reinforce, and there's some things we have thought that he is going to say is wrong. So it will be somewhat controversial to some of you, but I think it is a good listen for you to at least hear some critical thinking on some of the issues.
Right. Now, I know some of you are you've got your mind made up on things. Nobody's going to change it, and that's fine.
"35 minutes past. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour rolling now from the old Big Boy studio. Somebody say, I was scared of all the things I'd done. So North Alabama is a beautiful, beautiful part of our country. You may not know that, but if you'd love to come and see beautiful North Alabama, well, we've got the ultimate North Alabama kayak fishing road trip giveaway underway now. How do I register, Rick? Thank you for asking. Go to alabamaroadtrips.org. Let me tell you what you can get to do. 2-day guided trip for two to go in a kayak and do some bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. Plus, you can get a Yeti prize package. My goodness, Bubba, if you priced a Yeti, you get a pair of Wiley X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money that you can spend on the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. So it's a $2,000 prize, and you can win it by going to alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org. And also, you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And I sure do hope we announce your name so you can come to this most beautiful part of our country and enjoy some bass fishing. All right, so Bubba, you're here.
I'm here.
All is well. The golden ticket seats are here. So you went. I think I just heard you say you cut enough limbs off a tree across your driveway with a circular saw?
A 6-inch circular saw, battery powered, that's made for cutting trim work.
While trying to hold your pants up. Trying to hold your pants up.
That'd be a problem solver.
So you see, there's the saw right there.
How
and you
are
see
you
my
making that
shear
work?
just to get as a point of reference. But look how the tree splintered. That's the tree that fell up above my foot.
So we talking severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-per-hour winds?
I don't know what came through.
Okay.
But there was There were several trees.
How
down.
did
I
it
had some
feel?
neighbors down,
How did
too.
it feel? Like we said, the analogy we use, if your dog ever survives getting hit by a car, and I
know.
hope it does, it doesn't like to go near the road anymore.
Rick,
it doesn't like
it-
the sound of cars. It doesn't like to see cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it was a little unnerving because if the wind blows at a certain level, it starts blowing through the seals and starts whistling, and you're like, I don't like the whistle. I'm anti that, especially in the dark.
Whistle while you work. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
So
All right.
there's the tree that
So
broke
it tied.
off.
So it broke off.
Okay.
I mean, that's
There's one lane in there.
it's
Too.
not.
I don't like that
it's
one.
not like the ground was wet and it fell over. It snapped.
That's too
We
many
just-
trees down there.
That's odd, isn't it?
Yeah. That's snap.
So apparently we had a few gusts there. It was pretty big. So there it is laying on the ground.
Oh, sure.
And it was a little unnerving. I didn't sleep too well last night because
Really? Because
you have the storm shelter, but it's not comfortable to go. I mean, if you're in the bed, you got to go. Well, we're going to go sit in on chairs, and you're not going to get any sleep in that.
Well, here's what I'm always wondering.
But you would go to it if you had to.
Help me, storm shelter people. So, tornado only, severe thunderstorm, you'd go in there. What's the criteria that we need to go in there?
Well, if there's a tornado, absolutely.
That's easy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
We had severe thunderstorms with gusty winds.
Yeah, does that qualify?
And when that whistling starts, I'm kind of like, what would it hurt to go sit?
But you weren't going to tell the birthday girl, let's go.
I
in
hated
there.
to wake the birthday girl up because on my birthday last year's when the hurricane, the tornado hit.
Oh
so
my goodness!
I'm like, let's skip a birthday and bad weather.
And you think the house is going not again?
you wouldn't mind sharing with us Hunter and Caitlin's birthday, would you?
Yeah,
Talking like the house.
Yes,
that's what I thought it would sound like.
Hey, ask Bubba if I can have that tree to make some turkey calls.
Yeah, well, he better get down there. And I think David Easterwood, who's probably already on the site cutting it up.
So, there you go. So this was a neighbor's tree?
It was
borderline.
It's real close to the line. It may be over a little bit, maybe mine. I don't know. It's no big deal.
Well, tell me about your little swanky affair in Montgomery.
I
saw you had.
Governor.
I looked up and saw you in a suit. I hadn't seen you in a suit in so long. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, you thought a tennis match was happening.
I really
downtown.
did. I thought, my goodness, where's Hallman sending him now?
So I was asked to be at this ceremonial signing of a proclamation by our governor yesterday. And I'd never been to one, so I thought, well, let's go check this out.
You look fantastic.
Well, there's some things that I'd forgot about going up Dexter Avenue. I forgot, one, how steep it was, and two, how little parking there are around there.
I don't know what's up with the world.
There's a lot of
parking.
permit parking, and there's a lot of state troopers, so you kind of figure, like, I probably need to stay, if it's got a number on it, I don't want to be towed out of here.
But when does society become so mean about parking and so clingy about parking? Parking has gotten complicated everywhere.
So
this is not difficult. Give us somewhere to park.
Plus him in that truck, I can't imagine. trying to find something
it doesn't fit in every
Ooh,
spot.
look at him.
So anyway,
Got his double Windsor perfect.
Come on.
I parked down the street down Dexter, right, and had to walk up Goat Hill, which is a little longer walk than you want it to be. And so twice I stopped and I thought, well, I'm out of breath. I really need to stop and breathe. So I acted like I was taking selfies so people wouldn't think I was out of breath.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you got a lot of
So I
selfies.
stopped, and right here, it
So you're
looks like
struggling.
I'm taking a selfie for the other people on the street, but I'm actually gasping for air.
You know what? If you look into your eyes, you can see it. You're breathing through those beautiful teeth.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, if you flew in front of that, you might get pulled right in.
And thank goodness you had your New Balances on.
Yeah,
you could have had dress shoes on.
Well, I stayed with that. That was too much to
You
have.
can't go up Goat Hill in dress shoes.
And then you get up to the Capitol. This is the old Capitol. It's not where they actually do the
really?
hearings now. Yes,
I didn't
it's a
know that.
museum more than
I
anything.
did not know that.
really?
Okay. Is
You
that the one
remember
that's
I
haunted?
went to it one time and I told you it was haunted. Remember I
Correct.
kept hearing people in it
yeah.
when there was nobody in it?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're using it more now for ceremonial stuff because it seemed like there was a lot going on.
Haunting.
If
I
Greg
heard
was
you.
there-
I heard you can hear George Wallace moan.
Yeah, I know. But it is kind of wild.
Greg, you should have
because
been with him helping where to
you
park.
get to it and then you have all these steps to go up, and I'm like, good night, And look, some of our ham crew, they're not the most athletic.
Okay, so this
bunch
was a
either,
ham
so
gathering.
It was an amateur radio proclamation.
Here come
week.
the hams.
And-
Go on without me, I'm coming.
I bet y'all stopped at Cracker Barrel.
And I'd never been to one of these, so I didn't know what to expect. So you go in to the second floor, which is the old House chamber, And it's a pretty big room. I mean, it's not big enough to seat everybody now with all the electronics, but that's where they used to do the business, the state.
All right.
And it's kind of wild because there's a lot of history there, anytime you're
Did the other hams have a suit on?
Some of them did.
Okay.
And so we go in there, but there's all these people in there. There's like proclamations for just bunches of people going to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So, the young lady comes in, that's the MC that does all the talking, and she tells us how this is going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And, they run you through there.
Well, there's a lot of proclamations.
There's a lot of proclamations.
Right.
And you come up and they tell you, for the first picture, you look at the photographer. Second picture, you look at the governor as she's signing the document. So, they're running them through there.
And you know what?
There's a lot of proclamations.
I love efficiency. I probably would love their system.
They apparently, I think they maybe do this once or twice a year. I'm not sure, but
did you hear some proclamations you thought were not necessary?
Well, no, there's a lot of proclamations out there for
can't be that many
kind of stuff.
Can't be that many.
You'd be surprised.
But I mean that are worthy.
Well, you'd be surprised how many they are.
Okay.
And let me just say that.
Okay.
And so, you're sitting there and you're waiting on your name to be called, and you shoot up there and you get around the governor and you smile.
How many hams we talking?
And they snap. I think we had 8 or 9.
Oh,
8 or 9.
too many.
And they snap your picture. Then you look at the governor while she's signing. You snap it, and you are out of there. They move you right along.
Gone. That's the way it should be.
Yeah. But it's such a historic chamber. You sit there and you see all the history.
Like see the picture.
That goes with our state.
When will you get your picture?
Oh, I'll get it to you.
And what was the official proclamation?
Yeah, what's it about? That's a good question.
I'll give it. I'll read it to you here in a minute. I got it.
Okay.
So I'll give you. I want to get it right.
Yay, though. No, that's not it.
Did they call you
23rd Psalm?
They call you William Bussey or Dr. Bussey? What they call you?
Radio Man.
I have so many names.
Right.
And,
that's why I was wanting to know what your ham name is.
One of the few, I never get called as William, but that's really where it all started.
That's right.
And we worked out from there. But no, it was a great experience, and it was good to go and see it. And you're in that House chamber, and you think all the votes and debate that went on in that room. If the walls could speak.
Did you go into was this in the old building?
Yeah, this is in the second floor, which would be the House.
Where the ghosts are.
You have the Senate and the House side, and we're on the House side.
Did you hear the sound of a creaking wheelchair?
No,
out in the hall?
I'll tell you, there were so many people.
That was the governor.
There were so many people in the building that yesterday it didn't seem spooky.
Okay.
When I went many years ago, and I mean this is many years ago, there wasn't anybody in there. So I think they're utilizing it more now than what they used to. So there's a lot more things going on.
Welcome back, William. And I know this may be controversial, what I'm about to ask. But we know the influence this man has.
Oh, Bubba?
Not only in our state, but
face?
across the country.
Exactly. Here we go.
And so what I want to know is this one of those things that doesn't happen if you're not involved?
Absolutely.
No, they do it. They do it.
Oh, when he put his hand on this, that proclamation began to move forward.
Yeah. I mean, did you put it? Did you help get this across the goal line?
I had.
I mean,
nothing.
have they been trying to do this for years and years and years?
No.
Yes.
And
no, they
and
do
you
it
said,
every year.
"Let
They
me
do it every
No,
year.
I'm talking about the hams.
The hams do it every year.
They finally got their way.
No, they do it every year.
They,
I had nothing to do with this other than to show up and be in the picture.
Okay.
And
You're
then
too
I'll
modest.
help them get the word out about it.
So humble of you.
Yeah, I know.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yes, you did.
I really didn't. Hey, you think about the votes and the debate went on in that room.
Oh.
Over time.
Oh.
I mean, at one time they voted to go to war with the United States in that room.
Oh.
Think about that.
They sure did.
Wow.
You can't help but think about it sitting in there looking around.
Yeah. Things keep going like they are. We might be in there again. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But if you're somebody, I honestly can say this is where I am, and I feel real confident it's where you are just listening to you as we walk through this together. I honestly just want to know.
Yeah.
I don't have any preferred answers or anything, or if I don't hear this, if he didn't say the way I want it said,
right.
I honestly realize I don't know anything about this disease, and I would like to drop all the different agendas and all that and just talk science and talk where we are. I just want to know. I don't. Whoever was the first one to say it, whenever science becomes politicized, it gets awkward.
Well, we also talked about it seems to be conflicting reports coming from the CDC about masks and about lockdowns and this and that, and he had some fresh takes on some of that too. So I would encourage you to listen to it with an open mind, and then form your own opinions. But I thought it was very good. He's a very good communicator, and honestly, I told Rick after it was over, I said, I wish that Dr. Sag had been doing a lot of the press conferences on COVID for the past year with both administrations. I think we would be a lot better off.
As far as someone who has the credentials to speak to it, I thought he was the best combination of credentials and communication skills that I've heard anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So, and that includes the ones that keep getting all the hype.
Yeah, I think UAB's lucky to have it.
15 minutes past the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. So catch that. That's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. It'll be available to you tomorrow when you get up for the day and over the weekend. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, do tell. How about the old red planet?
Perseverance, the most technically advanced robot NASA has built to date, traveled 293 million miles to reach Mars over the course of a 6-month trip after launching atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket from Cape Canaveral back in July. It will remain active on Mars for 2 years, searching for signs of life and exploring the planet's surface. This is maybe the 5th rover we've landed on Mars. It cost $2.7 billion, was built in California. It's around 10 foot long, 9 foot wide, 7 foot tall, and weighs about 2,260 pounds on Earth, roughly 278 pounds heavier than its predecessor, Curiosity. Now, Rick, this one does have a drone helicopter that's going to fly. So it's a real high-tech piece of equipment. They use what they call the sky crane method to get it on the surface, which is kind of a hat trick in itself. But it did land. It did send a picture back, initially a low-resolution black and white picture, letting them know that it was on the ground and it was in good shape. We should have more pictures coming back today. And it's a very, very cool robot. It will actually be able to go out and do some drilling and some analyzing the soil and preparing for a future human mission to Mars.
Here they are when it landed. Have you seen this?
Mm-hmm. Engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers. Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
I wish
Rick,
so badly Gary was the voice of that.
You know
what we got to do.
Here comes Perseverance. It's hovering.
Rick, when I started watching it yesterday, it had me. I was so captivated I couldn't even take my afternoon nap. You know,
that is captivating.
It had me shook up.
Wow.
And
shook up.
When I started watching the coverage, it was still going 12,000 miles an hour and was 9,000 miles away, all the way to slowing that baby down and landing it. I mean, you talking about putting the brakes on, baby. That is locking them down.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jake breaking it.
A lot of talent in whatever you choose to do. You still have to put in this hard work, and you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Amen.
Thank you.
I can hear that 1,000 times.
Amen. So we're looking for.
That was mad because they.
No, he loves a William Hung quote. Now, it didn't matter how serious the situation
He's
is.
a little mad.
You love William Hung.
He'd rather me not cut up. It was I cut up a little quick.
Right.
But he loves it.
You're just trying to make us happy.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Thank you for being with us today. As we walk through another Rick and Bubba Show, golden ticket seats here today, a wonderful Wheel of Can meet coming up, a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, letters from the audience this weekend. Bubba and I had a blast unpacking those yesterday, so enjoy that this weekend. Also, if you haven't voted
for the final 3 in Fix Mama's Mouth. The winner will be announced Monday. Dr. Dudney will be here, and so if you want to vote, you need to do that over the weekend or today if you haven't already. So, Bubba, you are we going proclamation here?
Well, yeah, you wanted to know what it was, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to give you an explanation of this. Okay.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Adler, have you got it?
Yeah, this is okay. So this
look the bottom line in all of this, and it starts out, whereas the United States has over 844,000 amateur radio operators,
including
in our state,
KJ4JJ.
In
That's
our
a lot,
state,
by the way.
our
Yes.
state has over 13,500 of them. And because of the auxiliary communication, AUXCOM is recognized as an official part of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Critical Infrastructure Security Agency, the CISA. And, we go on with all that kind of stuff. It's basically declaring it Amateur Radio Week in June, which corresponds to our field day operation.
So if it's in June,
Okay, cool.
If it's in June, is that just gay ham operators?
No, that's all. That's all.
Well, no, that's gay pride month.
Let him have it. Let him have it.
You are correct.
Take this away.
Let
It's
him
June.
have a
It's-
day.
I thought that June belonged to. Okay.
Well,
All right, so
we
June
share
22nd
those.
and 23rd
Yes.
is going to be the amateur
Okay,
radio
right,
field
right.
day.
Yeah, that's where we go out, we get our solar
Great.
panels and our batteries, and we operate for 24 hours to
Sounds
test.
like a party.
We're the
Yeah.
very grassroots backbones of communications in this country.
Oh yes.
That's right.
When the power is gone and the cell phones are gone, we'll be there.
Right.
That's right. When it
Now,
hits the
based on
fan,
last
we're
night,
going to be needing you.
Based on last night, we may not have a chainsaw.
We don't have a chainsaw,
well,
can't get up a driveway, but I did communicate with several people as I was looking for a chainsaw last night.
How much power do you need to operate a ham radio?
There
Bubba?
he goes.
You can use as little as you want to, or depending on what frequency you're on, up to about 1,200 watts.
Okay.
Thinking about hamming, are you?
I
Adam?
was just wondering because he mentioned when the power goes down, they'll probably just need a battery or something.
Most of the radios, HF radios, put out about 100 watts.
Adler,
Okay, not
Adler,
bad.
you're gonna have to wait till your dogs pass away for you to be a ham.
Okay. I don't have the time.
Did you hear
for
that?
it. I don't have
Story
the-
Adler, you would be perfect for it, by the way.
He
So
would
all
be.
of your skills
Oh.
would really come in.
Do you guys go have I know you've got your call sign like KJ, all that, but do you also have this is Maverick?
No.
This is the Mullet Master, nothing like that.
No,
we just use our name.
Can I? Could I do that?
No.
I know.
No.
You're just gonna
Okay.
go
Is that frowned upon?
Yes. No,
Okay.
you don't use
Frowned
you don't use
upon.
handles.
It'll kick you out.
Yeah, this is RoboCop to Muffin Top. How you doing?
I don't know that you can say that.
No, you really can't say that.
So you don't say that kind of stuff. Okay.
No, you don't say that kind of stuff.
All right.
And this is where I'll have to remind the 13,500
Right.
hams and the 844,000 that the way we promote stuff is by making fun of it.
That is correct.
That's right. So we're gonna have a ham.
Bringing awareness.
Bubba,
to
I
humor.
wanted you to have this moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I really didn't expect to have a moment.
That's a heck of a proclamation.
Well, look.
No, it is, but there's a lot of these done, but it is good PR for whatever thing you're doing.
So who was
the nurses were there yesterday? They got something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Cool.
They got a day.
Yeah, there was
Week back to liking them.
Nurse Week.
There was some bikers there with a Trail of Tears that did
Oh,
something. Yeah,
okay,
they
cool.
got some kind of.
Oh,
It was
biker
all kind
chief.
of groups. All kind of groups.
What? Who were the chosen to go represent the hams?
I don't know. I was just asked by our section manager, which if I can put this in football terms, would be our head coach for our management of the ARRL, the American Radio and Relay League, which is our lobbying.
So there's
group.
different
Everybody
areas.
knows
So
who
there
that
was a representative from each one. Kind
Yeah, each state is a section, and he is our section manager. So he would be like our governor.
Did you say motorcycle Trail of Tears?
Yes, there was some motorcycle Trail of Tears folks.
How
there.
about this? If those tribes had motorcycles, not as many tears.
Well, that's
Good point,
true.
Rick.
Well, I tell you what,
don't.
I'm sure they're enjoying
I
your
think
point.
That'd have
they.
been a much quicker trip.
I think they ride and commemorate that or something. I'm
Right.
not sure.
Bubba, you got your eye on that Grand Poobah spot that guy
Yeah,
had?
clearly
No,
that's
no.
your job. Come on.
No, I'm helping them spread the word, and I'm technically the PIC, the Public Information Coordinator.
Little acronym for it.
Yeah,
Say that again, that title?
Public Information Coordinator, the PIC.
He's the old pig man.
That's great.
And I help out the PIOs, the public information officers, which are in all the ham clubs.
And everybody knows that.
Yes. I just a little ARRL tree there.
And for
you.
1 week in June, we're really going to crank it up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Field day, man.
Well, y'all,
That's our big day.
field day. Is that the thing you showed us pictures of when y'all was up in some tower?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, last year.
like a
That was
park,
last year.
Was that in June?
Yeah.
Looked
Yeah, I
like
think
the
it was.
Talladega infield.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Remember that you were talking about having to walk that hill and then climb up there?
Yeah.
Oh, is that where that was?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
I've
that.
had a lot of uphill walks lately. With
You
this.
really? And then the day after Regions, that was cruel yesterday. Good night.
That was.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Listen, I was about halfway up Dexter Avenue. I thought, hey, what if I started to park and then Uber about halfway? You know, if they
Could you get me an Uber?
This is Dr. Bussey. I'm the pick.
I mean, does every parking
Somebody help
spot
the
does
pick.
every parking spot around the old State House have to be permitted? I mean, is there no public availability?
You know
at
what you
all?
could have done? Those motorcycle guys were there, got on the back seat of them, let them drive you up there.
I'm the
Road B.
PIC for crying out loud.
If I'd
charge.
have seen somebody with a sidecar, I might have jumped in.
By the way, picture a big Harley, and the guy's up front. He's getting his proclamation. Bubba in that suit is riding on the back.
Hair just blowing.
Oh, so good.
Oh, that was.
But it was great to be back in Montgomery for a minute yesterday.
Was it really?
Yep.
Yeah. You're probably going there a lot in the future.
I get through there every now and then.
Did y'all go eat afterwards? Celebration dinner?
I did not. I had to get back. I think they actually met and was going to eat at one of the famous hot dog places.
Wait, you didn't go with them?
I couldn't get there.
The pick didn't go?
I couldn't get there.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a podcast.
What is the
on the front end. I was talking about the back
hot
end.
dog place?
Yeah.
There's
they
famous
ate
hot dog
before.
pla- yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a famous hot dog place. And then they walked up the hill, which
Oh my gosh!
Peddler showing
I can only imagine trying to walk that hill after eating a hot dog.
Oh,
yeah.
They'd have been talking halfway up.
You don't take those kind of chances.
No.
They'd been like,
Speaking of riding sidecar, there's my hot dog over there.
Did you like me?
Remember back when we were yucking it up? How you liking Goat Hill? That'd be a tough one.
I forgot how steep that was.
Yeah.
It'd been a while since I walked that hill.
Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I was even there.
I mean, it's
Probably when Governor
speed,
Riley went in.
It just keeps going.
I was about to say, at some point you realize, am I going anywhere?
I'm
I'm
like, okay,
walking,
I'm at Channel 12. How much further is it?
It's right around here, almost there.
almost.
Top of the hour. If
I
you're,
started to ask to get a ride in one of the news vans, from Channel 12, because they just scare me up there.
if you're leaving us, have a good weekend. Catch any archives you missed today. And don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University. If you got more, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I expected it. I'm not,
Right.
I'm not, I wouldn't expect anything else.
Right.
10 seconds didn't go by before Speedy pulled the Gary card.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just heard that.
We can,
What
we
we
can
gotta
probably
do?
have something on the show that Gary doesn't have to be the middle of.
Right, yeah, but anything we know the people at Redstone, we know the people up in Huntsville, right?
Right.
Yes.
Could we make that happen? Maybe we send them a little test of Gary doing it.
No,
Maybe count down from 10.
I don't think that's what they're looking
10.
for.
I don't think. I don't think that's what they're looking
What
for.
about perseverance?
You got to have perseverance. Just ask William. Right, Wayne?
Speedy, maybe you could have your own tape of Gary and just listen to it over and over at your house. And kind of get your feel for all that.
Who doesn't love Gary?
Well,
the audience does.
Yeah.
Let's discuss like what it's doing. Now this thing, I know we've been up there and we try to find water and we try to
It's
find
persevering.
stuff.
Yep.
I tell you the thing that's amazing when you think about what they have to do to land that on the surface of Mars. It is mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
But it also, like, what's going to happen?
it?
Well, remember this, Bubba, because this is. I heard Jerry Seinfeld that did the bit. When will we have something that'll exceed? I mean, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't do fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it now we can put a rover on Mars and take a helicopter take off from it and hover around, and we can't find the common cold here?
Yeah.
Because that the man on the moon was the standard. Is this now the standard?
Yeah.
Well, it's a pretty it's a pretty high mark.
That's good.
One of the systems on there also will be used to try to produce oxygen using the Martian carbon dioxide atmosphere. Which, if this test is good and it will work, that's going to be a major breakthrough because the travelers that go there can make their own oxygen and then eventually their own rocket fuel. So that would be huge.
Well, Matt Damon's already been there.
I still don't know why anybody want to go there.
No.
I mean,
no.
Find me a planet that's like this one, and then I'll go.
Well, let me tell you, one of the next missions
I'm gonna live in a tube.
Is, and it's coming up in the next few years, is they're going to send a rover to Titan, which is one of Saturn's moons, and it shows a lot of promise. We've already got pictures. We know there's an ocean on it, probably of methane, but
that's the one
we saw a coastline on it. It looked like the Gulf Coast, Gulf of Mexico.
That's the one in that George Clooney movie. Did you see that?
Yes,
one?
I have.
Weren't they coming back and they found the moon? There was we could inhabit. Things go bad.
Right on Saturn?
Something like that.
Something like that.
It's the moon of
or
Titan,
Jupiter.
Bob, I noticed that when you said that, you really enunciated Titan.
How do we know?
Yeah, we got Titan. I mean, you opened up wide and really spoke clearly.
Yeah.
That was good. Do you remember that word, enunciate? Enunciate.
China.
Did you hear
Titan.
when he was talking earlier about what they'd found, and then he gave us that pause, and that sets up humans. It's like he was narrating National Geographic.
He learned that in good old boy theater. He knows how to pause.
Yeah,
that's
true.
perfect.
Sure.
And that sets up humans. Humans on Titan. That's it. So it's there. It really is. It's amazing, especially considering when you don't know where you're going to come down. There's rocks and stuff, all that there.
Yeah, if it happened, it's awesome.
And they're actually in a crater, too, so they think they may find some things in the crater they haven't seen on the
man
side.
on the moon, difficult to fake. That right there, really no issue.
Oh, you can fake
And
that,
again,
no
if you were going to fake it, you might as well fake people being there.
Sure.
Why start with it?
Yeah, do it all. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Working on another hour. Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. The golden ticket seats will get a chance to spin that this hour if they so desire. Rock and Roll City, but no bass today. Super Tom, the engineer, he has some storm trouble too. So
he blocked in his driveway?
He's blocked in his driveway as well, so he can't get out.
So anyway, a brand new hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, I'm glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it.
James Gregory is dead, Bubba, and we don't feel too good ourselves.
I hated to hear that news. Greg had mentioned earlier, we were just talking about him this week, and the fact that we hadn't seen him in a while, and that he had not been in the studio while we've been here the last couple of years, and I was hoping we could rectify that, but I hated to hear that news yesterday. It was so odd because we just had that conversation.
I had people emailing me probably maybe in the last year that were saying, because he was so committed to not canceling dates that he kind of got to the point, and we understand that, where he thought, no matter what state I'm in, I can pull this off because I've been doing it so long and it's so ingrained in me. But I had people start emailing me in the last year saying, have you seen James Gregory lately? And I'm like, no, I haven't. And they said, man, he doesn't look good. I saw him the other night, and he pulled it off, but boy, he looked like he was struggling.
James Gregory, I think, was the first comedian I ever saw doing stand-up. And I have been a fan of his ever since. And it was so cool when we got to have him on the show.
Yeah.
And by the way, if he ever asks you what kind of dog you have, do not say weenie dog. Right. And
Well said.
I learned that early. And
Well said.
but, we got to do a couple of dates with him. We did one in Huntsville at the Von Braun Civic Center. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And he was on some of the tour that we did.
Fat Fest.
As
a matter of fact, Nashville.
The Nashville one and Birmingham.
Yeah, the year we did Nashville and Birmingham, he did both. And
he was on top of his game then.
And yesterday, I got a text from Steve Sample. And remember the famous story?
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
And he said, have you heard that James Gregory has passed? I said, I have. I do also recall you tried to kill him years ago with what you did. And he said, thank you for that reminder. But yes, that was when Steve Sample, who was playing drums for Mr. Lucky, decided he would tell a professional stand-up comedian that is considered to be one of the funniest men to ever walk the planet a joke.
Yeah, I don't think comedians really.
Oh, it was not a good joke. It was longer than it needed to be.
Yeah,
it was nothing good about it.
It was so.
Steve is a great person, but his delivery wasn't excellent on that one either.
James just stared at him.
I like Steve, but he's not a stand-up comedian.
James just simply he didn't even acknowledge when the punchline hit. He stared at Steve Sample, the drummer.
Steve was expecting a response.
Oh, yes.
He got up and walked out of the dressing room
without saying a word.
And I remember,
and we all died laughing.
The late Mark Phillips, looked at Steve Sample and says, "What are you doing?" It was really, really bad.
Yeah.
So and he's been on the show so many times. And
yes.
So many times we've been with him.
Do y'all want a clip of James from the show from 2010?
2010. Good night.
Do you want it?
How does it operate? Do we get a little something we can get in and out of a little quick?
It's It's about a minute long.
Yeah.
He's talking about how society has changed.
Hit it.
Okay.
Have you noticed that people who don't even have time now, you walk out the back door, you walk across your yard, lean on the fence, talk to your neighbor a few minutes, go down to get your mail out of the mailbox. There's your neighbor walking the dog. You spend a few times talking to your neighbor. Nobody has time for that, but they got time to keep their 5,000 friends on Facebook update.
Yeah, I mean,
people they'll never meet, never know.
Hours.
So I'm just saying I don't get it. I'm not really saying the people that do that are idiots. I'm just saying I don't get it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can understand you.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
going online never works out for me anyway. You see all these things. Well, they don't. Nothing works out for me. Well, you see these little commercials. It makes you tempted. Remember this Ancestry.com?
Oh, yeah. Look up your kinfolk.
I found out that my great-great-grandfather lived next door to Thomas Jefferson, that kind of stuff, Well, then I tried, and I found out that my ancestors were owned by a black family. It just never turns out. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Oh my gracious!
That video has 300,000 views on YouTube.
Let me tell you what's funny. People were emailing me all their favorite James Gregory's, and I think one that he did on this show And you got all this legendary stuff, about when he did the all liquid diet, which the airplane, fill it up, all that, and then the aliens landing in trailer parks. But one that when he does that about these young comedians, when they start going on the road with him, and he eats at truck stops and diners. And the guy who ordered the salad with the raspberry vinaigrette, to a woman who put out her cigarette before she asked for their order, that one right there. When he does the thing, when all of a sudden they put it down, and it has croutons on it, he goes, "Oh no,
got croutons.
I'm gluten free." And God, that's a funny story. So
and one of my. It had to be one of my favorite all-time meals, and that's a long and distinguished list.
Yeah.
Is we carried him, and it was Vinny the Hitman.
Was it? I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah, it was Vinny because remember, I think he didn't make it for a while after that. It was Steve again, but it was Vinny at that time.
He probably didn't like Vinny's order.
And we went to one of the most famous dining establishments in our town.
Yep.
And I think we ordered everything on the menu.
Oh.
And we ate for about 3 hours.
It was a wonderful day. That was the day that
James couldn't make his mind up, so he ordered everything.
Well, what happened was in that moment, how we all grab things from somebody that you think, man, and he said something to me that day that I'll never forget. It was that exact thing, and he got tied up on whether he wanted dumplings or country fried steak.
Right, he couldn't decide.
And I looked up and I said, "James, let's try that." I said, "Ma'am, is there any way we could just have both and make the dumplings a side?" She said, "Well, sure, honey." And he looked at me and he said, "You're the son I never had." and he said, "My goodness, what an order!" It was an all-star order.
It was like Thanksgiving. We overate terribly.
Yes.
And then we were in my big truck at the time, if you remember, and James was late for doing a phone interview with a radio
Why do we
station.
do that to people all the time?
And so we put him in the back seat, and Vinny, and we're riding, and there's an area that's got a lot of hills in it, and we're slinging James around.
Right, I do remember
in the
that.
back a little bit, and he's trying to talk on the phone. And I was crying. I was
Yeah.
laughing so hard because you could hear him struggling, trying to keep it.
Yeah, well, he's one of those guys, and it's such an honor, and we just had an email this week, somebody doing this. It's such an honor when people say that, this show is something they did with their parents that are no longer with us or whatever. Well, James was that for Greg and me. We would ride on hunting trips, and my dad and our dad loved James Gregory, loved it. And we would listen to James Gregory cassettes, I guess it was, in the car, because I don't think we even have a CD player yet. And this Dad had one of those infectious laughs anyway. I mean, kids in our neighborhood would sit outside to see if my daddy would laugh. They loved hearing him laugh. And remember, he would get he thought James Gregory was the funniest. And
Ricky's the funniest man in America.
Yeah, he was.
is.
Yep. Thank you, Greg, yesterday.
Well, I misquoted a little.
Right. So he is gone, but thank goodness for documentation. And
there's a lot of James Gregory comedy bits out there, and Rick, one of my favorite is when he talks about. And see, this is something I went through. Now, people now have no idea, and some of y'all may not have done this,
right?
But I was kind of late on the family tree, so the way all this works out. But when my grandmother died, they brought her to the house that she lived in, and you had to sit up with the deceased overnight and the funeral kept getting pushed off because we were in a torrential rain storm for about 3 or 4 days. So you just had to. I mean, there was a lot of sitting up with the dead during that week, and of course, I was terrified as a kid. Going, this is what are we doing, people? But that was common then, and nobody does that now. And most people don't even know what I'm talking about.
I don't, by the way.
Yeah, the Burgesses didn't do it, which wouldn't surprise you if you knew the Burgesses. The Whites on that side, the potential was there. The more far out in the country you went, the more likely it was to happen.
So, Bubba, you've talked about this before, and I never really wanted to, because I don't know. I didn't want to be that dumb guy that doesn't know. But so y'all actually sat up
It would
with
sit
the
in
dead.
someone's living room.
I mean, I was a kid. I didn't have to.
They're not outside the casket.
No.
Well, still, but I mean,
it's like a visitation.
Thank you for that, though.
Yeah.
It's like a visitation you would do.
Yeah, but you should do it
before
in your
the
house.
funeral. But you do it in the house, and it goes on for several days.
Who started that?
And someone always
Country
has to
folk.
stay in there.
you can't. You never leave the body alone in that room. Somebody has to be in it all the time.
Good night.
And you would literally take shifts.
If it got up and used the bathroom in the middle of the night, I'm out.
Yeah.
Watch it. Yeah,
I know.
just telling you.
Interesting.
Look,
Didn't know that.
Sometimes traditions need to change. I
Yes.
give you that.
Boy,
And,
boy, I'm glad that one.
I think that one has gone away. Maybe.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. America, you can comment on anything that we've just talked about, and we'll chat with you when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast available to you tomorrow. We talk about the vaccine and the current state of the pandemic with the director of the Division of Infectious Diseases at UAB, Dr. Michael Sagg. Be sure you grab that this weekend. There's a lot of information in there concerning the pandemic and the vaccine, which I think you're probably looking for, and we get to the bottom of a lot of it. So a couple of things out there. We talked about yesterday on the program the earthly death of Rush Limbaugh. Now, we know some of what has happened is to be expected, but I just want to make a point here that we were watching The View, and we can't hear The View when it's on. We can only see it, and we correctly predicted how it was going to go. And this is the hatred of Rush Limbaugh. And so, but don't the left, and really anybody, it doesn't have to be left, right, somewhere in the middle. We have to get in a world where we can get back to what we talked about critical thinking, but also to get back to where if I declare something, I have to be able to walk it out and then validate the narrative that I'm throwing out there. We can't just declare things are the way they are, but then offer no proof. And they did this to President Trump. They did it to anyone who opposed Barack Obama. And this is the thing where they just will announce that you're a racist, and then you want it to be like, give me some examples of what you mean by that, and that's not usually part of it. Now, there's a word in this story that I'm not going to ignore it. I didn't. They don't in the story. They don't give the list. I would like to see the list because they claim there was actually a list that Sonny, is it Hostin, however you say her name.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I remember listening to him as a kid growing up, and for me, he just normalized hatred. He normalized racism, and I think he really weaponized white male grievance, and he hardened these rural white listeners, people sitting in their trucks in the middle of America and in the South listening to Rush Limbaugh, and said that she considered Limbaugh's offensive remarks through the years paving the way for Trumpism. And so she said this is someone who spewed racism, underline that, and hatred, yet he's now considered, I guess, an influential person in the building, in building the modern Republican Party and conservatism. I don't know if that's something to be proud of. So when she says she reeled off a list of what she considered to be Limbaugh's offensive remarks, they're not in here because what I would say is if Rush Limbaugh spewed racism and hatred, could I hear some examples of what you mean? Because I can honestly say I don't recall Rush Limbaugh being a racist or talking about anything that was racist. Now, if you declare that anyone who's conservative and makes fun of the Democratic Party and
there may be your ticket.
that in and of itself is racist. But then again, what's weird is the friendships that he had with conservative people that were black and white. So,
Rick, why would a racist invite Walter E. Williams to guest host while he's gone? Why would a racist have an African-American black man as his producer?
Well, Bubba, now they said that
was just for cover.
But
right?
now here's it.
But the fact is that he was, and he did.
Yeah, back to the Walter E. Williams. Now, even bigger, his friendship with Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas was he and Clarence Thomas, they were huge friends. So really, what Sonny is saying is, I don't consider conservative black people to be black. And I don't consider black people that agree with Rush Limbaugh to be real black people. So really, the fact that he is anti the left, that in of itself makes him racist?
Well, Rick, that's it. If there's somebody I don't agree with politically,
right,
I immediately go to my playbook. I call him racist.
Oh, yeah.
I call him this. I call him that. I call him homophobe. I call him all of this. And that's just what I do. I mean, that's how I describe people who don't agree with me because I'm not those things. And the simple truth is that was not the case. And so many people have no sense of humor nowadays.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of a get over it, Francis situation. And I want to go on. Do you have something, Speedy?
I'm sorry, Bubba. I was going to tell you, y'all were wanting to know her list. I'm not married to Adler, but I can play some audio.
she runs the list, or some of them, about how he was so polarizing.
Okay, let's hear the list.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Courtesy of ABC.
Yeah, exactly. Let me,
All right,
let me
never
get this out.
All right, so we'll get that in a minute. The other thing, though, I want to hit this. Sarah Haynes. Now I want you to think about some of the things that the left stands for. Okay, Sarah Haynes says that while that many are mourning Limbaugh, many are not, and blamed him for the beginning of conspiracy theories. I totally disagree with that. I think he was like us. I don't think he was ever. He didn't like these conspiracy theory things.
Yeah, we're taking calls now. Speedy's taking them at 22 minutes past the hour. If you want to be on the show, fire up and call us now, and we can chat. Let's start. By the way, emailer reminded me that the raspberry vinaigrette, the statement James made, and they are right, was oops. Remember when the guy went oops when they put it down on it was oops. Oh, gosh. Brian in Memphis, if you want to join us, there's lines available. Hey, Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm a little bit younger than you guys, probably a couple years younger than Helms, but, I was raised real old-fashioned, and I've set up with the dead twice.
Oh, boy.
And when I was in my teens. So I have some second cousins I'm really close to, and they're the Rick and Gregs of the family. And when my great-grandmother passed away, my grandmother passed away, she was a very devout follower of Christ, and when she passed away, the coroner came in, pronounced her passed or deceased, and then the undertaker brought a casket and they set her in her living room.
Yep.
And the next day we walked her right across her yard to the church that her and her brother started. But, being 13, 14 years old, I'm going to sit up with my cousins. They were cool. Like I said, well, then all the pranks and everything got started from my two second cousins, the Greg and the Rick of the bunch.
Of course.
Messing with me.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, Greg, if you see anybody going that way with a handful of fishing cord, you better watch out. Monofilament over there, because you might see a wave or
your
something.
Loved one's about to say hello. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, I don't think, Greg, we ever did that. I think that we had family that they probably still did that on Mama's side, but we never had.
Well,
to
Rick,
do that.
think too, because you're young. You might be a teenager, and you're doing that, and you really, you don't want to be disrespectful to your grandmother, but it's kind of weird. And like you know the girls, you've noticed them, and you may be talking to a girl or something, trying to get to know her better, and she's like, well, where are you at? I hadn't seen you, in a few days. Well, I'm at my grandmother's. Well, how's she doing? Well, not too good. And you'll do anything to keep from saying I'm sitting here with a dead person.
That's a great point.
And she's not saying a lot. She's kind of quiet. And,
Yeah.
Anything but to tell that.
You don't want
because you don't really know how they're going to take
Well,
it.
at that time,
because you don't know how you feel about it.
Well, and plus, like you just made the great point, the cultures were changing then, because to some people they go, "Oh yeah, I've done that," but there was also a chance somebody say, "What?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?" Let's go to Gulf Shores. Sunny 105. Is the name Coley? Is that right? Kelly?
Coley.
Coley? All right, Coley, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just wanted to tell y'all how much I appreciate y'all. I've been listening to y'all since I was about the 4th grade, is when me and my parents would listen to y'all on my way to school.
Thank you, man.
And I just recently became a firefighter, and I detail cars, I listen to y'all, and it's just, thank y'all for what y'all do.
Well, you're very kind to say that. I was talking about it earlier, Bubba.
Now, what did he say his name was?
I think Coley?
Not a great connection.
Coley?
Yeah, Coley.
Okay.
Did you call him Collie to begin with?
Well, that's
like
what it
a dog?
said. Well, Speedy spelled it Colley.
It's the bow and arrow thing all over again.
Wouldn't that be Collie? I mean, the way it was spelled. I've never seen the Coles of the world add a Y. Oh, I'm not just Cole. I'm Coley.
Hey, ask Collie to come in here a minute. And then here comes Lassie.
Come here, girl. Let's go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going?
We're good, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, first off, Rick, I wanted to tell all those good ones in the world to get off your back. You did a great job talking to Coach Saban. All those good ones just need to, as Greg says, know their role and shut their hole.
Yeah, well, he has quite the following. Quite the following. And,
Well,
and
Rick,
some-
I look back, I think they're legit. You were a little disrespectful.
What are they getting on you?
And Greg's shirt, by the way, I just wanted to say, Greg, you need to turn it down just a notch, brother. You blinded me.
I know. And earlier I banned jokes about my shirt because I said they'd been said, but Helms actually did have a good one.
Okay.
And I've been reviewed. He does get credit for it.
Okay, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah, you tried to argue.
I'm sorry, I
Nice
missed
of
it.
It
Yeah.
wasn't very nice, but it was
wasn't.
a good one.
I went too far.
He did.
But Greg,
which makes
he had been poking
Was
me.
it about where the batteries are? or
No,
what?
you know, don't.
It's
don't-
really
I-
actually. I can't.
Don't
believe
awaken
that
the
I waved
dead.
it off.
It's something he would actually say.
Yeah, it was really good. Actually,
It was.
He stayed at the hospital last night, and I said it gave his mom another seizure.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
That's fun.
There it is.
She'd laugh.
We
at
went
that.
ahead and said it again.
She would laugh at that.
And
My
He
grandson-
would. That's why I was thinking about getting it.
One of my grandsons requests his shirt all the time.
Yeah.
He'll ask me where it's at.
Okay.
Of course, kids like bright, shiny things.
I tell baby brother that I was going to squeeze him tight so he would make light glow
There
worm.
he goes.
So we continue.
It was a rough run till you got here,
traffic
Bubba. I'm so
jokes are
glad
out.
you finally made
Well,
it.
I'm the dampener.
Joey in Kentucky. Joey, go ahead.
What's going on, Biggins? This morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Joey Cicero, actually a Gadsden native. I heard y'all talking about Bubba's love for Mellow Yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Who remembers the Q104 Mellow Yellow band back in the day?
Absolutely,
Oh, yeah.
I do remember that.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, it was really cool too. Really cool. Let's go to
Yellow.
Marshall in Alabama. Marshall, go
I
ahead.
wish Coke would release Mellow Yellow and just
Hey,
let
happy
it go.
Friday, guys.
I agree. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bubba, I wanted to kind of help you out a little bit because I'm an only child, too. I know what that's like, losing everything.
Mm-hmm.
My son wears my belts for my pants because we're getting to be the same size. And so the other day, we was trying to put a starter on a pickup, and I wound up using zip ties. Just go over the two belt loops that you've got on, like, your right or your left
and
hip.
pull them tight.
Use a zip tie, pull that baby tight.
I would like to tell you I have not done that, but I can't. In a
Really?
tight. Oh,
Did it work?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not comfortable, and it kind of puts everything out of alignment, but it can be done in a tight. I think that's the key, in a tight.
Dakota and Gadsden, Z93.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man. So I just wanted to ask y'all if y'all remember doing the show at Marvin's in Gadsden, and I think it's either the late 90s or early 2000s.
Oh, yeah. The Funky
That
Bus
was a
Tour.
funky
Man, I
bus
come-
tour stop.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a famous stop, by the way.
Oh, it was. Yeah, that was the one where
Steve Means was on the show, and Traveling Todd went plowing into the concrete.
Yes, he did. That was
I
that
got to laughing at that so hard I could not breathe.
Had to get him a towel. Bottom of the hour, the golden ticket seats, just when they thought it couldn't get any better, their opportunity when we come back to actually spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Rock and Roll City, no bass today, Super Tom out, back to the original members.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Usually, but now this one, she suggested that he would end up in hell. And, she said at the end of our lives, it's just us answering for everything we did. Yes, you're right, Sarah, and I'd underline that for yourself as well. Everything we did, who we were, what we said, and how we treated people. So now Judgment Day has arrived for Rush Limbaugh. Whoopi Goldberg says, and Bubba, you called this one. They've been trying to do this forever. It's time for the FCC to bring back the fairness doctrine.
Mm-hmm. Well, what Whoopi doesn't even understand, it'll be the end of The View.
I know.
Yeah.
Whoopi, The View is over. Over if you have a fairness doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say this, Whoopi. What Rush Limbaugh did and the doors he opened gave you the chance to do The View.
The type of show you're doing was a genre that was created by the removal of the fairness doctrine.
Yeah, the
it didn't
fairness
exist.
doctrine is not is anything but fair.
Yeah,
and the way it was implemented, and even McCain on the show pointed out that if the fairness doctrine come back, there would have to be two more conservatives put on the panel.
Right,
and that drew a blank from everybody.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you think that would be fair, but it wouldn't be because you would have other people suing to get on to air their side, and you would have so many lawsuits, The View would totally be cut down, done away with. So would every show that expresses an opinion.
You couldn't have an editorial show anymore.
No, you can't.
All right, here's the list.
Yeah.
Well, I've been listening to everyone, sort of eulogizing Rush Limbaugh. And I remember listening to him as a kid growing up. And for me, he just normalized hatred. He normalized racism. And, I think he really weaponized white male grievance. He sort of hardened these like rural white listeners, people, sitting in their trucks and in the middle of America and in the South and, listening to Rush Limbaugh. And I mean, this is someone who called, our President Barack the Magic Negro. This is someone who talked about an NFL football game as, a gang match between the Bloods and the Crips. This is someone who made fun of Michael J. Fox's Parkinson's disease. This is someone who likened a 13-year-old Chelsea Clinton to a dog. This wasn't someone who was a nice person. This is someone that spewed racism and hatred, yet he is now considered, the most
we did that part.
Mm-hmm. So, with Sonny, too, here's what said. She's reading a list that somebody has given her.
Yeah.
She never listened to Rush.
Well,
she was very demeaning. You boys are listening in your trucks down in the South and all this. Sonny, you're supposed to be smarter than that.
Right.
And again, hey, View, thank Rush that you're on. You don't have to agree with him. Thank him for what he did for broadcasting. Whoopi, be a little more educated. The View's over if you have a fairness doctrine. Right. It is over. You don't get to be the host. You don't get to dictate. You got to share with a Rush Limbaugh kind of character that you say you don't like. So you don't know what you're talking about. Look, they did away with the fairness doctrine because of one reason. It stifled free speech.
Yep.
Stifled free speech.
Yes.
And I do not want free speech to be stifled. You ask for something you don't even understand. Bless your heart.
And they do the thing.
Even us sitting in our trucks know that.
Yeah, well, the modern day left, and they've probably done this for longer than modern day, but I was too little to remember it. But I've watched this whole deal. They don't want to get in a debate of political wits. If you disagree with them, then they begin to condescendingly just look down on you, down their little liberal nose at you. Oh, you poor backward truck people. You're all a bunch of hateful, racist people. And they do that because if you get with true conservatism and you debate against true far-left liberalism, conservatism makes more sense. So they do all this to never get in that actual conversation.
Try to win that debate without using those terms.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back by Raycon.com/Bubba. If you are listening to the show right now on Raycon earbuds, congratulations. You paid about half the price of the other premium audio brands. If you were wise, you went to buyraycon.com/Bubba, got an additional 20% off plus free shipping, and you sitting pretty. And you have outstanding sound. 3 customizable sound styles. You've got active noise cancellation. You've got the multi-point connectivity, lets you pair with 2 devices at one time. You also can set up these profiles for the type of content you're listening to, whether it be music, whether it be talk, whatever the case may be. The audio quality that you would expect from all the premium brands, but at about half the price. And then we get you another 20% off. And if you haven't seen the latest, they've even upgraded them to even better. The optimized gel tips are fantastic. That way they fit in your ear comfortably. They will not fall out if you're active. So get yours now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. By the way, Mom would love these. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, it's time for that wonderful wheel. Letters.
spin.
That wonderful wheel of meat. Wheel of meat. Wheel of meat's got me yearning. It is the wonderful wheel of meat, the wonderful wheel of canned meat now. So canned meat is on the wheel. We do have Rick and Bubba items on the wheel, but unfortunately, most all of them are out of stock at rickandbubba.com under the store. Now, I will say this. There are some things in stock, but they are going at such a rate, inventory demands, that we not give those away. But you can get the 30 Years of Radio Gold shirt. You can get the throwback shirt we've got, the old Rick and Bubba logo design on a nice, cool blue shirt I think that you'll love a lot. That's available there. You've got the collectible tea glasses, a couple of those over here. Our third one in the series is out. So
I'm drinking those. You can't have those.
Yeah, and so we're only gonna let the golden ticket seats spin, and then they can win. And if they land on something that's not on the wheel, then they'll just come over here to this little place by Bubba, and they'll pick out something out of someone's office since we are clearing things out. So we will do that. All right, so up first, Joe Miller. Joe is our special guest. Joe is about to spin. Now, we must say this for Joe. Everybody go, wow, what a wheel! All right, Joe, let it rip. Let it rip. So here we go. All right, let's see.
Big spin.
See, Joe Miller is going to spin. Topaz, 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 try it. So we don't have that shirt anymore. So Joe, come on over here and see what you can find. Joe, you can put anything you want right there. Oh, let me see what you got there.
Yeti.
Oh, this is a Yeti from Haviland. Keeps anything cool or hot. Joe, well done. There you go. So Greg, what about a go for John? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Hey, here comes her son, Chad Miller.
Chad, man?
Hey, I love my mama, and I brought her to Rick and Bubba because Mama wanted to come today. So Chad is going to spin that wheel.
She spun it good.
What do we say for Chad? Wow, what a wheel! All right, here we go. Come on, Chad.
Chad's one of my old tennis buddies.
That's what he said. So here we go. Chad is spinning. Chad. Oh, look at here. Oh! Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Chad, are you a subscriber to Blaze TV?
I'm not.
Yeah, yes, you are.
You are now?
You are now. How about a go for Chad? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Chad, you'll be getting your subscription for free from our friends at Blaze TV, where you can watch great programming, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show every day. So, Chad, well done. So, thanks. All right. Up next, here comes Johnny Jordan. Johnny making his way to the wheel.
What a great name.
Oh, don't you love Johnny Jordan?
I mean, that's a radio name.
Coming up next, forecasting Johnny Jordan is taking you home for the weekend.
Or Johnny J.
Johnny J. All right, here we go. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel. Let it rip. Let it rip, Johnny J. Let's see what I'm going to get here. Johnny J. Yeah! T-shirt, wear it. Don't have it. So come on over. Anything off the table here? Going after a tiny big boy. A tiny big boy. A little tiny big boy. Look at that right there. Greg, how about a go for Johnny J? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Up next, Rick and Bubba veteran, D. Chandler.
Yep.
D. Chandler.
D, one of my ham buddies.
Yeah.
We got tennis and ham players.
I mean, hey, by the way, about to spin with 2 new hips. Two new hips. Not one, 2. Okay, so we got a brand new one and one with just a few miles on it.
Yes.
All right, so what do we say for D. Chandler? Wow, what a wheel! He's going reverse spin. Good night, a veteran spinning it. Reverse spin. D. Chandler. Let's see here what we can get. D. Chandler. Henry, the horse
horse. Here we go. Henry the horse gets spun by Rick and Bubba veteran D. Chandler. Here he comes.
Here comes Henry.
Here's old Henry. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
How you doing? How you doing, buddy?
You know, I've been a little bit out of the loop trying to figure out what's going on. Trump's got this hush money trial going on with some lady named Stormy Daniels.
Right, right.
What kind of name is Stormy Daniels? What is she, like a weather person or something?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Okie dokie.
You talking about the medium?
Yeah. Yeah. When she says low pressure, it means something completely different.
That's you. That's you, dude. That's you.
Yeah.
Love it.
D. Chandler.
There you go.
There you go. Andy McMillan is up next. He former Rick and Bubba intern from 2010.
Yeah.
Went under the name Chico and the Sound Man.
That's it.
Chico and the Sound Man. Look, what do we say for Chico? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Chico. There you go. All right.
Big money, big money.
Big money, no whammies. No whammies. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens here for Andy McMillan. Yeah.
That's not bad.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. All right, what are you going with? Oh, he's going to the collectible tea glasses, and he takes the summer edition.
Summer
That's
tea
the
glass.
latest one. What about a go for McMillan? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Nothing but winners. Nothing but
Winner, chicken dinner.
You know, D. Chandler spun Henry, but really that was a win for all of us. So
It really was.
congratulations to all of you. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, Rock and Roll City, they're ready. Rock and Roll City will be performing in the break. Super Tom, the engineer, not here today, so no bass guitar. But you know what? They were together long before they had a bass. Some people even said that the bass, might have come in and added a new element. They're going back old school today. So we'll come back. We'll check phone calls and any stories we miss and wrap this hour up.
Rick and Bubba.
Check, check, two, check, checking, check. Wow, feedback. Oh, okay, here we go, Greg. Yeah, we're rock and roll city, and we're getting right back to our roots. Rock and roll city, we're getting right back to our roots. We're not gonna practice, and we're not gonna sound that good. We're just here to rock and roll. And you said, hey, let's go, Greg, go, Greg, go! That was awesome. Way to go, Greg. Hey, I think I figured it out. We were talking about how you were going to play bass this week, and Tom was going to move around. Tom is he skipped out because he knew you were going to make him look so bad on the bass. That's why he didn't show up. He was scared. Rock and Roll City, we got back to our roots today. Tom, we miss you, buddy, but frankly, you're not an original member.
Well, Bubba, have you ever told somebody, I tell you one thing, you can just bite my butt. Well, in Alaska, we have a woman who visited her outhouse and had this experience. Apparently, there was a bear in the area, and the bear took a bite out of her backside.
Rick, I'm trying to understand this story and read it. I can't fathom what really happened here, other than the bear got down in the latrine.
Yep.
Yeah, there's it got through an access hole that was covered up by rocks coming out in the back. You know, the
Be
access
careful.
hole.
I was about to say,
please look at that photo.
That's so good.
So this lady goes out to the
Outhouse.
latrine, an outhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Sits down and gets bitten in the butt by a bear.
Yep. She said, I got in there.
So the bear was down in the hole.
I don't want to get into why that may be. Okay, but I got in there and sat down on the toilet seat, and something just immediately bit me in the butt. Shannon Stevens said, I jumped up and I screamed.
She did go on to say that it may have been a claw that got her versus a nibble, but nonetheless, there was a bear up under her rear end.
Yeah, she said, I looked down at where the toilet seat is, maybe an inch or two below is a gigantic bear face looking right up at me.
And we have audio of her saying that, and then her husband coming in and looking too.
Sat down on the toilet seat, and something just immediately bit me in the butt.
I'm like, okay, I'm going to open the lid and look. And I take the headlamp and I grab the lid of the toilet seat and I lift it up. And right there, right at the level of the toilet seat, like maybe an inch or two below, is a gigantic bear face looking right back up at me.
It felt like just a single, puncture. Maybe it wasn't even a bite. Like, it might have been a swipe with his claw, potentially. I mean, I'm definitely going to look down in the hole next time.
For real. My goodness.
All right.
We've had these stories about a snake or something getting in the toilet bowl before. A bear? A bear.
Man. Said the bear may have entered below the outhouse through a downhill opening and made its way toward the seat.
Well, you want to be downhill.
Yeah.
For sure.
I got to tell you, I'm like you, Bubba. There's a lot of things to be concerned about going to the outhouse.
Mm-hmm.
A bear biting me in the butt, I would not have on the list.
No. Hey, I wish you could talk to the bear and go, there's other options, buddy. You probably want to pick somewhere else.
You know, maybe you're just looking for somewhere warm. I don't know.
Well,
it's probably everything froze solid up there anyway.
Well,
that's a crappy situation.
It really is, Speedy. There you go.
Couldn't you an email again?
Yeah, right. That's. I was, I just can't imagine that.
Well, think about going to the bathroom.
All right, 11 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, you've already heard their names mentioned once, but why not again? In the golden ticket seats, as we now go to the $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. So here we go. Let's welcome officially to the golden ticket seats Joe Miller, Chad Miller, Johnny Jordan, Dee Chandler, Andy McMillan. So they're all here today in the golden ticket seats watching the program. Bubba, I need a number today between 1 and 5.
All right, so I have friends here today, former interns. But this is a blind number.
And we rearranged the names.
Let's see, 1 and 5. What about right in the middle, number 3?
Number 3, Chad Miller.
Wow. Good day for you, Chad.
Come on down. A $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. And so it looks like that he brought his mom here today. He'll be taking care of lunch today, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, Mama,
It's
you're
nice when son
and it's
buys,
Mother's
isn't it?
Day weekend. Happy Mother's Day. So that's great. So we'll hand that to Chad. We'll get a picture with him after the show is over. We'll grip and grin a little bit, and you can thank Dr. Dudney. He'll be here Monday, by the way.
Yep.
For us to announce who wins Fix Mama's Mouth. It's coming up Monday. Things you need to know. Speedy tonight. Top Golf in Birmingham. Are you a Stallions fan?
Fired up.
Undefeated, 6-0, taking on the Battlehawks, 5-1. A.J. McCarron coming back to Birmingham. They'll play at Protective Life. Tomorrow, he'll be working into a frenzy there. But Top Golf tonight, not far from the stadium. Some of the players are there playing Top Golf, and you can do a meet and greet and see Speedy and his wife tonight. So that starts at 5. If you're in the Birmingham area and if you traveled here on the Golden Ticket seats and you're staying the day, maybe you can put that on your list as well. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, didn't you like the questions this week?
Yeah,
And
it was. It was a fun podcast to do. We took questions from the audience, and we like doing those from time to time because we can expand on them and have a little more fun with them.
Yeah, good questions, too, this week. So catch those and see if your question made it coming up this weekend. So that's wherever you get podcasts. So make a note of that as well. And I hope all the moms have a happy Mother's Day this weekend. All right, so some things we have not hit on. Bubba, would you like to take a look at video 9D? Because I bet you would. I bet you would.
Is this?
I bet you would.
Oh, a first pitch? You know, I always
no.
love
9D.
D. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, sure. Sure,
Hey guys,
is this Angel Hernandez?
No, but this is going to hurt y'all watching this.
All right, so Adler has this. We have a major league umpire, and of course, none of us like umpires. Hey, Blue, you're killing us. Hey, Blue, there's a good ball game going on. It's a shame you're missing it. And so the umpire gets hit by a pitch in an area that no man wants.
No.
I'll just say it that way. All right, so here we go.
Tonight. Oh, that got Adam Hammery, and he is down.
Boy, is it.
Oh, well, a picture told the story on that one.
I've never seen such accuracy.
Wow.
The ball decided not to pick. It just went right in the middle.
It
took them both.
It doesn't even matter if you're wearing protection. It's still. It's almost like you're not.
I'm trying to figure out how it got around the catcher.
He tried. It was a dirt ball. He tried to scoop up, and he just missed
and
it.
it looks like the umpire was a little more to the side.
Look right here, Bubba. This is where
is.
you'll see how it gets by right here.
Oh, it
hits in front of the plate. Goes by the glove.
Bounce. Yeah.
Did you see how dead on it hit him?
You talking about square up?
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! And
right now I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Right now I can't breathe.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, the catcher wants to help, but he might need to hold up.
Right. Oh my goodness!
Good night alive. You
I mean,
we got super slow mo here.
Nice
horrible.
There. All right, let me see it again. All right, let's see it again. Let's watch it. Okay, he has no idea. He has no idea.
Spin.
Oh, that's horrible. Good gracious. Oh, that looked like.
Can't breathe.
You see how quick he went down?
Did he call ball or strike?
He said, "Whoa,
this one was a ball game."
Ball two.
We might have got two.
It really was.
It's gonna be a 2-0 count.
2-0 count. 2-0 count.
I noticed you put this as 9D.
That's awful, but it's awful funny.
I'm sorry. He did.
That was a one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look, that's on me.
Glowworm should have handled that.
Yeah.
All right, so
stay out of it.
Glowworm, they got me.
Squeezed in tight, he makes light.
All right, so you want to look at I'm the mystery of Charles Barkley. I'm still pursuing.
Oh, really?
Now, are these clips before Charles was supposed to be at the Pro-Am?
It's when I stayed up to 2:30.
This is the worst Charles Barkley impression on the planet. The man of 1,000 voices.
I got it.
Is dialing in.
I don't know. It's pretty good. Do it again.
Thank you.
Try it one more time.
I stayed up to 2:30 a.m.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Me and Shaq.
Right. So,
gambling.
8B.
Went partied a little.
8B. So Charles catches flu after this?
I don't know. It's flu-type symptoms.
This was the night before the Pro-Am.
What was it? Was it, Charles?
Yeah, it was.
All right, so
thank you, Charles.
Let's see if we can detect any.
I gotta tell you though, I love Charles and Shaq. They're funny.
Okay, here we go.
You know, if the Knicks win, that'll be good.
You care who wins, cut it out.
I don't care who wins, but I will tell you what, I would love to see them get their ass stomped by the Celtics. That'd be great.
Then you care who wins.
I mean, I'm just saying, whoever wins this series is gonna get stomped by the Celtics.
Well, you said you'd be happy to see it.
Yeah, because the New Yorkers, y'all deserve it. Because y'all think y'all the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Tell them, Chuck.
Come on, y'all ain't that good in New York.
What else, Chuck?
Come on, man, y'all overrated.
What else, Chuck?
It's because y'all make good pizza and good bagels.
And what else, Chuck?
And what else? Crime.
And hold on, Chuck, don't forget about
So you know, I ain't gonna say anything bad about the street meat. You know, I love the street meat.
The New York Knicks.
I don't care what kind of meat it is either. It tastes good.
To it. Even if you got no idea it is what
rat,
it is.
dog, cat, skunk, raccoon. It tastes good. Just put that white sauce on it.
Hey, he doesn't look.
He doesn't seem himself.
I don't think he feels good.
Yeah. He's obviously sick.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he feels good. I mean, he's giving all he
You can hear
can.
he's got a head cold.
Yeah.
You hear him stop that.
Struggling.
Yeah, so he all right. So that I feel better now.
Yeah. What do you think, Charles, over there?
Well, Charles, were you feeling bad?
Oh, spilling terrible.
So that's yeah, okay. Yeah,
That's not him.
Yeah,
That was just like him. Sounded great.
It's
Keep
great.
it up.
It's wonderful.
We need to get Shaq down.
I know.
I don't think any of us can
He
talk
has a
that
deep
low.
voice. You might can get him.
Yeah, we
Shaq's
got to
deep
get.
voice.
Oh, you talking
low.
about doing an impression of
Yeah,
Shaq?
yeah.
I thought you were talking about having him on the show.
No.
Shaq Diesel.
Yeah.
What?
What was that?
But you're just whispering into the mic.
Adler's been trying lately.
Whispering doesn't mean deeper.
Shaq Diesel.
Okay, still trying.
There it is.
I wonder if that guy called in yesterday could do Shaq.
What else,
Maybe.
Chuck? What else, Chuck?
That's good, Speedy.
That's not bad, man. with
That
those
actually
voices.
wasn't bad.
Yeah.
He can't maintain.
So is that Charles' new role, just to pick a city and talk it down?
Of course.
And Shaq eggs him on.
No,
Is
they
that
were
the
on
new
Texas
thing?
last week.
He's the
That's funny.
Greg of their panel.
Yeah, no
know
doubt.
about
He
that.
really is. If anybody feels pretty good about themselves, Charles is there to make sure that won't last long.
And Charles is all over the women of San Antonio. He has been for years.
Yeah.
And that goes all the way back to when he played for the Suns. I know you guys know this, but some people don't. But the Phoenix Suns and the San Antonio Spurs, they would always meet up in the playoffs. And I have very concrete memories as a kid. Charles Barkley taking out David Robinson single-handedly.
And you got
many
mad
times.
about it.
Yes, I got mad at it. David Robinson went to my church. Charles Barkley, I don't know who he was.
Oh, ran out of air.
Probably didn't go
You did. You take a break.
You all right,
The
buddy?
tires getting low.
Yeah.
He's got a good
about
point.
that?
I lived in San Antonio for 9 years, and
Wait a minute.
lot
He's
of
got a good point.
A lot of women there thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. I'm just I'll say
Okay,
it.
so you're agreeing with
Wow.
Charles.
When
Adler
he-
at rickandbubba.com.
When he went on that tirade about the river wall,
Oh, that was-
and how, because everybody always tells you to go to the river wall,
Oh, yeah.
and he said that ain't a river, that's a creek.
It really
said,
is
we
a
can
river.
step over that.
It's not a river. It's not as wide as
And when
this
he said
studio.
Victoria was a secret in San Antonio,
Yeah, I forgot about that.
that's
He was
when it
on-
all
he was on
started.
a roll.
That's when
Great.
it all
Yep.
started.
It's a great line.
Yep.
It is a great line.
He was on a big roll.
Got him in a lot of trouble. Think he had to come back and do some sort of apology.
Well, and then
that organization,
then they
man.
thought it was funny that he was on them, and he kept getting on them again. So I think that's kind of his thing. He picks a city and wears them out.
Charles, did you miss the Regions tradition playing in it?
Yeah, I missed it.
I wish you'd have been there, Charles.
I may do. I love being y'all.
Lost it at the end.
The face.
What about playing with Bubba? I noticed you weren't partnering with him this year.
No, I'm a little disappointed.
He's a man of few words.
You've gone into something different now.
What is the character that Morgan,
I'm a Southern
that Morgan
politician.
Freeman plays in the jail movie that runs every weekend?
Oh, Shawshank
Yeah,
Redemption.
well, what's the name?
Red. Red.
I got it back. I'm good. I'll see y'all next year, 2025, even though Bubba thinks it's 2023.
When did you think that Charles is a colonel from the old South?
Did you see the article on AL.com?
I
They had
got
us down
eyes
as the
on-
winner. They had us as the winner.
Well, they usually the same thing you did.
that's last year.
No, it had me in it.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.